the status quo. And in these 10 years, lots have changed. And one of the things that I think is a very positive change for us is we are bringing a lot of men into the conversation of gender equity. Just to give you a little story here, when we had our first conference in 2016, we had only 10% men in the room. 10% of the participants were men. And today, I'm so happy to tell you, out of total registrations we got, whatever, 500 plus, 58% registrants were men. And I'm very happy to see at least equal representation in the room. When I came into the room in the morning, the first 3 or 4 participants who entered the room were men. So I was really happy. So when we began this journey, our mission, our vision was very simple, but it's powerful. To enable more women to rise, to thrive, and lead, and therefore bring about gender parity at the leadership levels. I'm so proud to say that over the decade, we've added more than 370 women to the leadership pipeline of 40+ organizations in both national and multinational organizations in India. And some of them have gone on to become CEOs and CXOs of different countries. This is very heartwarming for me to see that, and to see that we made that small difference in the life of some women leaders. But what makes us and me very, very proud is that each of these women, most of these women, have gone forward and are giving forward. They're not only becoming leaders themselves, but they are helping build a stronger pipeline of women leaders in their ecosystem, in their organizations. And that's really creating the ripple impact that we want to talk about in TalentNomics, that we are striving to build. In addition to that, we have now a network of 300+ men and women who are key influencers in the journey of these women. So for these women to rise to leadership roles in the current ecosystem, you need a support structure. And 80% of our leadership in most organizations are men. So we need a network of men and women who can support these women. And we're happy to say more than 300 men and women are now actively working towards that. But as we evolved, we envision building an Equiverse. Equiverse is a word we coined for a universe where gender equity is the norm. And we involved leaders, policymakers, educationalists, urban planners, care workers to discuss what needs to change for us to build that Equiverse. And today, a decade later, we are finding ourselves in a new frontier, one that is reshaping our world, how we work, how we live, our own identity itself, the frontier of artificial intelligence. At TalentNomics, our mission remains constant to restore the Equiverse. But now to achieve this, we must recognize the immense potential of AI to build a more gender equitable world. I just want to pause and ask here, how many of you go through a week without using AI in some form or the other? Not a single hand here. Okay. So that just shows how pervasive AI has become, and it's everywhere in our life. So discussing how AI can help us propel forward in terms of building a more equitable world has become very, very critical. So therefore, the title of today's conference, Power, Pixel, and Parity, captures where we stand. Power, because technology is today's most potent form of influence and will be more so in the future. And we need to use this power intentionally to bridge the gender gap. Pixel, because AI is built on data, algorithms, and digital patterns that are based on our perceptions and our aspirations. And today we know there are gaps and biases in these, and that need to be addressed. Parity, of course, we all know we need parity for a more sustainable world. but this equality has to be very consciously designed. So, I mean, I don't think me or anybody in this room wants to wait for another 123 years to get gender parity, which is what World Economic Forum says in the current rate of progress. So we all know technology mirrors our thinking and perception, but if left unchecked, it will reflect our biases as much as our brilliance. So whether it is hiring algorithms that prefers men, voice assistant that defaults to female tone of servitude, or image generators that reinforce stereotypes. Yesterday, actually, late at night, when I was thinking of the conference, I tried to generate, using Gemini, I tried to generate an image of a nurse. I just fed in, give me an image of a nurse, and guess what it showed me? A female nurse figure. I said, give me an image of a professor. It showed me a man with specs. So therefore, you know, we as leaders, both men and women, across businesses, across policymaking, across civil society, have a shared responsibility to make sure that intelligence, whether it's artificial or human, serves for equity. So today's conversation, we will explore how AI can become a force multiplier for gender parity at work, for wealth and well-being, and what kind of policy, practices, partnerships are needed to regulate technology responsibility so that it works towards gender parity and does not add to it, and what each of us as individuals and as leaders do to contribute towards it. So the day will be spent in discussing this and various aspects of this. So let's make technology not just smart, but just and fair. With that, I want to welcome our special guest of honor, Mr. C.P. Gurnani, who is here. I want to thank you, sir, for being here with us. He's a legend in tech industry, and I saw his fan following. People were lining up to take photographs with him. So hopefully you will stay back for 5 more minutes so that, you know, others who are still wanting to do that can have a moment with you. So thank you very much for being here. I also want to thank Mr. Manoj Chok and Suparna Mitra, who will be joining us later today, the two outstanding leaders who will be our keynote speakers in the morning and in the afternoon. But in addition, I want to thank all the panelists and our moderators who are already with us. Thank you so much for the hard work, for preparing for it, for bearing with us through the briefing meetings, and for actually traveling from outstations to be with us and you know, guide the discussions for today's conversation. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, let's give them all a big hand. But most of all, I want to thank all the participants who are in the room here. You all have braved Delhi's pollution, as per Anish, not AI, but AQI, to be here with us 9 o'clock. Every year I'm told, don't start a conference at 9, you'll have an empty room. I'm so happy to see at least 70% full room. So in spite of Delhi, you all have made it. So thank you so much. Big kudos and a big round of applause to you. So with that, let's just make one sort of a commitment. At the end of the day, let each of us decide on one action, however small, to build, to contribute towards a more gender equitable world, or the Equiverse. And those of us who are working with AI, developing AI, or using AI, let's see what we can do in our course of work and our course of advice to make sure that the AI that we build commits to equity, safety, and shared growth. So with that, I will stop here and have Anish come up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ipsita. That's a hard act to follow, but I have a small little intro to make of Mr. Gurnani, who's here. Most of you know Mr. Gurnani, so I'm not going to read his bio, etc., from the website. But as a former CMD and CEO of Tech Mahindra, he currently is the vice chair and co-founder of INOS. But the lesser known fact about Mr. Gurnani, and I have a habit of going up to the people that I'm introducing to ask them about anecdotes, there are two things that I picked up. One, he has a perfect memory, I was told. So anybody that has met him today for the first time should go up to him and check that if he remembers their names, number one. But what was more interesting is rather than giving me an anecdote about himself, he actually said, what people don't know that his wife Anita runs an NGO called Titliya, and there is a 30-minute short film that she's made called Rubaru. So please check it out. And welcome, Mr. Gurnani.
Thank you, Ipsita, for this wonderful forum, for this wonderful start. And I know with Ad Factors, Epic, and the powers that are all here, it's going to be a fun morning. So thank you all. I mean, I'm looking forward to our conversations. It's very easy to give a lecture, but I thought I'll make it a conversation. And I was just thinking, power, should I be talking about how AI is becoming more like electricity? How AI is all pervasive. Like, we don't even know, electricity, we just take it for granted. I think Ipsita started by saying how many of you have used AI. Thank you very much. I mean, think about the years and years. I mean, this young man out here, typing away to glory. He's using AI. So the point is that all of us have been using AI for as many years you have been active. I don't want to challenge some of the power of youth out here. So similarly, I was also thinking about areas where we need to apply AI. It is just coincidental that I happened to visit Bangalore, happened to land up in Shri Ravi Shankar's ashram. I'm not a follower, but I just wanted to tell you the story. And the story was, the people out there were so enthusiastic in trying to demonstrate what the Shri Ravi Shankar's ashram has achieved. They took me to various places. And every point, whether it was a Gaushala, or whether it was young children training themselves on power of mind. There were young kids who blindfolded could read a book. They were blindfolded and they could visualize what is happening a few thousand meters away. And it was coincidental that in a public forum, suddenly I was asked to ask a question. It was like this forum, and except that Shri Ravi Shankar was the other side. And I asked a question. I said, sir, I saw the power of mind. I saw the youngsters doing so well. I saw the usage of technology in almost every aspect. But this is where the power of mind, power of intuition, power of hidden energies, what can we do for Bheja Fry people like me who are 65 plus? He ignored my question. But I'm telling you, the power of mind and AI, I am going to explore, because to me, it has got no gender bias. It is something that we need to find the right challenge. To me, that is the right challenge, is that what can we do to keep our power of curiosity, our power of creative thinking, our power of learning, our power of applying data into our everyday life, because to me, AI is all about training the data. And if AI is all about training the data, then I need to pick up instances where I can power it. Now, what are the examples that you come to your mind? Somebody will say, India agriculture, there is a problem that the farm sizes are small. Thank you very much. Why don't we convert it into an advantage? What can AI do to help that farmer produce pomegranates instead of producing a wheat crop? What can we do to create 4 crops in a year instead of 2 crops in a year? What can we do where a cooperative, if an Amul as a cooperative started, think about it as a management student, that a cooperative which has got hundreds and thousands of stakeholders, which has got Gujarat government running that cooperative, and obviously there will be a central government somewhere, and today it is a MNC in a different way. It produces cheese, it produces mithai, it produces your sugar-free ice creams. Why? Because they use the power of multiplication. A milk is at 80 rupees, but a curd is at 200 rupees a kg, a ghee is at 1600 rupees a kg, a cheese is at 3000 rupees a kg. My point is that this common sense, if I can use it to translate it into improving the lives of farmers, then I'm using the power of AI. I am using the power of learning. And I am using that power of multiplication. So, when I was coming in, my chief of staff, Jitanj, he tells me one of the biggest challenges is all the data that we use to train AI, it actually comes from mail. No, it didn't even occur to me, honestly, till he asked me that question. And how is it that data be the one that decides the power of a tool, a power that is not biased, a power that will help us create a tool or a technology that will help us solve the problems? What is it that we can do to reduce that bias? For a moment, I didn't have an answer. Then I said, if I know that if my car weans to the left and my tire marks tell me that my car weans to the left, then I put some balance on the right? So if I know my data has got a skew, why would I not bring in a parity out there? Why would I not extrapolate and give more importance to the 20% data set that the woman has given versus an 80% data set which a man has given? Why can't I extrapolate the 20% and give it an equal weightage? And that is the point I'm trying to make, that the more we talk about what solutions are we seeking, we will find the answers. I mean, we all know pixel is the smallest measure of a digital reality. I mean, most of us, for a minute when I saw the conference saying power, pixel, and parity, for a moment I thought, Google should actually copy this one. Think about it. Google named their phone Pixel. Google uses power of AI, whether you call it a Gemini or whether you call it whatever. And then Google uses parity by making Android free. Not that they want Android to be free, but they are smart that it is a measure of ad tech. It is a way they will get the data. So my point is very simple, that if pixel is the smallest measure of digital reality, if that is the measure which helps you do a better scan, if it helps you create, now look at it. Again, I'm talking about the solutions that we are seeking. Everybody reads the same newspaper and reads there is a backlog of 5 crore cases in India, legal cases. Now, I look at it, 1 pixel is not. Every time you buy a phone, now it is this many megapixel, this many megapixel. So it's that old saying, 1 pixel doesn't mean anything, but a collective pixels put together make it a megapixel. We want to use the power of AI. We want to be able to create and be able to solve the backlog of those 5 crore cases. Now think about it. A judge or an advocate rely on the past precedents of the legal system to come to a decision. Now, I think I can train my AI to analyze the past data. I'm not saying it can be 100% accurate, but the point is it reduces the bias. A bias of an individual, because I had a bad morning with a bad joke or a bad weather or a bad day, it can reduce my biases. If it reduces my biases, my judgment will be better. And if I start blending it in the right way, I'm not saying to use AI blindly. You have to humanize the AI. AI is just a tool for our lives. But the point again and again I'm making is, we have a brilliant environment, whether we are trying to solve the future of jobs, whether we are trying to solve the future of health, whether we are trying to solve a future of education. I think there is a power to amplify. To me, AI is an amplifier. AI is applied intelligence, and that power, if we use it, we have to think of the solutions that we are seeking. And I'm sure many of you out here would like the session to be more interactive, so I'm going to take a pause here and actually try and make it interactive by asking you questions: which problems, which solutions are we seeking? This forum is actually a brilliant forum, because ultimately what we suggest here tomorrow will become a reality. Think about any solution, because this 10th edition of TalentNomics is not about just having a one-way dialogue. Think about it. What is it that you would like to do? Is it about India becoming a bigger exporter? Is it about fixing the AQI? Think about it, and how do we use collective technology plus human to create solutions? So I'm going to take a pause and I'll leave it open to you. I could have gone on and on, but I don't think in the morning you want to do that. Yeah, go ahead, please. If anybody can give him a mic, please. Just introduce yourself. Yeah.
Sir, namaskar. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question: how do we define and measure the progress of equitable growth for well-being of all citizens in a specific context of local, national, and global?
Equitable growth, local, national, global. So an honest answer is, I don't know. But we can all try and find the answers together. Yeah, go ahead. मेरे को पहले उसका तो आंसर निकालें. इतना Dr. Jagdish has me baffled, because all he is trying to say is measurement, equitable growth, if it local, national, and global. So let's try and define that. Like in every, as I told you, pixel by itself is the smallest form of digital reality. Let's break it up into small problems, right? The small problems are we first capable of measuring where we are? Number one. Census takes that much of time. Then we have all these conflicts about whether the census was right or wrong, right? Similarly, when we start talking about equitable growth, it is not only about roti kapda makan anymore. It is all about, now even digital literacy has become an important point. So for me, it is about, if it is your child versus a child in Assam, are they getting an open, equal access to education? So if they are getting equal access to education, it is probably because AI today can make it happen. I mean, all of us saw this physics wala IPO last week. I mean, ultimately it means is, if we can bring in digital and AI intelligence in the hands of every individual, the chances are we would be able to do an equitable. Now, will it change? I mean, the reality is it is going to change, but the change will be slow. The change is slow is because it is easy to say, I will bring in a smart device in the hands of every person in a village or in Cherrapunji, but the reality is that it will take a time. My only, positive thinking out here is, we know the answer. We know the answer is that today India, when it is proud of its tax collection going up, it is only because of the digitization. It is about when the tax collection has gone up because everybody is using that device to be able to do a digital payment system. So my personal belief is, if I can use a digital education to start with, if I can start converting it into digital health, if I'm able to convert it into digital equitable distribution of wealth, number 4th is removing the biases in whether it is in recruitment in a job or in a, elections, I think we will start making progress. I don't think this has got a silver bullet for an answer, but I'm open to hear everybody else's comments to, answer this Jagdish's very beautiful question, very wonderful question. Yeah, please.
Offer an answer. So obviously, sir, it's a big question, right? And there is no one answer. But there are efforts that are happening, right? So we would have heard some time back of the launch of Amazon Leo, right? Now Leo is a low height satellite, right? Which is also trying to make internet equitable, right? Trying to reach it out beyond the communities that immediately have it. What it does is fundamentally it opens up the power of internet and therefore the power of AI and therefore the power of digital literacy to a lot of other communities that today do not have access. And there are some things like an internet that we take for granted, but in the back of beyond, especially in a country like India, you do not have that access. So I think there are a lot of efforts happening in different ways, and sometimes it is also up to people like us in the room to sort of make sure that a lot of other people know about it. So I think there are efforts like that are happening. Small steps, but I think there are fairly convincing steps. Like Leo is, I think, definitely one reliable example that you can think of.
Thank you. Any other comments, please? Anybody else who wants to? Yeah, go ahead, boss. Where's the microphone? Yeah.
Sir, I have a slightly different take on the whole equitable
Just
growth.
do me a favor, introduce yourself.
My name is Nitin Dhawan, and I run a non-profit in the space of AI for good. So my take on this is that this whole idea about equitable growth challenges exist until the post-labor economics, where your AINOS is doing a lot of work in agentic AI, in automating a lot of work in the workplace, which is with the current level of intelligence and capability that AI has. I see that evolving very fast. I see a lot of automation happening in the workplace and the white-collar jobs to really reduce. So that in itself can create a different kind of equity. That a lot of people are going to be jobless, whether it is male or female. And there's a different kind of economics is what I see taking shape. And there's an opportunity in integrating equitable thought in the new AI character and in its entirety. So I'm seeing it like that.
Yeah, good. Go ahead, ma'am. AI for Good. Is that the NGO that you run?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought I'll bring in a woman's voice in this conference, given some men have spoken.
Amen.
My name is Bhavna, and I run an organization called Caregiver Sathi. And I was thinking deeply about your question. It's a great question for all of us to calibrate. What is the purpose of a metric, I would say? I think the purpose of a metric is for us to measure where we are and where we want to go. If we want to measure where we are in terms of equitable growth, we will have some metrics today to say all of us in this room have access to opportunities, we have access to a voice, we have access to agency. Is this equally available to all people outside? Now, today the metrics might be a set of metrics. We will measure against the same metrics over a period of time and say, this room has 100 people, does it have 500 people, does it have 5,000 people, etc. But we will also recalibrate whether having this metric at all is the right metric, because what we really want is better quality of air. What we really want is a better response to COVID, and making sure that only many people join this room is not enough. So my only response to your question can be that metrics are important because they help us make progress and measure progress, but metrics per se cannot hold us captive because they also need to be recalibrated for where we really want to go. That's all that I can come up with right now.
Thank you, Bhavna, and thank you, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm quite conscious that there is a screen out here which says time is up. And I want to take a cue from Ipsita. So many of you have raised this fundamental point called measurement, metrics, and what we are trying to achieve. Ipsita also said at the end of the conference if we can have some resolutions. Now, my only request out here again is that Ionos or me are trying to help technology solve some of the challenges. I'm not saying there is an immediate answer or it will happen today or tomorrow. But in many cases, there is a myth that businesses are using automation. Number one, more often than not, at your home, you're using more automation than in the offices. Number two, that most of us are waiting for the AI or a jobs or a tsunami to come in, and then only we will act. My request is reflect and become relevant. That's my sincere request, because you owe it to the next generation to make sure that people who have been trained to be the totas, be the graduates, and then be the postgraduates, and then follow the processes.
Yes.
How do they use? Because that totagiri can be done by AI a lot better. So please use your creative thinking. Please apply it in your day-to-day life. And I do promise you, tools are an amplifier, AI is an amplifier. And many of us who have been now technically called veterans in the industry are here to assist you, here to help you. Again, thank you, Ipsita. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gulani. That was such an inspiring conversation on technology, and it has a heart and a vision. And I'll ask you to stay because I want Ipsita and you to quickly get a picture together. And thank you for what you said, ma'am. And because Mr. Gurnani was asking, what is it that we want AI to do, I have something that I wanted to say as well. If we could democratize opportunity at scale, especially for women, intelligent tools that will match women to roles, mentors, skilling pathways, and leadership tracks based purely on capability and aspirations. I hope AI will help us do that. Thank you so much, Mr. Gurnani. See, the selfies continue. The celebrity in the room. Continuing with this spirit, our next speaker has spent decades connecting purpose with performance, leading some of India's most respected business transformations. I just met him outside while he was enjoying his cup of tea. Please welcome Mr. Manoj Chugh, independent advisor and former president, Group Public Affairs, Mahindra & Mahindra, for our next address. As he gets ready to come in, there is something that I must share with you. I did ask him, Manish, if he would tell me something that we don't know, and he told me, "Main khuli kitab hu." But I do know people, and one of my friends told me that Mr. Gurnani is tapping Mr. Chugh on his back. Should we get them back here together? Because then it will become another very celebratory moment for us. Please come back.
Ipsita,
Jagdish, please join us, Ipsita.
I mean, we are going to take a request for Ipsita to join us here.
Ipsita, please.
Because this guy is he has forgotten us. We have never forgotten him.
No, we're all here together.
Yeah,
So nice to see you. Please come.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurnani.
See you on 7th.
Great pleasure. All right, can I go down?
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. All right, very good morning.
So while he's just coming back on, I want to tell you all that during his early leadership days, and this was told to me by a friend, and he said, okay, I'm also going to refer to it in my conversation. Mr. Chugh would often walk into a training room unannounced, sit quietly at the back, and listen to young engineers grappling with the complexities of networking. What surprised many was that after the session, he'd strike a conversation with some of them, and he would go to the most hesitant participant in the room, the one who had asked a half-formed question, was withdrawn, and was resisting talking to anybody, and he had a knack for spotting that spark. He would say almost casually to people in the room, "Your question can change the way we think about this. So keep pushing and keep thriving." Years later, several of these engineers, and that's how I got to know the story, recount that single moments at the nudge that shaped their careers, which were done by him. It's very much in line with his reputation, a leader who didn't just build systems, but built people who would go on to build systems. And because we're talking AI, I'm hoping that there will be something in the future that Mr. Chugh will do for us, which will make AI an enabler. Please welcome Mr. Chugh.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the very, very generous introduction. I must say I'm overwhelmed, so I need a minute to kind of get my composure back. But everyone's feeling good. You've all heard CP, right? So CP's done all his magic, makes my task very simple. I'm very interested in folks who are sitting right at the back. Hello, good morning. Hope you've all had breakfast. Everyone's awake and alive? Okay. So the good news is, this is not a class in linear algebra. You know why that's important? Because that's how AI begins. So everyone wants to learn about AI, everyone wants to talk big things about AI, but it begins with what we studied in school, and therefore, how many of us here want to learn about AI? Raise your hand. So you need to go and learn linear algebra again. I'm dead serious. That's like the first class that any professor will take on AI starts with that. Now, if you've thrown your algebra books out, you need to start reordering them, all right? Now, I know that's a big dampener because maths is not the favorite subject of a lot of people. How many of us in this room love maths? Just raise your hand. I love maths, you. I'd love to take a maths exam again. Now, the first time I met somebody who really loved maths was my wife. She did her undergrad in maths, she did her postgrad in maths, and then she did another postgrad in maths. And I said, what does it look like to only study maths? She said, simple. When you have your exam, your first paper is maths. Your second paper is maths. Your third paper is maths. Your fourth paper is maths. And your fifth paper is maths. And this is how it goes semester after semester. So I said, thank goodness it was you who did that and not me. The message I want to drive home here today is that AI is here, AI is real. I don't want to repeat the importance of AI, but what I want to say is that humanity gets this chance, one chance in a generation, to write one code. So every generation gets the opportunity to write one code for humanity. And our generation has chosen to write that code in silicon. The question I have is, who is holding the pen? And that's what we need to talk about today over the next few minutes. The second is, are we writing that with our heart and with our soul? We all know that AI is the operating system of the new world. But are we really thinking about this once in a century opportunity to change the default setting on gender parity, so that parity becomes the default setting of the new digital age? So we have that chance today. And we all in this room can create that chance, should we want to. We all know that the foundation of AI is on two pillars, right? And I know CP would have spoken to you about that, right? The first pillar is, what's the first pillar? Data that it is trained on. And the second pillar is, what's the second pillar? Anyone else? There are only two pillars. It's damn simple. It's not complicated. Every guy will want to make you assume it's complicated. Because when you make it complicated, you create trillion-dollar economies. If you keep it damn simple and stupid, then, like, who cares? So the second pillar is? No. It is the minds of the people who have gone and written the algorithms. Human mind. So first is the data that you're training it on. Second is the human mind. That is building it. And you know what is the harsh reality today? The harsh reality today is that unfortunately, both of these have been picked from a very narrow slice of humanity. That's a problem. You pick a few things from a narrow slice of humanity, and then you create something which we turn around and say is not equal. The example is in front of us, right? How many people are writing models for AI? What percentage of humanity do they represent? Are they not a very thin slice of humanity? So we have to think about it, right? Are we creating an equitable world? So when the fundamentals that you're picking up are from a very thin slice of humanity, how do you expect it to represent all of humanity? Let's look at the code that is written. The code that is written for AI is chosen mostly by folks who represent half of humanity. You agree or disagree? I want to ask the women in this room, do you agree or disagree? So all the guys are agreeing, right? Very good. So the women certainly should agree. You agree with me or not? You live that every day. So if the code is being written by folks who represent half of humanity, the problems that are being solved are also for how much? At best, half of humanity. So we will have disagreements. That's the beauty about AI. But towards the end, because otherwise they'll throw me out physically, right? I want to remind everyone that if there is no Shakti, there can be no Shiva. And that truth has to be understood when we start building for AI. So my request is that each and every one of us needs to work together to make sure that we create an equitable AI. How do we do this? Each one of us can play a role. We're going to spend a few minutes on that. I don't want to talk about the duality of AI. You know, AI has duality. When you say duality, what does this mean? I'm not talking about duality in the sense of religion or the scriptures. I'm talking about duality from a perspective of perils and promises. I'm not here to talk about what the government can do different or better. I'm not here to talk about how we can get such intelligent technology to enable such an unintelligent society. We can have big debates on that. What I'm here to talk about and to take your help is, what are the actions that each and every one of us can take to make sure that we have more equitable AI? So is everyone in this room willing to go on this path and journey with me? Are you willing? So there are some actions we need to take, all right? Because it is our choices and it is our actions that will determine the data sets on which AI algorithms are going to be trained. So if we take the right actions, if we make the right choices, the data sets that the algorithms will be trained on will hopefully help us to achieve some of the goals that we want to. We have to begin with ourselves as individuals. So the first thing that you need to do is to audit your own biases. That's where you start. The question you ask yourself is, who do I assume is more technical? Who do I tend to think I listen to more? Who do I tend to interrupt and why? Start answering these questions honestly to yourself. And you will recognize that you have to start by debugging your own mental algorithm. Now, we have many women here. How many of you mothers in this room? So the questions that I asked, I don't want you to answer quietly in your own minds. My mother has 2 sons. I know what she thinks about her sons. I have 1 daughter. I know what I think about daughters. So we have to really look at our own biases. And I think that that is where we start. The second question and the second request I have is for inclusion. We have women on our team. Next time there's a presentation, next time somebody needs to go and represent the team, next time somebody needs to go summarize a report, next time somebody needs to get up and talk about a few things relating to our project, how many of us are really consciously turning around and saying, you know, I think we should give her a chance? Do we go that extra mile and do that? So we have to reach out and make that happen. A lot of times I find, and pardon my candidness, when there are men and women colleagues in a room and there is a discussion and there is a debate and there's a woman who's made a very important point, the discussion just continues as if she hadn't made a point. How many of us turn around and say, excuse me guys, I think she made a point. Why don't we rewind back and let her complete what she was saying? Are we interrupting bias when we see bias? If we are not interrupting that bias, we are only helping the algorithm do wrong things. So we have to amplify the voices which today are being suppressed and being held back. Let us look at our own algorithmic feeds. How many of us, and I know many of us are on social media, actually go out there and follow women in tech, women in finance, women in AI? How many of us are doing that? Doing that regularly, doing that religiously, doing that honestly, doing that sincerely is incredibly important, because as we do that, what are we doing? We are retraining our digital environment. Remember, we spoke about algorithms getting trained by data. So we are retraining our fundamental environment, digital environment. So if we are not doing this, I would strongly encourage you all to do that, because the more you do that, the easier you are going to make it. Some of the other actions that we can take, so everything I'm talking about are actions that we can take, things that we can do every day to help AI become more equitable. We mentor a lot of people. We mentor young women. 1 hour a month, you can change a lifetime. Please do so. I think it's important. Create a small learning circle of 2 or 3 people. You remember when you were in school, what would you do? Many people would do that. And in college, what would you do? You have 2 or 3 very close friends, you get together, you study together. And that's how we had great fun. We learned, we studied, and all the rest of it. We need to continue that. So create a learning circle of 2 or 3 friends who meet maybe once in a month, and then talk about AI, talk about digital, talk about something which is new, and everyone kind of learns together. It's very, very important for us to keep ourselves updated. All of us are not that smart that we can go and study alone on our own through online tools. Some of us are brilliant, we can. But some of us, like me, are not. We'd like to learn in groups, so create those learning circles. Mentoring is important, but what is more important is sponsoring. Now, what is the difference between mentoring and sponsoring? In mentoring, you give gyan. In sponsoring, you take action. What is the action that you take? Open doors. You turn around and say, she is ready. Give her the mantle. Give her the job. Give her the role. Let her do it. Let her lead. She is ready. How many of us really do that? At one point in time, I can tell you out of my own experiences, I had a team which had only women. So I remember a very senior colleague of mine walked into the room. He saw me with a bunch of women, and he said, oh, Manoj is having a meeting with all the admins. And I said that I just want to make a small correction. All these women are senior executives. This is not a meeting of admins. We're having a business meeting. And that was my best performing team. Absolute, I've never had a better performing team. I would tell the women, ladies, we need to make this number happen. And they would do the usual thing, Manoj, we can't make it happen, it is tough, it is that. I said, my mother told me once women make up their mind, they will do whatever, they'll make it happen, so my mother is not wrong. So ladies, please, for heaven's sake, don't tell me these sob stories. And they would like, okay, yeah, we'll do it. So as I said, my best performing team for women, and they would never let me down. End of the quarter, our numbers would be wherever they are, they would do whatever magic. And I said, I'm going to keep out of your hair, ladies. You just go do what you need to do. Make sure we hit our numbers. If you need me in any meeting, call me. And that's it. So we have to learn to trust. We know that women can perform incredibly well. Are we being sponsors? Are we turning around and saying she is ready? Give her the job, give her the role. Somebody will say, yeah, temporarily we can do that, but after this one, then we'll go back to our routine. So I think it's incredibly important. In your organizations, demand fair tech. What do I mean by demand fair tech? All your organizations, everyone's doing work in AI, yes or no? How many of you are going right up to your tech teams and saying, I need to know how you're checking these algorithms for bias, gender bias, socioeconomic bias. Tell me what tools you are using. Have any of you done that? Why have you not done it? Are you scared of your IT guys? Everyone's quiet. Why? If you are not demanding fair tech, how will fair tech happen? Just turning around, sitting in this room, having discussions is not good enough. Please take action. All right? So I've given you a number of ideas. Another idea I can give you is help people who don't have a digital profile and make their digital profile. Help them to build a digital profile using LinkedIn, X, Y, and Z. Is that fine? You'll do that? All of you? Are there tips that I have given you which you can go back and implement? Folks sitting right in the back row? Were you taking notes? Now you have note takers. You don't need to take notes, right? You can talk to the AI. It might give a biased response. It's saying, this guy is talking all rubbish, ignore everything that he has said. Because the algorithms are written by a very small, narrow slice of humanity. All right? So how are we going to make sure that we change the narrative? Do you know that the most powerful code is not being written in Python or X, Y, or Z? The most powerful code is being written through our actions. What are the actions that we are taking? Who are we hiring? Who are we motivating? Whose data we are collecting? Whose biases are we challenging? Whose stories are we including? These are the actions which are helping to write the code. It is not being written in Python. The code for AI is not being written in the labs. It is being written through actions. And we all must get together and make sure that we are taking the right actions. We are writing the right code. And I would urge each one of you, please, to rewrite the code. And why do we want to rewrite the code? Why do we have to rewrite the code? We have to rewrite the code for the sake of fairness, for the sake of dignity, for the sake of opportunity, for every girl and every woman who deserves a seat at the table and a stake in the future. And if we are not taking those actions, we will not create the equitable world that we are looking for. So I'd like to end by saying that we have a huge opportunity of making a difference. We can create a digital universe where every pixel shines with the clarity of parity. And I do hope that you are the generation which is going to help humanity think deeper. On that thought, thank you very much for your patience. I really appreciate it. And I do hope that I've got you guys back on time. Thank you.
I swear. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you. You're probably the first speaker who has done the MC's job of trying to give back time. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful for that, Manoj. And you know what is fantastic is a lot of what you were saying today are also topics that we're going to cover as through the course of the day. These are things that we've also sort of thought about for larger discussions. So thank you for that, Manoj, and thank you for setting the stage. I'm going to cut short because I'm trying to keep time. So, you know, my next panel is a very interesting one. It is a session on how exactly AI and emerging technologies can help us not only to break the digital ceiling, but also redefine leadership. For this panel, my moderator is Lata Singh, or as she clarified to me, she's Lata non-Singh. The one thing that she cannot do is sing very well. But what Lata really does wonderfully is cook. So she has all invited us to her home for dinner one of these days. So we'll take her address at the end of the session and then land up at her house for a meal. But Lata is a former partner at IBM. She's also on the TalentNomics advisory board. Lata, I won't take too much of your time. Your panel is with Jagdish Mitra, Shalaka Verma, and Dr. Archana Hingorani. Yeah.
Thank you. Till the mics come in. Good morning, and it's so pleasant to see all of you, and a very tough act, I know, to follow after CP and Manoj, but I'm glad that everyone turned up sharp at 9. So, good morning. I'm sure you're awake after the thundering applause that you gave to Manoj. I know everyone is awake. This first panel session is actually going to examine the impact, or I would say gendered impact of automation and AI in the workplace. Now, this is very interesting because we're going to challenge the fact that we assume that technological advancements actually lead to an equitable workplace, because we really need to look at, does that need other impact as well? Our three panelists are going to actually, through the conversation, going to help us explore how automation can impact the jobs, skills, and trajectory of careers of women, with intentionally designing to impact rather than adhere or take it off the rails. So I'm going to call our panelists. All three of them are esteemed panelists. They are known in their field, and let me call them out. The first panelist that I'm going to call out is Jagdish Mitra. Jagdish is no stranger to the industry. He's an entrepreneur and a technology leader with over 3 decades of experience in building global businesses. Formerly Chief Strategy Officer at Tech Mahindra and CEO of Canvas M, he now leads HumanizeTech.ai. He's shaping the future of generative AI and digital innovation. He's a passionate mentor and industry influencer. He's on the board of NSDC, that's the National Skill Development Corporation, and on the Executive Council of NASSCOM. But what's more interesting is he has a passion for sports. He's also the founder of Jishnu Football Foundation that trains and also awards scholarship to underprivileged kids. So thank you for all that you do in AI as well as outside AI. Our next panelist is Shalaka Verma. Shalaka is the head of customer engineering at Google Cloud India with 25 years of experience driving technology and innovation across IBM, Microsoft, and now at Google. A global tech leader and inventor with multiple US patent filings, she's recognized for her work in Gen AI, quantum computing, and inclusive leadership in tech. She also acts as an advisor for startups and community forums. She's an avid reader of fiction, and all of us who read fiction know that AI entered fiction and movies way before it became reality. So I'm sure she's got her inclination towards tech from that. Our third panelist is Dr. Archana Hingorani. Dr. Archana Hingorani is a veteran in financial services and private equity with over 30 years of experience. She's a managing partner at Siena Capitals and serves on several prominent corporate boards. A recipient of multiple Most Powerful Women in Business awards, she is also a distinguished visiting professor at the University of Pittsburgh. She's also on the Advisory Council of TalentNomics in India. Thank you, Archana, for joining us on this panel. She is fascinated by design. Just design, not anything else around it, is what she said. Like me, she doesn't have patience for beyond that, right? So let's get all three of them in a conversation that I'm hoping will be enlightening and take it further from where Manoj and CP left. First question is going to be to you, Jagdish, and we did talk about, and we all know that the predictions are that AI is going to impact more of the women workforce than the men, both in India and globally, and that's because a lot of the women are in administrative, customer service, and other roles which are at the bottom of the pyramid. It would be really interesting to understand your point of view on what's happening in the landscape, both urban, rural, global, and then take it forward to say what are the actionable items that you're seeing from a, again, corporate and not just related to tech companies.
Firstly, good morning and thank you to TalentNomics, Lata, Ipshita, all of you guys to having considered me and given an opportunity to talk here. One thing that's not happening, Lata, in the AI world is probably the panel, if you look at it, is probably going to eliminate the man very soon. There's a huge ratio. I'm glad that there is a huge ratio of women on this. But thankfully, we get a chance to talk to. As Lata said, it was not by design, but the three people that were there on stage, CP, Manoj, and myself, have worked for about 15, 20 years together. So it just happened to be a coincidence to see a gathering of us ex-Tech Mahindra guys on this panel, so thank you very much.
I'm going to interrupt and say it just shows the amount of gender equity that you all three believe in that you came to this event.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
I'm also going to interrupt. When people say you've been invited to a panel, most women will say it's a manel and I'm the token. You're on a fanel.
I'm glad I am. So quickly, I think just a quick show of hands if everyone can, because this is a topic that is there for everyone. How many of you feel that in the next 3 to 5 years, your jobs will be, or roles will be severely impacted? Severely means you'll have a different role, or you may not have that role that you have because of AI. Yeah. So not a very high number, which is interesting. I thought this will be, either it's too cold in Delhi, so people don't want to take their arms out of their pockets, or people strongly believe that, no, nothing's going to change much. ये तो ऐसे ही चलेगा, रास्ते पे गड्ढे वैसे ही होंगे. So, there's nothing much going to change. But frankly, I had a very different opinion, maybe I'm biased, that I feel all our roles, leaders or none, would significantly change in the next 3 to 5 years. And because I was asking myself, why should people on a Friday morning listen to, advice, gyan, or anything you want to call it, from us? What is in it for them? And, I feel strongly, and maybe the data has biased me, that in the next, by 2030, more than 30% of the roles in India, because when we spoke about it, I wanted to make this conversation a lot about India, is going to change because of AI. In India, where the power of automation is always constricted because there's a cost comparison between automation and what does it take for us to do people. A clear example is autonomous cars, and do we need them, do we not need them, blah, blah, blah. But in India itself, and a significant, more than 50% of that 30% is going to be women. And when we spoke about it, I said, let's probably take the conversation to a slightly different level because I think we have a bigger responsibility. And that it's got to be not just women in tech, it's going to be women in agriculture, women in rural areas, women outside of what we as white-collar job people see are going to be seriously impacted by AI. And the main reason is, I think the second pole to you all, irrespective of whether you actually believe or not believe your roles are going to impact in the next 3 to 5 years, is have any of you, again the question to the panel as well, any of you considered the impact not just based on role, but based on tasks? What tasks do you do or your role wants you to do, and how is that task going to be impacted by AI? Any show of hands of someone who's looked at your role today and said, okay, on a regular day I do A, B, C, D, E, or on a regular week I do this, or a regular month I do this, and how is this going to be impacted? Okay, a fair sprinkling, but not a sprinkling. I'm not going to scare you, but I'm telling you, please do it. You don't know, and doesn't matter which age group you are in, all of us want to be relevant till the time we are, our mental faculties and are working. Whether you are in this side of 50 or that side of 50, you know what this and that means depending on where you are. You want to be relevant. And if you don't do the task-based analysis but do a job, for example, admin is a job. But admin does what tasks? If you individually don't do it, you'll probably be caught on the wrong foot. So that's my only piece of advice to myself and to all of you, that it's a serious consideration that you need to take. Coming back to, Lata, your point, it's a fact that this is the role that AI will have an impact on this is humongously biased towards the impact it will have on women. For the reasons you mentioned, for stuff that Manoj talked about, and I'm sure CP talked about in his session. Because by definition, a lot of the work from a volume population, just in my industry of IT and ITES, after a humongous amount of work, 32% or 35% of the workforce is women. But segregated down by tasks, then you'll probably find 70% of the women's roles are going to be seriously impacted within those tasks. So given that basis and fact, what do we do? How do we change it? I think there are some fundamental changes that needs to happen for each one of us, which is, I call it not fear, but awareness at a very high level. A little bit of anxiety, a little bit of nervousness. Because as Andy Grove said, the paranoia drives a lot of changes. And I think it's important that we all be a little paranoid about individual roles, then only it will change for the global role. And there are examples of what can be done. And I'm going to only mention a few examples of what can be done from a corporate policy and what organizations are doing. I think the first job, and this is not an HR's role only, this is a business and HR role jointly. Because your business is going to be impacted. We all know how diversity has benefited corporates. And that's the only reason I feel it will start to work when you put case studies of examples of leaders who are successful because they have put diverse teams together, not because it's a good thing to do on your report. If that's the reason you do it, then I think we are past that scheme. So you got to look at your profit and loss balance sheet, and you then realize that companies that are doing well have extremely high diversity in the way they do design products, divine customer service, customer care, and be able to create new services and solutions. And I'm talking overall diversity, not just gender diversity. They deliver that particular product and good much better. Similarly, if you don't reskill your women task force with the tasks, so one is do an assessment of what is called as the task-based role model, which is basically saying what are the tasks by every individual that can move on. And I'm giving a real-life example. When digital transformation happened or was happening, one of our clients, in Tech Mahindra, one of the largest telecom companies in the world, and sometimes, you know, you do this in our world where you have to impress the client, as in a business role. You give him every example but name it because you'll get into confidentiality issues. So this client, largest telco in the world, is in North America, should give you an idea about whom we are talking about. But what they did was they actually tasked down every guy's role and said to them that, listen, in 5 years, you are a network engineer in this company, your role will not exist. You have two choices. You can continue the way it is, we'll hand you a package at the end of 5 years, and we'll say bye. Or, if you want to be relevant, here are certain skilling programs which the role will transition into, so you may want to train yourself and do it. Choice is yours. So I think we need to do that for this policy of tasks for everyone, but more focused on women, because there could be a social impact because of the volume that you're doing. Second, there are examples globally that you can follow. Next to me, with Google, they're doing a lot of work on making sure that there is a policy and a gender parity being done for future. Salesforce is doing similarly a simple work of bring women back to work policy, which is about how to do this together. Avatar, an Indian group, is doing a similar work around how their HR policies will define coming back. Unido is doing a similar work in trying to make sure how to train women across the board. So Lata, there are enough examples, as they say in our music industry when they copy. They say we are inspired. They don't copy. So similarly, we have enough to be inspired by.
Thank you, Jagdish. It's understanding that there will be gender job losses that will happen, but how do you really adapt? Am I audible now? Okay, great, thank you. We all understand from your discussion, the reality is there will be job losses, but it's all about adapting and reskilling and looking at what is possible and accelerating the path of women.
And Lata, if I may add, it won't happen one fine morning. So when I saw the hands go up, small things will change. It's like watching your child. You know, those who have children, when we meet our buajis and grandparents, they made it to us, they make it to our children. Are kitte bade ho gaye ho? And we all felt embarrassed, now our children feel embarrassed. And it's not wrong, because they see them once in 5 years or 3 years. When we see our children every day, we don't see that transition.
It's a daily pain.
Sorry?
It's the daily pain that you see.
It's the daily pain. So to me, I think when your role changes, it won't happen overnight. Small tasks will go away. And then one fine morning, you'll realize 30% of your work is not needed by you. And then whether you are needed or not will be a question.
Fabulous. I'm going to go on to Shalaka. And Shalaka, the latest data for 2025 indicates that women are experiencing significant but uneven advancements in data and AI. And you and I had a long conversation, and I think it would take more than the next 30 minutes to cover all of that. But tell us about industrialization of women's jobs, and where are you seeing women actually needing to pick up skills beyond tech and beyond the code side?
Sure. So, I mean, you have spoken a lot about how the AI is sort of, at its inception, is trying to create a lot of bias in the industry. And I won't spend a lot of time on why AI and where AI, but I would just give two perspectives on where I see bias creeping in, right? There is a at the first level, there is a creator's bias, which is what I think got discussed in CP sir's session, and then also in Manoj sir's sessions in terms of the data being biased. And there are a lot of interventions we could do to sort of stop the bias in the data, but at the end of the day, if AI is trained on a biased data, the bias will get amplified. And so that responsibility of stopping it at the start goes to the creator's hand, and that's why it matters who is writing the code and what kind of diversity is sort of being imbibed there, and so on and so forth. The second gender-based impact, and I would say it is the first wave of impact, but we are seeing it in the roles. It's a good thing and a bad thing in my mind, right? AI will disrupt and change everything that we know, all jobs. There is no task, there is no work, there is no role that will be untouched in terms of transition. But we are not that mature in the tech. And so in the early days, we are pivoting on the optimizer kind of roles. It's like absolutely absurd to use AI for trying to create time-based efficiencies. The amount of energy we are burning for this right now is hilarious. So that's not the end goal of the tech. But currently in the first wave, we are getting started, and the roles that have got a lot of repetitive cognitive tasks are getting displaced. It feels like women are disadvantaged because those are the jobs that are predominantly held by women. Those are predominantly held by women because women got into the industry as secondary bread earners. So we never claimed our stake to the jobs that are at the top of the pyramid, and hence it feels like we are getting biased and we are getting unevenly disturbed. It's a good thing, in my view, because we get the early movers advantage now. If you look at all the large companies who have gone through layoffs in the current time, you will find that within a year, those companies are holding headcount neutral. What that means is that though there is a lot of noise being made on the layoffs, eventually the hiring is also happening. Because we are getting hit first, we are waking up earlier, and hence we have a higher chance of repivoting ourselves to claim those roles. And so I would rather say it's a good opportunity that can create an equitable future for us. Now, the second thing that I want us to sort of think about is, it's easy for me to just say repivot and get into the new roles, but what are we really talking about? From my vantage point, we need to look at the expanding pie. We don't really have to think about taking share of pie, because the pie is expanding and it's getting bigger. From where I stand, I see 4 industries in India that will eventually grow big, and there is a humongous amount of work that really has to happen in terms of transforming those industries. First one is agri-tech and food. The second one is healthcare. Third one is financial inclusion. And the fourth one is e-commerce or the retail that we know of. We are a population-rich country, and all of these industries, by design, will grow because of the sheer size of population that we hold. And there is a lot of work that needs to happen to create an equitable society in India, in all of those 4 sectors. If we are able to think about the scenarios where we can contribute with the tech in any of those industries, we will make ourselves useful to the society. And if we carry the skills that are eventually in some way are useful to the society, the path to monetization of those skills will follow. So I would rather pivot ourselves on what can I do to bring a step change into those industries. What do I need to learn to be able to do that, and then take it forward from there? At a broad level, I think there are 3 domains of skills. The first one is the builder side of AI. The second one is the user side of AI, and the third one is the maintainer and the serviceable side of AI. And I'll just give an example of what I mean by that, right? In the automobile industry, there are car builders, and then there are drivers. The drivers does not need to know about how a car is made or a design of the engine. But they really have to be very good at understanding the feature and functionalities that are exposed in the car so that you have a better drivability. And then there are maintainers, the service people, the mechanics, who do not need to understand fluid dynamics or aerodynamics, but they really need to go deep into how to fix something when it is broken. And there are those three landscapes of the roles that are really, really emerging in the industry. Depending on the skill that you currently carry, there is going to be a natural affinity for everyone to get biased towards one of these domains and figure out a learning path. To an industry, to a domain, we could go really deep into what that learning path looks like. And the beauty of this right now is that all the learning that you need to do to get there is actually digitally democratized. So as long as you have a device and a net access, you should be able to learn that. There is also an advantage that a lot of women have shied away from certain roles because we carry the responsibility of a primary caregiver or a nurturer in the families. So time is one of the highest valued commodity for a woman. And AI is dramatically reducing the time it takes to get the work done. And that also gives us an equitable stake to the table in terms of we managing our responsibilities and still are able to make consequential difference in the scheme of the things, right? So I would rather leave it at that lay of the land in terms of where we can go and what we can do.
Shalaka, thanks for giving it a very positive twist.
So if just one fiction, I mean, I read a lot of fiction and I just couldn't get away without saying this quote, folks, here. It takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. And this is our opportunity. We are all emotionally savvy people. It's our opportunity to really take that claim right now.
Thank you, Shalaka. And for me, it's the pull that you're getting back, it's like a sling, right? You pull it to go further. And I think let's look at the fact that there will be a risk to job, but how are we really readapting ourselves to really go further for high-end jobs rather than look at just the low-end jobs that are there. And with this, because we talked about financial, we talked about equitable, and we talked about other industries, I'm going to come to Dr. Archana Hingorani. You know, in 2024, female-only founding teams received 2.3% of total venture capital funding, while all male-funded companies received 83.6%. And mixed gender teams received 14.1%. Right? In a fast evolving world, first, as I was talking to Shalaka, the number of women founders is still very limited. What do you think holds women back when they're coming for VC funding? What are the barriers?
Okay, I'm going to go a little backward with you before coming to that. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, closer to the... You want to take this?
Now? So, you know, working inside large organizations, there would always be this question, right? Why are there not that many women? There are many reasons for it. It's the primary caregiver, it's the biases, there are many things that happen. And I remember one of the senior guys used to say to me, every time we hire, is a simple rule, you have to explain to me why this person is not female. Did you look for her in the first place? And while, you know, that's very nice to listen to, it would be very hard. You couldn't find people, right? It's very similar in funding also, whether venture capital, private equity, whatever you want to say. Are there solo women-led teams? Sure, there are. Are there teams that do what you want? Look, each fund manager has a different thesis. Maybe I'm not oriented towards the sectors that most women are founding. There's biases in that also. It's not like every female is in every sector. Let's say I am only, if I'm not doing e-commerce, where a large portion of companies are led by women, I may not be able to do that, right? So you're right that there are not that many women being funded, but quite honestly, I used the same lens when I got into it on my own, and I said, okay, every time we look at a company, let's find in that sector a female leading it. I couldn't get that combination going, right? So while that may be my desire and my wanting to get it done that way, the sample available for you to pick and choose from may not necessarily have that component, right? So some of the stories that we talk about, these are all numbers, right? Only 2% get funded. Yes, 2% get funded. I have only 8 companies in my portfolio. The first one, 2 of them are led by women. Why are they led by women? Because in those sectors, I could find them. That doesn't mean I did a better job. It's just that they were there in those sectors, right? And so every time you look at a lens, when you use the larger numbers to say only this is happening, there's a context to it. And you have to go through the context to understand whether it can happen or not. That doesn't mean you don't try, right? Now, I can tell you that when 2017, so AI is not new to the world, we all know that. It came about in 1960s, and I'm a Pittsburgher, so I can tell you in Carnegie Mellon, that's where it was founded. It was being used for space, for government services, etc. Only when it became bite-sized did we find that, in 2023, suddenly all of us are talking as if we know it very well, right? In 2017, when I started this fund, every investor would say, what is AI? What is machine learning? What is deep tech? We don't understand. You use the same language today, any man can walk in and raise funding. I will still struggle, right? That's because there is a bias in selection. We all know that. But I'm saying it's so difficult to, in this new age, because I don't think there is any startup or any company in this world or any human being who's not saying they're in this space. Because you're seeing the advantage of it and you're also seeing that that's the wave, right? 8 years ago, when we said that every company has to go into AI, and that's why we started selecting those companies, there are not many people thinking about it. It was not because I was forward-looking. It's an age-old idea. It just came into this bite size, and suddenly we all are sitting in this panel. It's become an active. So my point to you is that we can quote as many statistics, and we'll always land up short saying that there is this bias, right?
So I'm going to do a follow-up question on that.
Yeah.
Let me share. I'm going to do a follow-up question on that is, what are the guardrails that you would define for women startups? I think that's very important as well. You will see more women startups coming in. One is scarcity that is there, but you are going to, over the next decade, I'm assuming, would be more women-led organizations or startups coming in, and they may not only be in tech, they would be, like CP said, you have to find a solution to problems, and we've seen over multiple decades of history, women do find solution to problems and they identify the problems. What would be the guardrails that you would define for women-led founders?
So it's a very difficult question to answer because, okay. So I think the guardrails are more about what you want is this term that we keep using, Equiverse, right? So we want to be able to, even if we have female founders, we want to be able to have the same view on what we do as versus when men entrepreneurs come into the room, right? And that guardrail itself has to be, that's the crux of it, right? And I'm not saying we need to emulate what men do. I think we need to do things in a way that the interpretation is not because you're a woman, right? I remember that there used to be instances where, and pardon me, there have been instances where people because of biases will talk to you as if you're a female when required, but when tasks come to the table, they behave like you're any other guy, right? And I remember one conversation in a boardroom where somebody looked at me and said, pardon my French, there's a lady in the room. So I asked him, which lady are you talking about? Please answer that question for me, right? So that thought process is not available at this point. So coming back to your question, are there guardrails? I think they have to, like CP said, I don't have an answer for you. The point is that you have to keep doing it in a manner which allows you to, and I'm not a big fan of saying we are all women in this. I'm not a big fan. Just, it creates the opposite of diversity. You want to be a leader, you be a leader. You're a female, you do it. But that doesn't mean you bring 5 more females only because you want to say that we are an all-female team. Okay? It brings the reverse problem of biases into your businesses, right? So while you said, you know, only 40% are funded, etc., I'm saying that's the right combination to be funded.
So I think, thank you. I think it's the intent that Jagdish talked about, that all of us are really getting to is their intent, and if all fields being equal, more women will get funded. Again, it is on a measurement that you're defining for, I would say, financial success as well, because as VC fund, you have to obviously look at where there is profit, where there is money compounding, rather than just look at the diversity factor and feel good factor. It is the intention that you have is to grow money of your investors.
Yeah, so I'm going to corroborate his point. One of the things that I learned over many, many years, okay, and thanks to some large investors who pushed me to go and sit on some UN panels, etc., represent them for sustainability, right? That's where I first, this is, I don't know, 2003, 4, when, you know, we were very early on that landscape for India, and the whole panels would talk about, we have done this, you know, this country, Germany, China, and I'm sitting there saying, I have no story to tell, right? Learning from that, we implemented, and I carried it into the funds that we started when I started off on my own, is that it is valid and true and provable that you create sustainability profiles early on in organizations, their profitability, their metrics change dramatically. Now, when you go into young companies and startups, imagine a conversation with them where you're saying that, okay, this business plan is okay, but what are you doing for, what is your male-female ratio? Are you doing it correctly, right? You'll see this glass face come in front of you because they're like, I don't know where my salary is coming from the next day and you want me to worry about it. But as a policy, if you implement it from day one, it's like giving children early hygiene habits which allow them to be better individuals when they grow. So for every investment that we do, we actually insist whether you have 0 revenue or 5 crores revenue, what are you doing for gender parity? What are you doing for the environment? What are you doing for governance, right? You start on that, you can create audit for AI, you can do all of those things, but you have to start early with them.
I think I'm going to take that point and come to you, Jagdish, and it all comes to intent, but also the fact that you cannot have diversity stand alone, right? That's not the benchmark or the metric that you want to only look at. It's not a CSR activity that you're doing. And you talked about sustainability, and all of us look at organizations that keep saying sustainability, but the actual sustainability is how is it built into every process that you have in the organization. So, Jagdisha, keeping humans not in the loop but in the center, but I would say women in the center, how do you really design for a larger organization to ensure that there is gender equity, or there is an equiverse in a corporate world as well? Because we don't want it to be only at the bottom of the chain, but we want a human-centric approach where humans, both genders, or like I said, larger genders are in the design stage itself.
I think just very interesting points that you made about how to look at startups and this, because I can only relate to my personal experience, having run pretty much 55% of our TechM business, which was from just a simple resource headcount perspective. Lata knows, from 180,000 people company that we built, and my journey was, when it started, was with 70 people. So over the last 31 years in the company. So when I left as the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer, we were 180,000, and I ran 55% of that business. A lot of these questions became policy discussions. Now I run a slightly smaller company as a startup, about 25 people. So between 185,000 to 25 is a question that I ask myself first, saying gender parity, gender diversity, या प्रोडक्ट को ठीक करना है, जो बेटर लगे इस पैसे में इसको हायर करो, and get the job done is always top of mind. I, however, feel that we have this conversation, maybe because some of us have come from a corporate background with leaders, but we don't, honestly, I have to admit that we don't push it hard enough. Why? Because I think leaders like me need to show people, which I have always believed has worked for the question that I made about diversity, is we learn from examples. And, you know, if it works in Accenture or Tech Mahindra or Wipro, is the reason why we should do it is never the answer to a startup. Like you said, we don't know what will be our runway 3 months later, or the product will fail or succeed, and how will it succeed. That conversation is way more important in everyone's mind rather than the gender diversity. But what I think, if VCs like yourselves and leaders like us can at least showcase, these are the 4 examples, and that's what worked at least in the larger corporate, is to give examples of saying those who created product teams with gender diversity, this is what their growth was. Even for us, this is how their funding changed. So outcomes and results define actions way more than what I call, for pardon again the Hindi here, is the fact that general Gandhi ji gyan won't work. कि सच बोलना चाहिए. सबको पता है सच बोलना चाहिए, but उससे होता क्या है? So if you don't show him 3 examples कि सच बोलो तो ऐसा होता है और तुमको फायदा होता है, तो people won't join. But to come to your question, Lata, on how to ensure that this gets delivered and there is maybe the life of having an AI co-worker in this journey is how we named our company as a starting point, humanizedtech.ai. Because when people ask me that, is this an HR company? I first my answer was that no, it's a deep tech company that we have a vision to build, with an answer saying that not every deep tech company needs to come from Silicon Valley, but what we are trying to do. But then I said, why is it not an HR company? Why is a company an HR company or not a company? Can there be a company which is not HR if you're dealing with? So to us, human has got to be at the center, not in the loop, for being able to deliver technology. And the roles will change, but the human will probably always be there to make the role happen. In that world, I think the first answer, Lata, is that it starts from leadership. And there is no answer that you can say that you can put policies, etc., etc. And nothing will ever work unless and until it is measurable. So we can all talk till the cows come home, but we will never be able to deliver the result unless we figure out whether it is the funding partner is a VC in a startup's case, or it's self-funded, or in a larger corporation, the board. Unless and until there is a measure of saying, how do I know this organization is equitable? And parallelly putting together an example of saying the board believing and the investors believing that this is good for the company's business metrics. And that's where I think the start happens of defining what will an organization do to be able to leverage AI as a co-worker rather than a good thing to do. And we all know, and I was reading statistics thanks to you inviting us on the panel, or me on the panel, India itself has an impact of 12 million jobs by 2030. Now, take statistics wherever it is, but 12 million is a humongous number where jobs creation is a bigger challenge here in this country today. And therefore the responsibility lies all across us, especially with organizations where unless and until you make the CEO, the founder, and the next level people accountable by showing that this is what you need to do in order to deliver better business growth, and this is a key metric for business growth, this won't change. So the responsibility lies for us to be able to put that metric.
Thank you, Jagdish, because earlier in the conversation with CP, I think, Bhavna was it, she also talked about how critical it is to have metrics and measurements, because that shows the progress as well. But you know where you are from a starting point. You wanted to add something, Archana?
One very quick thing, like you said, metrics is important. money is important, right? So if you give money with criteria saying that you will do A, B, C, D, you will start that process.
That's what
And
I meant.
That's exactly what we do.
That's what I
So we-
meant, that, like we put it in our company, this thing that Humanize is about humans and tech coming together at the center, not in the loop. Similarly, who are VCs like yourselves will say that I'm not putting it because of the metric, because I know that you will deliver better growth. Here are 4 examples. As I said in my first opening, you should be inspired by, copy mat karna, but inspire ho jana us gaane se. So the point is, if you do that, I think people will learn faster. And put where, like you said, ultimately for most people, is business making sense? Then they will put the right metric.
I'm going to come back to Shalaka because you raised an important point about how leaders and the board and the other people who are looking at an organization have the intent and design that they want to do. Again, it's for profit. The entire is for business to succeed. You can't talk about gender parity and not have a business that is successful. But Shalaka, you talked about growth and roles and career trajectories. Most of the data that we have is around men leading organizations. The percentage of men in the database is much more, right? And the leadership roles that women are emulating or looking up to have also been men. So where do you really bring in the context of how do you train women for the next leadership roles in their career journey? How do we bring AI to work in this entire piece? And what are you seeing real life examples of using AI for women to grow in their careers?
So 2-3 things. I think first is both of my panelists have talked about profitability, money, success. I think it all boils down to meritocracy. We don't have, I think with the advent of AI, the age of ordinary is over, which means that each one of us has an opportunity to elevate the role, the task, the behavior to the best possible version that we could get to. And if you're not able to elevate with the aids that are available, then somebody else is already going to train the model to do it better way, right? So I think medical profession, lawyers, everywhere this will hit us. So the idea is you don't become good enough at something. You really become very good at few things. That's the core in my mind on how the learnings needs to pivot. The second thing is, in the frenzy of thinking about data, we are over pivoting on data, is how I look at the scenario. Again, there is a very good quote by Einstein which says, not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. So we have to really anchor ourselves on, do we have the right definition of what success means? Do we have the right definition of what growth means? And today, a lot of time, I face it all the time in terms of the feedback that I get on what a good leader means, what a good performance means. And lot of times, that definition of good is already biased. And so me trying to fit into that is actually going to enhance the bias. And so somewhere we need a voice of reason to say, though this is not seen in the data, I think this is the truth. And we need to really just rethink and repivot on how some of those things can be changed, right? So that's the second aspect of how leaders need to think about redefining some of the success criteria and metrics. The third thing that I see in the teams, right? Like especially when you are trying to write an algorithm or trying to train a model, how do you know whether your data is biased or not? You won't know it because you are biased. And so the only way to solve for this problem is to have diverse teams on the table. If you don't have enough diversity in the teams who are working on certain models, certain data preparation, certain data sets, you will never catch it. And that is why the importance of diversity in AI comes from, right? You really need those people on the table. The second aspect of that is also figuring out how do you remove bias or increase fairness in the system. And lot of times this sort of pivots to putting human in the loop. And if those humans are not diverse enough, you again have sort of exacerbated the problems, right? So again, you need, wherever you are trying to bring an intervention, you need a diversity and a diverse perspective to come in. The problem that we do in the organization is we hire with an intent of diversity, and then we try to make them as clones of somebody else, and then we just lose the entire beauty of diversity that comes into the organization, right? So, because somewhere we are told that the success is predefined somewhere. So, I think those are like the systemic issues that need to change. But again, to come to the education of what an individual can do, I will again sort of anchor ourselves to the point that it has to start with an intent. If we don't own what we want to be, somebody else will definitely dictate it for us. So it has to start with an intent. It has to start with clear acknowledgement of the fact that this is a risk that I carry, this is what I want to be, and here is what I can do about it. The only thing, at least in the urban India, where you have access to technology and digital connections, the only thing that is standing between you and the learning is your own motivation, in my mind, right? As long as you're motivated enough, it will happen. The problem in the rural India is different, and that is where we need a lot of institutional, societal interventions to come in. And like I was recently reading a government policy of what they call as Drone Didi. I think it was done in Uttarakhand, where government basically said that because the farms are so difficult to navigate, we can have the farmers get access to drones. But guess what? The drones are funded, the operator or the operating skills of drones are funded, the maintenance is funded by government, provided it's a lady who is doing it. And those are the interventions that we need, because there is no gender parity there. There is no gender bias in how you learn to navigate a drone. It's by default going to men, because that's how we have seen our society function. So some of those government interventions really work really well at the grassroots level in my mind. But other than that, I think the only thing that is coming in between is our motivation.
I like this. Yeah, Jagdish, yeah.
I just wanted to comment on your first question that you asked, Shalaka. I think very good points, but just a quick one based on what we learned, especially here in the North, when there were lots of lack of respect for women, if you may. And people said, how do we train our girls and women to be self-reliant, fight back, this, that, whatever. But I think the answer lies in training our boys, and in turn to be how to respect. Similarly, here also, the answer lies in training the men to be realizing that there is value in creating that equitable opportunity in gender diversity. Not just training the women to look for it, but the larger population to be trained is on the other side.
As we all said, right, it's the intent on both sides, not just the women, but both sides. The second is the fact that you need to be adaptable, and it has to be a merit-based. I think that's the piece. Keeping gender aside, the discussion is more on merit-based, and you having a passion to do it, and then obviously the governance and policies that come in to help balance what is so unbalanced as of now. But before we end the session, I want you, and we do this for every panel discussion, is to give each one of you to give one single actionable piece of advice to people in this room that they can implement over the next 1 week. We're not saying over the next 10 years, over the next 1 month, but something that they can do over the next 1 week and say they have taken the first step, because we said it's not about having immediate results, but taking the first step. So, Jagdish, do you want to start? Yeah.
So I'll start from a general statement that I think AI today, and I don't know what will be next time, what technology, because every technology seems to have the same bigger and bigger impact. AI today has the biggest impact of creating and being the tool to be making sure there is gender parity. On the other hand, it has the power to probably create the biggest inequality. So you have to choose which side you want to be on. And I think the conversation starts from where we started this morning, at least my point, that this week, please make a list of the tasks that you do and see how much of it will get impacted by AI. Whether you are a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. If 12 million jobs are going to be lost in 2030 in India, what will it impact your job by? Just make that task list to be aware.
So it starts with yourself.
It starts with yourself, because only when you are aware of what will happen to you, will you probably play a slightly bigger role of what will change the world.
Shalaka?
I'll give you two answers. One is as an individual what you should do, and if you are sort of leading a team or an organization, what you can do. As an individual, just don't get settled. Assume that you are going to get disrupted. Figure out what is the opportunity for you to unlearn and what is that you want to learn. Set that path, you are sort of set according to me. And then the second thing is, if you are leading a team, if you're leading an organization, don't settle for cost efficiency problem. Settle for a revenue generating problem to use AI. This way, your business will grow and you will find more opportunities rather than pivoting on how can I sort of optimize my headcount and so on and so forth.
I'm going to add to what Jagdish said. In order to do what he said, you'll be surprised at where all AI is. There's a website called There Is an AI for That. Please go there. Please review it. You will see how many tasks are already, there is an AI for that.
Thank you. We have time. From my side, I'd say is be a moderator, because you learn so much by preparing for moderation and interacting with very, very intelligent panelists. So your learning increases automatically and you have a lot of stuff to do over the next 1 week. Question, the gentleman here raised it.
The companies will lay off and the jobs will, white collar job will be in trouble or so. But there is a, number of cases from 2023 onwards. There are a number of companies, they are calling back their employees. There is one Sweden company, 700 employees they lay off, and the company CEO, they said the quality of services they are not getting from the AI. So they have called back. IBM, they are also mentioned that. There are 3-4 companies in the world globally. They are calling back their employees because they are not getting the quality of services, customer satisfactions with the use of AI. Now this is the AI, it's biased. Yes, you rightly mentioned. Is it really works? Is it artificial or real?
So is
that
AI
we have to
real or
see.
not?
Because artificial jewelry, artificial color, artificial food, everything is not good for human being. So maybe this is artificial, maybe not good for the human being. So that we have to see over the period. Now you see what next AI? Post AI, what next? So we have to prepare. Yes, upskilling is important.
Sir,
First Gen AI, then agentic AI, then physical AI, then imperative AI, then what next will be there?
So we have just 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave it to Jagdish to answer that on artificial food as well. But can you answer that, and then we can take that.
No, sir. First of all, very, very, very nice question. मेरे जैसे लोगों को तो चाहिए, because I am just not intelligent, so I need a lot of artificial intelligence. But agentic AI, please don't comment on it. I'm raising money, so on an agentic AI platform, it's on the basis of that we are building money platform. On a serious note, sir, this is for real. I'm glad there is a Swedish company. I'm glad that there is IBM, that they're bringing jobs back. So the ratio is a little skewed, sir. If you look at the data of tech companies, just because you talked about tech, and I'm part of tech, who have clear, amazing amount of research which we don't see on a regular basis, which are doing only to make sure there is development, growth for their product, for their business based on AI, and next is AGI. You don't know where the line of research is ending. The reality is right there for us to see, sir. So my recommendation, sir, would be, please be ready to prepare for a world where artificial intelligence in its different avatars will have a significant impact on jobs. I didn't say jobs, roles may change, number of people employed may not change or increase, hopefully, but these roles that we are doing today, I am pretty clear that it will definitely change, sir.
I just wanted to comment on tech companies rehiring. It's a skill that is different that is being rehired, and we talked about, yes, some job roles will disappear, but skills that are in demand will be hired back. So it's not the headcount reduction that happens, it's the type of skill set requirement that is coming in is very different. And so hiring will be a continuous process for any organization. It's just the skill set change will be there. And that's where each employee needs to really either be in the job and keep reinventing themselves, or take a break and reinvent and then be hired back.
I just want to add 2 lines. If you allow.
Just 2. Yeah.
When the computer came, there was a hype that the jobs will go up, blah, 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 blah. What is the position? Is there any data? How many jobs went off the layoff because of this thing? No, no one. It increased. Okay. So my second question is, yes, AI is being used by cyber. 23,500 crore rupees lost, financial loss because of this cyber AI. AI, use of AI, if something goes wrong, who will be accountable, responsible? The doctor, developer, architect, or the clinical, or the end user? Who will be responsible? Financial institutions, the disbursement of loan wrongly because of the AI use, who will be responsible? The person who is sitting there? No AI developer is taking responsibility, accountability. Yes, we will be responsible for cyber, for not properly used or this thing. TCS, they lost the renewal of contract M&S because of the cyber just recently.
Sir.
Though TCS refuted, but they have not came out what was the reason why the contract was not renewed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sir, we'll take that discussion over tea, but I think whichever organization, human remains still centric to it. Every technology advancement will have pros and cons, and I think all of us understand, even from industrialization. Yeah, yeah. Shubha, no, there's first the gentleman before you, Shubha was there, I think, before you.
Yeah, so Jagdish, Shalaka, Archana ma'am, great thoughts, thank you so much. And Lata, big fan of yours, always building on your merit point. See, so I am Shubha Gupta from IBM, and within our deliveries, we are trying to weave in a lot of what you've said already. So be it diversity, be it AI, be it agentic AI. But the challenge on ground is, even if I roll up the red carpet for them, give them the Ferrari, they're so caught up on their BAU that plugging in something new or plugging in even the required is a task for them. So what are the strategies at your workplace that you all are adopting to propagate, improvise, make it easier for delivery to pick this up?
Can I make a request here?
Yeah,
we'll get Shalaka to answer quickly, and then you can have a discussion during the tea break with her.
And I'm sure all of you would want tea now.
So we can talk over the tea, but see, I think it's more like setting up as part of the process. That's what I think works most of the times. Like, for example, can a code be sort of pulled or committed to a pipeline if it is not passing a fairness test? Like, if it becomes mandatory in your SDLC, it is enforced. Yeah.
Yeah, responsible
please.
AI.
I have a general question, please, madam.
Can we take it over tea? We have a tea break, and all 3 panelists are still here to answer your questions. But thank you, Jagdish, Shalaka, Archana. It's been really, really good to. I think you moderated yourself.
May I request if you all can just get together? We'll do a small picture. And you know, sometimes a session will leave you. Sometimes a session leaves you with a jolt of recognition, and I think this is what's happened. A lot of us had walked in thinking they'll talk tools and trends, but actually what they've told us is you need courage and use AI as an enabler. We are going to take a short break of 10 minutes. It's 11:23 by my watch, so let's come back at 11:33. And all I want to tell you is We've got some very interesting merchandise outside that captures the spirit of the day and spirit of TalentNomics. Do go out and look at some of these very nice mugs and tote bags. And what's important is my favorite tea is equity. So please do go check that out as well. See you guys in 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lata, Shalaka, Archana, and thank you, Jagdish, for bearing with all of us. Thank you. Lovely. We will not communicate you. But lovely to hear you. Yeah, thank you.
AI needs to be gender inclusive. What forms of artificial intelligence do you know? Alexa, Siri, Cortana? They all have female names, but have mostly been developed by men. AI reflects real-life gender inequalities. In 2018, 85% of people working in machine learning and artificial intelligence were men. Interactive voice assistants are usually female by default, reinforcing the stereotypes of women being humble and helpful assistants. We should address AI inequalities and stereotypes and turn it into an opportunity to be more inclusive and respectful of diversity. A diverse society is a strong and rich society. The same goes for AI.
These are very nice. That's
Yes,
why I wanted you to
absolutely.
come.
Siri, Cortana? They all have female names, but have mostly been developed by men. AI reflects real-life gender inequalities. In 2018, 85% of people working in machine learning and artificial intelligence were men. Interactive voice assistants are usually female by default, reinforcing the stereotypes of women being humble and helpful assistants. We should address AI inequalities and stereotypes and turn it into an opportunity to be more inclusive and respectful of diversity. A diverse society is a strong and rich society. The same goes for AI. Its development should respect the right to equality and dignity of all people. To know more about UNESCO's work on AI, check out our website.
Yes, I'm a girl. And yes, I am a boy. और हाँ, कभी-कभी आप सबके लिए ये मानना काफी डिफिकल्ट होता है कि मुझे भी रोना आता है कि काश मुझे भी अच्छी लग सकती है और पिंक हम दोनों का फेवरेट कलर हो सकता है। चिल माँ, इट्स जस्ट अ कलर। एंड यू नो वी कैन बोथ लव स्पोर्ट्स, चाहे जितनी भी बार गिरे। घर का काम मैं भी सीख सकता हूँ। सिर्फ मैं नहीं, कभी ये भी मानना बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है कि हम दोनों सेम ड्रीम देख सकते हैं। हवा में ऊंचा उड़ने का ड्रीम, या जमीन पर ठुमकने का ड्रीम, सुपर हीरो बनने का ड्रीम, स्टाइल से जीने का ड्रीम। ड्रीम तो ड्रीम होता है ना। हम एक दूसरे से जीत सकते हैं, हम एक दूसरे से हार सकते हैं। But Ma, Pa, we are not here to win or lose. We are here to live as an equal generation. So when you're making the rules, please same rules बनाना, हम दोनों के लिए। And raise us, not the way you were raised, but the way we were born. Equal.
आपके भाई या पापा कोई है?
बताओ क्या हुआ? वो भी आके मुझे ही बताएंगे।
दिस इज फैंटास्टिक वर्क। प्रिंसिपल मैडम को अच्छे से प्रेजेंट भी करना पड़ेगा। क्या बोलोगे?
This windmill is actually a model of a wind turbine, and it's powered by a motor of this old toy car. And you know, we made this to emphasize that we must switch now to wind energy. How was the class today for you? So awesome.
मैं കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം പഠിക്കാൻ ये देखो क्या हाथ बना। वाओ मिया, ये सब तुमने बनाया है? सबकी बेटियां प्रिंसेसेस और फेरीज बन के आएंगी और उनके बीच में मेरी बेटी डस्टबिन कैप पहन के रोबोट बन के खड़ी रहेगी। कैसे लगेगा?
पापा मैं करूं? मुझे पता है मैं कुछ फोन पे
गोरेशन चेंज करो, तुम्हारे कपड़े गंदे हो जाएंगे। अंदर आ।
सॉल्यूशंस देते हैं, फिर भी मुझे नज़रअंदाज कर देते हैं। शायद ये जगह मेरे लिए है ही नहीं इशू।
मैं समझ सकती हूँ तुम्हें क्या महसूस हो रहा है। इन रास्तों से मैं भी कई बार गुजरी।
कोणती स्त्री एवढा भार का उचलेल?
ज्ञानाचा भार अज्ञानाच्या भारापेक्षा खूप हलका असतो। कहा लड़की हो सिलाई सीख लो, तो मैंने जख्मों की सिलाई सीख ली। कहा
अपनों का ध्यान रखो, तो मैंने सबका ध्यान रखना सीख लिया।
ये रिसर्च लेबोरेटरी है, कोई औरत दिख रही है यहाँ पे? What does that tell you?
Tells me that दुनिया की आधी आबादी की पूरी क्षमता देखना अभी बाकी है। कभी कभी तो मन में कड़वाहट आ ही जाती थी, इसीलिए मैंने दुनिया की सबसे मीठी शुगर केन इजाद कर दी।
मैडम, आपके बुक की बाइंडिंग हो गई है।
थैंक यू।
अच्छा, थीसिस लिखने में आपके पति तो आपकी मदद करते होंगे ना?
बिल्कुल। जब रात भर मैं अपना थीसिस लिखती थी ना, तो बच्चों को खाना वही खिलाती थी। क्षितिज सिमट रहा था। मैंने आसमान को छुआ और उसे बड़ा कर दिया तुम्हारे लिए। अभी आसमान जितना सबका है, उतना ही तुम्हारा है। तुम्हारी हर उड़ान में, तुम्हारी हर राह पर अब तुम अकेली नहीं हो। मैं कई संघर्षों की ताकत, कई सफलताओं की मिसाल, कितने अरमान, कितने अनुभव मुझ में आज समाये हैं। मैं आयशु, और अब मैं तुम्हारे साथ।
AI needs to be gender inclusive. What forms of artificial intelligence do you know? Alexa, Siri, Cortana? They all have female names, but have mostly been developed by men. AI reflects real-life gender inequalities. In 2018, 85% of people working in machine learning and artificial intelligence were men. Interactive voice assistants are usually female by default, reinforcing the stereotypes of women being humble and helpful assistants. We should address AI inequalities and stereotypes and turn it into an opportunity to be more inclusive and respectful of diversity. A diverse society is a strong and rich society. The same goes for AI. Its development should respect the right to equality and dignity of all people. To know more about UNESCO's work on AI, check out our website.
Can I request everyone to please come back inside? We're about to start in another 3-4 minutes.
अच्छी लग सकती है। और पिंक हम दोनों का फेवरेट कलर हो सकता है। Chill ma, it's just a color. And you know, we can both love sports. चाहे जितनी भी बार गिरे। घर का काम मैं भी सीख सकता हूँ। सिर्फ मैं नहीं। कभी ये भी मानना बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है कि हम दोनों सेम ड्रीम देख सकते हैं। हवा में ऊंचा उड़ने का ड्रीम,
या जमीन पर ठुमकने का ड्रीम,
सुपर हीरो बनने का ड्रीम।
स्टाइल से जीने का ड्रीम।
ड्रीम तो ड्रीम होता है ना। हम एक दूसरे से जीत सकते हैं,
हम एक दूसरे से हार सकते हैं।
But Ma, Pa,
we are not here to win or lose.
We are here to live as an equal generation.
So when you are making the rules,
please same rules बनाना।
हम दोनों के लिए।
And raise us,
not the way you were raised,
but the way we were born. Equal.
आपके भाई या पापा कोई है?
बताओ क्या हुआ? वो भी आके मुझे ही बताएंगे।
This is fantastic work. प्रिंसिपल मैडम को अच्छे से प्रेजेंट भी करना पड़ेगा। क्या बोलोगे?
This windmill is actually a model of a wind turbine, and it's powered by a motor of this old toy car. And you know, we made this to emphasize that we must switch now to wind energy.
Can I request everyone to please come back inside? We're going to start in exactly 3 minutes.
मुझे पता है मैं कुछ फॉर्मेट
गोरेशन चेंज करो, तुम्हारे कपड़े गंदे हो जाएंगे। अंदर आ।
इतने सॉल्यूशंस देते हैं फिर भी मुझे नज़रअंदाज कर देते हैं। शायद ये जगह मेरे लिए है ही नहीं इशू।
मैं समझ सकती हूँ तुम्हें क्या महसूस हो रहा है। इन रास्तों से मैं भी कई बार गुजरी हूँ।
कोणती स्त्री एवढा भार का उचलेल?
ज्ञानाचा भार अज्ञानाच्या भारापेक्षा खूप हलका असतो। कहा लड़की हो सिलाई सीख लो, तो मैंने जख्मों की सिलाई सीख ली। कहा अपनों का ध्यान रखो, तो मैंने सबका ध्यान रखना सीख लिया।
Hi everyone. Note to self, a 10-minute tea break is never a 10-minute tea break. as we are writing next year's agenda, Disha, Ina, note to self, 10-minute tea breaks don't work. But I want to just request everybody to start settling down. I know.
Welcome back, everyone. And I'm just hoping that in the next 2 minutes, we'll just have the rest of the crowd back in the room as well. I can promise you this is going to be a session you're going to love, continuing with what's been happening in the earlier part of this morning. And for me, this is very, very special because one of the fireside chat ladies is a friend of mine whom I'm meeting after 33 years today. So once she's here, I'll embarrass her a little bit when she's on stage. So we are very, very pleased to host a fireside chat that explores how AI and data can drive financial inclusion and equitable access to prosperity, ensuring that technology not only creates wealth, but distributes opportunity fairly. And the fact that we're going to have two ladies here, you're going to enjoy the kind of conversation that we have in mind for you. Joining us for this chat are two exceptional leaders. Soumya Rajan, founder and CEO of Waterfield Advisors. May I request you to come up here? India's largest multifamily office and wealth advisory firm with over 2.5 decades of experience in private banking and wealth management. Soumya is a pioneering voice for ethical, conflict-free advisory and inclusive financial growth. In a world where money talks, Soumya Rajan listens and builds trust before portfolios. And I can tell you it's all true because I have known her for almost 50 years now. And this is my friend who I got to meet after 33 years today. Thanks to TalentNomics. And next, another very, very exemplary woman who is also my TalentNomics sister, Anita George. May I welcome you on stage? Independent director on the boards of Tata Sons and First Solar USA. She's a globally respected leader in sustainable finance and infrastructure. Her work with the World Bank and IFC has been instrumental in advancing renewable energy and gender-balanced leadership across sectors. Together, we have a very, very powerful set of women on the stage who will bring in perspectives on how intelligence, human and artificial, can be harnessed to make prosperity more inclusive and enduring. And Anita is a very special part of the journey with Ipsita since they started TalentNomics. So over to you, ladies. And for me, this is really emotional, so I'm hoping everybody is back in, because Soumya and Anita are going to give you perspectives that you're going to take back home for sure.
Should be on. Thank you, Lavang, and thank you very much, TalentNomics, for inviting me to be able to sit on this podium with Soumya, who I am a die-hard fan of. And here's a wonderful example of a woman who has built her own business from scratch and made it really successful, someone we can all look up to. And so I'm all ears to hear what you're saying. And if you're wondering, where's the fire in the fireside chat? It's right here. So over to you, Soumya.
First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be with all of you today at TalentNomics. It was such a pleasure to hear about just the mission of what TalentNomics does. So Ipsita, big congratulations to you. And it's absolutely wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Thanks. So as the whole trends that was set since the morning, we'd like this to be as interactive. So we are going to just chat between us for maybe 20 minutes. And then we'd like to leave 10 minutes open for your questions. And I'm going to give a shout out to especially all the women in the room to please feel free to ask tough questions. So, Soumya, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Just so when we were thinking about this fireside chat, one of the things that we thought about is one of the elephants in the room has always been around the gender wealth gap, which is there, and why is it there, and why has it been perpetrating? So that's one of the things we thought we'd want to just share our perspectives on. And then after that, a little bit around how AI may try to solve that issue, and a couple of other issues that we wanted to just discuss. And I'll go first in terms of what I'm seeing in the gender wealth space and the gap specifically. So for us, when I look at wealth, and I've been in this industry now for 30 years, there are two elements about why is it that women are standing at a position which is less than men when it comes to wealth. And it's in the areas of being structural issues as well as behavioral issues. When you look at the structural issues, fundamentally women earn less, but to the extent of almost 20 to 25% less than men for the same job. Now that means that if they earn less, they save less. If they save less, they invest less. If they invest less, they make less wealth. In terms of building their wealth corpus. So that's a structural issue which is fundamentally there. At the same time, women also have intermittent incomes because they take career breaks, whether it's for their children or whether it's for, let's say, their elder care, or just because they just need a break. There are different reasons why women take breaks, but it means that the income is therefore not linear. Now, when it's not linear, again, same issue arises. You don't earn enough, don't save enough, don't invest enough, can't create enough wealth. So structurally, there is one issue that a bunch of people are trying to solve. And I think now with more disclosures about women's pay as well, I think this is something that will get addressed. The second is really the part the place where I think AI can actually help, which is the behavioral side. And on the behavioral side, we're looking at a bunch of things. Fundamentally, women save but don't invest. That means that because they're always worried about this intermittent income, they don't really put money into building assets or having asset ownership, which is ultimately where wealth sits. So one part is around just this kind of progression from one stage to the next. The second is just lower literacy. Most women tend to not be as financially fluent. The moment you say money, everybody's running the other way. You say finance, everybody's definitely running the other way. Whereas it's sometimes to do with a bit of preconditioning about why is it that we need to have we even need to talk about the fact that women need to have a slightly different relationship with money. So I think that's a bias which is sitting that women themselves inherently feel. The third is really around just the mindset. So we lack an enormous amount of confidence when it comes to investing because we feel that we will be judged by other people if we make a mistake. So we are so reticent and so worried that we'll make a mistake that we don't even take the first step. So advice to women again, that mindset has to change, the literacy has to change, the path on which we go from saving to investing to building wealth has to change. These are things that fundamentally AI can do. It can give you that assurance, it can give you that nudge, it can give you that comfort. Perhaps the other point that AI can help with is time. Women are always multitasking on a number of different issues, and you always think that I've got to make the time to go and meet a wealth manager in order to start looking for investing. But that's not true. Now with the kind of digital platforms you have, the kind of access to information you have, AI is enabling that and removing these behavioral barriers that was fundamentally sitting. So I'll let Anita come in on a couple of her points.
Thanks. Please set it off. Thanks, Soumya, and I couldn't agree more about, the fact that you laid out the whole evolution of, or the chain of, why we see less of women investing. But what I'm seeing, and I'm the eternal optimist, is that there are more women starting to invest, and the whole culture of retail investments, which was new also to men, we essentially depended on institutions and banks, and as you said, savings was the way to go. If we think about our parents, the FDs they created, which many of us inherited, was the extent of financial intermediation on a retail level. Whereas now we see a lot more active investment, particularly among the men, but the women are also catching up. And that's where I see AI can play a real powerful role. But I come back to your point on confidence. And one of the things, actually all the points you made are relevant, and I'll just use my own example of the first and foremost is that you believe that you don't have time. So an advice to all the men and women in the room is one has to think of financial investments almost as you do of self-care. I wouldn't go to the extent of comparing it to brushing your teeth, but definitely to doing exercise. So it's something that we should make time to do, because that's the basic of wealth creation. And for all of us, I think saving is step one, but being able to use even a small amount of saving for investment is a great way to start your journey on creating wealth. And often what holds you back, and that's where your point on confidence comes up, which is that you feel that you don't know enough. And this is something very common among women. We think we have to become experts before we take that first step. And as Soumya will tell you from her experience, and myself as well, just take the first step. Over to you again, Soumya.
So what's interesting at Waterfield is that, again, the whole concept of wealth, women, why is it also important? What's interesting is that India as a country in the last 15 years, actually in the last 20 years, wealth has increased by 15 times. Whereas what is expected in the next 20 years is that wealth is going to increase by 40 times. So this is a seismic shift in terms of just the wealth creation that's there in India. More specifically for women, 30% of wealth is going to be controlled by women by 2030. That's not too far away. Today it's probably somewhere in the late teens, but because of inheritance, which is also coming through, and there are many women inheritors, the kind of wealth that women are going to control is going to be fairly sizable. And they're thinking about wealth quite differently. And one of the things that we did at Waterfield, which we saw, is that we use a framework that men and women actually invest a little differently. We use something, and we saw what we call the touch framework, and I'll say it's a woman's touch, because it is different in the way in which we invest. They trade less. They look at orienting their investments towards goals. They use sustainability strategies. They actually see is because they're conscious decision makers. So everyone says that women are risk averse. I've heard that to death. And I can tell you that women are risk aware. They are not risk averse. And therefore they will do a lot more research. They will do a lot more research about understanding where they're going to invest and take their time about it. But it's a psyche that we need to understand about women. And age is because they hold just diverse portfolios. when we look at AI, and we actually started using AI in Waterfield as a co-pilot. We started this about 9 months ago. And I'd like to give you the example of how we were using AI. So we have a founder, for anonymity, I'll just call her Ananya. Ananya is 40 years old. She's a founder, running a very successful business. She's got 2 kids. She's got elder parents to look after, husband who also has a startup which he's running separately. And she came to us and basically said, Soumya, I've got a problem. I said, okay, Ananya, what's the problem? Problem is, I am building my company. I'm going at breakneck speed as a founder in building my company, but I'm not building wealth. So looked at her and said, okay, let's start figuring out. And we were just kind of testing out AI at the first time with that. So we said, okay, Ananya, give us your bank statements, give us your tax statements, give us the holding that you have in your company in terms of your shareholding. And I can tell you within not even hours, minutes, the AI co-pilot actually did a complete analysis for us in terms of her income, her expenses, the money that she had in her company. And she was also contemplating at that time raising capital. She was going into a Series C. So you have different series of raising capital. She was going into a Series C. She'd never taken out any money from the company before as a secondary. And we were then trying to work with her to say how much should she sell in terms of her stake in the company at the valuation. Again, put it into AI, and we basically were told at these different levels, 5%, 10%, 15%, this is the kind of liquidity that she could get. Based on the liquidity that she got, we would then create a financial plan, which we did. And we said that we have our universe of products, we have our house view, and then we say Ananya needs so much, she needs 50 crores in order to be on that journey to solve for her woman's, for her retirement as a woman, for her children's education, for looking after her elders, and she wanted to buy a house. So we had all these which we'd put in, and then we drew up the portfolio literally in minutes based on what she should be investing and what should be the deployment plan for getting those goals. Now, these are things which would have taken, Anita, days, if not weeks, for us to go back to a plan for this particular founder. And here we were sitting in front of her as she was telling us and giving us the information. We were able to respond with the co-pilot on what is it that she needed. I met her about 2 weeks ago, and the first thing that I saw is that the anxiety had dropped. Because earlier, the anxiety of, you know, where am I going to create my wealth? How am I going to create my wealth? And it just simplified things to an extent that it enabled our productivity to go up for the client to have a solution immediately with all the scenarios laid out. And we weren't sitting and saying, 5%, it's only this. We said, if you sold 5, 10, 15, 20, this valuation, change the valuation, create the scenarios. It is just so powerful. And for women, it can unlock all the cobwebs which are there in your mind. But I guess my question to you then is a little that while this is there, and this is this framework that is in some ways creating life-changing events for people, the earlier panel talked a little bit about the trust of that data, because we're now going to be depending so much on what's in there, the digital footprints that people have. And what does the industry need to do to really address these issues around governance, around having fairness audits, about looking at the data, which is, and this is one person. If you say this is now 1.5 billion people on which you're going to be basing these, the data that you get to make these decisions on loans or wealth, what does that mean for the industry, Anita?
So, Soumya, that's actually one of the key questions I think all financial institutions have to ask themselves, as well as firms like yourselves, in that one of the things that hold back, especially women, is that it's a combination of confidence and trust. And for the trust element in particular, having the reassurance that even if you're talking to a robo-advisor who you know is a robo, your data, your personal information to begin with, is something that you don't want out there in cyberspace. And there's so much of fear of losing your financial identity, your identity as a whole. So, and with all the kind of frauds and scams that are going on, I think there are a couple of levels of governance structures that have to come into place. In your wonderful example of Ananya, the young woman who is investing, the fact that you were sitting across the table and doing this right in front of her may have given her that needed confidence. But very often you don't have the advantage of having a water field. So you're sitting in front of a screen and all you can think about is, am I putting out too much information?
Yeah.
And so I think that whole assurance on your privacy and your ability to safeguard information, that layer is very important. Often we look to the government to have these regulatory guardrails, but I think you can, even with that, you can end up stifling creativity and innovation. So you have markets like in Europe where maybe they've gone too far on the regulation side, as we were discussing. In India, I think we are still getting there. And one of the, since I'm more in the real sector, one of the questions that I have in my mind is that can government policies itself encourage and bring in that less of a gender bias? And I'll give you an example where the Jan Dhan bank accounts, which the government started, actually gave a lot of women their first time bank account, and that empowered them to save money, to receive money in an account on which they had control. So that step one was very important. But as you pointed out, the whole mindset that we've all grown up with, and I speak for myself, is keep saving that money and don't take the risk of investing. So I really loved your touch, and maybe if you can explain that, so both for men and women, what they think of in terms of having that trust and being able to come to trusted advisors is one. The second, you highlighted the sort of natural tendency of women as investors. And I just want to draw your attention to a great book that you can read. It's called Warren Buffett Invests Like a Girl, and So Should You. And it really highlights all of the characteristics of doing research, of being risk aware and not risk averse, and being consistent, not selling whimsically, but holding on, allowing your investments to compound. So many characteristics that women investors hold. So in this universe, Soumya, I thought we tend to think of AI as a black box. I loved your example because it demonstrates how it doesn't have to be so. But from your experience, do you see more women kind of stepping forward in investing and even taking that first step of saying, okay, maybe I can control my universe of investing with the use of AI, or is that still too early to say so?
So my sense is that given the trajectory that we're going to see of wealth creation and women being an integral part of it, and the fact that AI can break down the behavioral barriers that women inherently face, I do feel that it's a great tool for them, Anita. It's going to unlock a lot of issues around mobility, time, just the mindset, digital fluency and literacy, which they didn't have. I mean, they can go and check and read about what mutual funds are doing in terms of the education that they put out for women in terms of investing. Today, I don't know if many of you would know, but the mutual fund industry today is 1 trillion. 25% are women investors. 33% of the AUM is from women. 74% of investors, newer investors, are under the age of 35. And these are women investors under the age of 35. 30% of SIPs come through women. Now, if these statistics are what is in play, then very clearly what you're seeing is women are becoming investors. And if they are becoming investors, they are becoming asset owners. They're becoming asset owners, they're becoming capital allocators, wealth creators. These are all fundamental shifts that we're now beginning to see. A lot of it made possible by digital infrastructure that India has, whether it's the fintech platforms, and now you're adding this layer of AI, which is going to make it sharper for them as they're at least someone who they can ask a question to without feeling judged on the other side.
And sorry, I have to ask you another question. You don't see that, you know, it's a black box, and this morning we talked a lot about the biases, because the people generating these systems tend to be a bigger percentage of males. So you don't see that as a cause for caution or deterrence?
I think it's a cause for caution. So even in the co-pilot that we're running at Waterfield, it's called a co-pilot because Waterfield is the pilot. So we are still running things and having AI show us what AI is doing, but it's not necessarily completely taking out what are maybe some of the biases we are sitting with already. But again, the way I look at it, Anita, is that India is so rich in terms of data that ultimately the more data you have, the better the outcome will be. The more diverse that data, and I think it was spoken at an earlier panel, having the diversity in the room was important, even from the human side, when you're creating that, was so crucial to the better outcomes that you can get. So right now, we may be sitting with our biases, and it may be sitting in the AI systems right now, but with more data, with more women participating in that data, or not just women, any other kind of groups that we're looking at which are underrepresented in the outcomes or with biases, can that just lead to richer outcomes? But I think the biases are there.
Yes, thanks so much. And I think that's yet another reason, not just the wealth creation, but also creating the ecosystem, which in the case of AI becomes very, very critical that more women participate. And, you know, it's also a great way, being a mom, I can tell you, to bond with your kids. So my best AI instructor is my daughter. And she's always shaking her head saying, "You really don't know this?" And but having said that, I would really encourage us all to participate, because it's one way of influencing the way in which these systems are being, as you were rightly saying.
So should we open it up to the audience?
Yes, let's do that.
If there are questions?
Yes.
I think there are a couple. Yes.
Can somebody pass a mic, please? And please do introduce yourself if you don't mind.
Insightful. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah? So in this digital world where access to capital is changing fast, what will truly help women build financial independence, and what will still hold them back? And any of you can answer that question. Should I repeat it, or is that okay?
Still hold them back.
In a digital world where access to capital is changing fast, what will truly help women? build financial independence? And what will still hold them back?
So I would define financial independence, Lavang, not just as financial access, but financial agency. So it's around, if I have that account, okay, and we were talking about it earlier, having an account versus using an account is very different. So it's about, am I using that account for payments, savings, borrowing, earning, consumption, asset ownership? If I'm doing that, then I've really used and created financial agency. The digital world enables that. So, which is why that's extremely important. It should make women more confident, is my belief. But again, it comes down to our own biases, women's confidence, which Anita also spoke about. Unless women feel confident that they are going to not just, they are going to actually use their agency to become asset owners, capital allocators, wealth creators, we will not see that change. They have to believe it first. The digital enablement is there.
I'll just add to what Soumya said. I mean, often we women tend to be responsible for consumption. So you have to feed the family, you have to educate your kids. So our priorities get influenced by that. But I think the point that Soumya is making, which is very, very important and often we forget, is to keep evolving. And what AI does is gives you an additional tool in that evolution from being a saver and consumer to also becoming an investor. And the only example I can use is really look around you and look at the men who have sometimes even less income, but you will find that there's a tendency that they do this more. So I think as women investors, we can encourage women at all levels and in all walks of life to go up that path of evolution and also become, and I think the digital access as well as having, ease of just going in. So I'll share an example, but this was done by my son. He put all, just as Soumya was saying for Ananya, her example, he put everything, all his financial information and has worked out a plan, to think ahead. So I was telling my daughter, why don't you do the same thing? And she said to me, Mom, I'm like taking money from you. I can't even think of investing. So I told her, okay, I'll give you an extra that you use just for investment. So I think we often think that if we have too little money, we don't have the means to become an investor. We just remain a saver and a consumer. And I think that reality can change, especially if we want to create more wealth for women.
I'm just picking some diverse questions. There's a lady standing behind you. That's why, ma'am.
I have an observation and a statement. I'm actually quite amazed as well as amused that even today we are having this kind of discussion. While if we look back for centuries, and especially in last 200 years, the kind of evolution and adaptation that women have shown that no one else has. And for financial independence, more important is emotional independence. Unless we are free emotionally, we will not be able to be independent even financially, because we know there are many women who earn equally or more and still depend on their sons or their husbands. So it is this that is important. And in nature also, adaptation and evolution is a natural process. And there is nothing to worry about artificial intelligence, because same type of discussions happened before computers came, before science came, before automation came. But evolution has always been there. Thank you.
So if I may just, if I can just respond to the lady first. I think, ma'am, you've made a very, very important observation. There are two things where I believe it's important for us to be cognizant of AI, and especially for women. One is the fact that it's happening much, much faster than even the changes that the computer age brought. And we can either be observers or participants. And as you rightly pointed out, women have the wherewithal, the mindset, the resilience to become participants. So this is really a plug between both of us who've been in this investment world to say that we need more women to step up. So that's one reason. The second is that just what we heard in the morning from Mr. Gurnani and Manoj, where they were telling us that we need to become participants to also influence that ecosystem that's happening. And I feel that if we can just be cognizant and more encouraging, I think of all the women that I've worked with who really have gone from having nothing to having a savings account, and they feel very empowered. They think that's the best. What we are trying to say is to then become long-term wealth creators, take that additional step of becoming investors.
Thank you.
Women are really powerful, no doubt, undoubtedly. You know the history of story of Mr. Narayan Murthy. He took 10,000 rupees from his wife to run the company. Second example of the coffee cafe day. The debt of the company on the co-founder was 7,000 crore. And his wife, after his death, the wife stood up and stepped in and made this company profitable now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita and Soumya. Very, very insightful. Thank you very much. While their photos are being taken, you'll see me and or Lavang do this. We're just trying to keep sessions on time, so don't mind us. We're still going to keep doing it. My next session is one of my most interesting sessions. This is a session which talks about Beyond the Grid, AI and the future of rural healthcare. I would like to call Jyotsna and Priyadarshi, who I call Priyo. I know Priyo for a while. Jyotsna is the CEO, co-founder of Epic World. She is also the managing partner of Elevar Equity. It is one of the oldest impact investing funds and is a majority women-dominated partnership. Priyo is the founder of CureBay. You'll hear about Priyo and CureBay very, very soon. Most importantly about Priyo, I think his claim to fame is that his sister, Shruti Mahapatra, is a President's Awardee, is one of the foremost global inclusion experts and disability experts in the world. I think that is what should go on his bio, not about his CureBay endeavor.
Yes, please. Okay, this is to move forward. Okay, cool. Hi. Firstly, thanks a lot for giving me a pre-lunch session, because for the last 4 times I've been doing a post-lunch session. So this feels like an upgrade. But I am also very sorry to keep you away from food. I know we're running a little late. Very quickly, I'm a Delhi girl convert who evolved into a Mumbai professional who then transformed into a Bangalore entrepreneur. That's my journey. And as an entrepreneur, I wear 2 hats, and this is obviously the most exciting phase. And definition of an entrepreneur, you have to constantly fundraise, figure out resources for the organization, and the buck stops with you for paying out salaries, right? So beyond that, building business, all of that is taken for granted. But the most important part of what excites me is the customer segment we're focused on. And today, we're going to double click on some of the topics we've had using healthcare as an example. But before we get to that, I thought it was important for everyone to get onto the same page on who are we talking about. Can I? Yeah. If you see this, this is the most important reality that is very, very, it's not really well understood by most people. What used to be the bottom of the pyramid 20 years ago has evolved, and there's a massive middle which has emerged thanks to all the good work that happened through non-profit organizations, government support, etc., including financial inclusion, where a big chunk of the population has graduated one segment, and we call them entrepreneurial households. What is important, and that number there of 250 million is a very, very large number. Sorry, where am I pointing this? Okay. Great. This segment is seen as not very reliable, not credible, will not pay, cannot pay, etc., etc. But the reality is, in our experience, all of our portfolio companies have generated close to $8 billion from companies that work with this segment, right? They've done $40 billion of business with this segment. And if anybody thinks it's very risky working with this segment, our loss ratio on companies is less than 10%, right? And we go in as the first institutional capital into these companies. Now, this is very powerful because with such investing, we've actually managed to get to 8 million students who have access to better quality education. This kind of investing has reached 15,000 schools in India, 1 million MSMEs, 8 million farmers, $20 billion of loans. The beauty is, this is not what has happened through grant funding or somebody else paying for it. The customer has paid for all these services. They can pay and they demand quality for what they are paying for, right? And given the topic today, for me personally, the most exciting part is women have become very, very core to entrepreneurial households in an economic context, not just as members of the family, and Priyo will also validate this. Whether it's financial services on microfinance, whether it's agriculture, whether it's MSME, they're really the heart and soul of the family. And the fact is there's still a massive gap in this segment where they're waiting to formalize the services that they have access to and access better quality. Now, what's going to make the difference? What will it take for businesses to reach this customer segment, reach these women? We're talking about 250 million households in India. That's about 1 billion people, right? And the exciting part today is there is a lot of talent that is seeking purpose, that can build institutions of scale. There are trillions of dollars of capital that have the intent to reach this segment. And we have rich domain expertise, which is what lays the foundation for anything in artificial intelligence. I'm the CEO of a firm which is a global platform, and it's an AI native platform on providing intelligence to this segment. And the exciting part is that if you understand the segment, there are only 3 things, if you can remember, about this segment. One is, we're not talking about individuals, we're talking about households. The minute you think of this as B2B or B2C, you forget the dynamics of that household, which is powerful. Second, if you think income, you forget the massive amount of economic transactions that take place in this segment. And the third is, everybody focuses on non-discretionary. FMCG, iPhones, luxury apparel. That's only 10% of transactions. 90% happens in the context of agri, their businesses, education, savings, healthcare, right? That's where a big part of their economics lies. And so when we talk about this, the reason why it's exciting for this market is it takes a certain specialist to be able to build distribution in this market. And Priyo is a great example of a specialist company. And the reason I'm super excited is because it's not that easy to build rural distribution and build a healthcare model that is not just about e-clinics, but it's comprehensive healthcare delivery focused on quality that goes deep rural and is paid for by the customer, right? That for me is super exciting. And today especially, we're going to focus on how AI can work at 2 levels. One is definitely the tech and AI that plugs in from a healthcare standpoint. And the second is what we layer on to that through Epic World, which is granular bottom-up intelligence about these markets. How do we make analytics and insights as granular and as exciting as what Starbucks has access to globally, right? If that same intelligence is now possible about rural markets, we now cover like north of 200 districts, 3,000 sub-districts, 300,000 villages, where we can go down to street-level intelligence to see what's happening so that companies like Your Bay can go there directly without wasting a lot of time, right? So I do think we're sitting at very, very exciting times. And for me, it's especially exciting when you can take the cutting edge developments in the world and take it right down to the segment into rural India and unlock these markets for something that is very, very well deserving, right? So I think I'm going to join Priyo and drag my chair across. Yeah. So Priyo, maybe to begin with, a very, very quick introduction of yourself, the organizations you've been part of, and why did you pick this problem of rural healthcare? Sounds not very sexy, if I may say so, to begin with.
Totally. So, Joshna, I'll introduce myself in two parts of my life. Part two of my life was with recognized top tech companies like Google, Microsoft, SAP, Sun. And I considered that in all these companies, I was actually informally the entrepreneur in residence. Because in a consumer company, I was building the commercial business. In a commercial company, I was building the consumer business. So everywhere I was either building something or creating something. But the part one of my life was very interesting. I had nothing to do with tech. I started my career in a company which has revolutionized watches and jewelry, which is Titan. I was part of the team that launched and made the brand Tanishq what it is today, and positioned it on purity, and went on to start my first entrepreneurial venture, which was a jewelry retail chain, which went on to become the second largest jewelry chain. So yeah, from jewelry to technology. And the reason I decided to solve for healthcare was, I clearly, when I looked at the data, when I looked at the problem statements, I realized that in a country of billion people, we have world-class healthcare infrastructure, almost all of them skewed towards the urban and semi-urban markets, at most catering to 300, 350 million people. There are 1 billion people in this country who live in what we call as Bharat, rural in India, emerging India, who are all dependent on basic healthcare infrastructure for their health needs, and everybody has left it for the government to solve. And government has tried their best but not been able to solve. So somebody had to do something because it was a problem impacting 1 billion people, and I decided to jump in.
Excellent. I'm so glad you did. I've been now traveling into rural India since 1999, and one of the biggest myths is that people are looking for affordable healthcare, whereas the reality is people are looking for quality healthcare. So maybe in that context, if you can double-click to just explain how CureBay works to deliver healthcare as a business model, and then I'll come to how tech plays a role and AI plays a role.
Yeah, I think before I get into how CureBay solves it, and there are two myths I want to challenge. The first myth was, rural India doesn't pay. They look for free healthcare service. We can't be further away from the truth. Rural India is absolutely willing to pay the right price for high quality healthcare. They're tired of urban experiments. They want sustainable healthcare to reach them, full stack healthcare to reach them. They're willing to pay the money. Second, rural healthcare, as you said, is probably something very, very unfashionable to do. You can only solve rural healthcare in a meaningful way if cutting-edge technology and intelligence is used, and that was an area which was very, very close to my heart. So I said, this can be solved, but this is beyond teleconsultation. This is beyond mobile vehicles. This has to be a very critical role of intelligence and data coming in to solve for it, and it can be solved meaningfully. So in CureBay, we created a model which was hybrid in nature. On one side, we created a tech platform which was built on the concept of continuity of care, and it allowed the physical healthcare ecosystem, doctors, hospitals, labs, pharmacists to come and participate in real time and collaborate to deliver health outcomes. On the other side, we built a network of world-class rural clinics that we call as CureBay e-clinics, where you created the human touch, the empathy, and the connect to the community. And all this was joined together by intelligent tech. And that's how we were able to build high-quality, affordable healthcare.
Yeah, and maybe if you were to paint a picture from the customer lens, right? Let's take a rural woman who is in deep rural Orissa or Jharkhand. How do they discover CureBay? How do they experience, and what can they avail?
So we actually did something very interesting, specifically on the journey of discovery, that, hey, there is something available for you, which is meaningful, was to create a community connect program. We called it Swasthya Mitras. And actually, they're Swasthya Didis in a way, if you look at it. We went to the villages and we realized that for a catchment of village, there is always a community champion. Most of the time, the community champion happens to be the lady in the house who creates an alternate sustainable income for the family once the men go to the field or go for trading and the children go to the school. And we sort of got them, we trained them, and we actually put technology on their mobile phones. You know, today smartphone penetration in India, I think, is a no-brainer. Everybody knows it's reached the right, absolutely the last household. So we put technology onto their phone, trained them, and they came with very, very high emotional intelligence and empathy, two things that was extremely important for healthcare. So when I was hearing today about gender bias, I actually believe we are in a place where the gender bias is on the other side. And I'll give you an example. When you talk about a nurse, nurse is a gender-neutral term, but if you need a male nurse, you need to specify. Otherwise, the perception is it's going to be a women nurse which will come to your place. We have today 350 plus women nurses, about 600 plus women Swasthya Didis, all available in the rural India, trained to deliver very high quality healthcare using technology. So the profile is very, very different than what you and I believe when we create these prototypes or you know, the images of who would be those rural customers, who would be those community people who will be taking. They are very smart, savvy, intelligent, and I heard the word aware. They're very aware, they make the right decision. Hence, it's very important to have them in a healthcare journey.
No, and I will say that, I mean, my personal inspiration is women in rural India because I find them to be the truest of entrepreneurs. Every time I go there, the conversations really inspire you, really surprise you. In fact, compared to 20 years back when women were largely focused on educating their children and the next generation, today when I hear them, they basically say, Didi, मेरे पास पैसा है और मेरे पास time है, मैं क्या business शुरू करूँ? That is the mindset that is emerging across states, right? This is not specific to the north or to the south, etc. And that's super exciting. And tapping into that energy to deliver the last mile of healthcare and bring people in is amazing. And I guess once a family is a member of CureBay through the membership programs, etc., they can access the clinic, they can actually get their diagnostics done. And the most exciting part is they actually have a benefit that even we don't have access to, which is concierge services. So if somebody has to go for surgery, there are a curated set of hospitals that CureBay then guides them to, ensures they're not dealing with the hostility of that environment. And all of this is really connected through a very, very robust tech platform, but assisted and delivered through empathy and the human touch, right? So it's super exciting that you'll be able to scale this. Tell us a little bit about your AI team. Somewhere I picked up that's a majority women-led team, is it?
Absolutely. In fact, our AI team is headed by Aradhana. She's the chief data scientist. And most of our team members are women. Okay? And I must say that I heard in an earlier conversation that there is a data bias in creating algorithms. It's absolutely true. And this data bias is not just restricted to gender. The data bias is also restricted to urban versus rural. So if you have to really build algorithms that are universal, can transcend these barriers, you need to create that perspective of diverse views coming in. And when I say diverse views, one is gender. The other is people who have worked in different kinds of the market, who have worked in different sides of the business. Financial inclusion is such an integral part of solving for healthcare. 35% of them are in perpetual debt because of a healthcare emergency. So if you have to really solve for them, you have to get the diverse views. And that's the kind of team that Aradhana leads in CureBay. And I'm super proud about some of the products that they've developed. I think recently in the national forum, we got recognized as some of the best AI products developed in healthcare by probably an all-women's team.
No, this is super exciting. Priyo, given your own background with large tech firms, and then your CTO and co-founder also comes from Nielsen IQ. I'm going to move the conversation a little bit towards Epic Intelligence and where you see the role of a horizontal specialist. You're like a vertical specialist. I guess Epic World is a little bit of a horizontal specialist. How do you see that, not just today, but forward-looking, the potential of something like that would be useful to get a sense on, because that's another piece of AI which has made the impossible possible today. Otherwise, sifting through data in these markets was almost impossible 5 years ago. It's very unstructured and very messy.
Yeah, and you know, when I decided to solve for rural healthcare, the two things that I got worried, other than the myths that existed. One was, the canvas was extremely wide. What do you really go and solve for? You can't take all kinds of specialists into rural India. So your ability to capture data, understand data, create homogeneous cohorts, understand what are the interventions you do, makes you a commercially viable, sustainable company. Otherwise, it would be extremely good to present your models, but you will never make money. The second was, while we wanted to solve for healthcare and we were a believer that what you earn and where you live cannot decide the quality of care you get, where do you go? Rural India is not a small market. We're talking about 1 billion people. So horizontal data analysis, to pick up points of interest of healthcare, where there is an ecosystem that exists, where it doesn't, hence what's the bridge you will create. And I'll give you a very interesting perspective. Initially, you know, when I wanted to start, maybe a little bit altruistic, I said, I will go where nobody has reached and take healthcare there. And I reached, and I found there was no one there, including patients. Okay, so I had to pull back, and I had to figure out that I need to see the ecosystem data. If there is an ecosystem that doesn't exist, who will you get on your platform and how will you leverage technology to deliver? And that's where a tool like Epic has been like a co-pilot for us, right? It gives us horizontal data, it gives us points of interest. It really sort of is my chief location data intelligence officer who tells me where I should be going. And then on top of that, we use human intelligence, street side views, send the people and decide where really we want to open the clinics, because it's very, very important. You have an ecosystem, you have a catchment area that has the critical mass, else you can't build a sustainable business. You can create one model and be happy about it.
No, and I guess this is why we're super excited that these models are possible. Several years ago, I guess, this would have been a challenge, right? But the fact that we can take this right down to granular levels is super exciting. I think the biggest challenge is most people don't understand these markets, and we're hoping collectively to figure out how to broadcast insights in a way that has never been done before, so that a lot more capital and a lot more money comes to back people who are willing to back themselves, right? And that's the core of this. I think I'm going to, I'm not sure how much, I see 6-7 minutes. Happy to open this up for questions. And sure. And we had one question there as well, yeah. I wonder whether we can just take some of the questions and then we can answer them in, and we can see how to address some of these, right? So if we can just go around and call out the questions, and then we can try and cover as much as we can.
Yes, Namaskar. I am Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. I have a question. What specific innovation practices and smart decision-making AI technologies are being incorporated by the concerned government and private caretakers for the future of rural health care in this constantly evolving digital world?
Got it, thanks. We'll just go around and take the questions. You had one.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Priyadarshi and Jyotsna. It was a very, very interesting conversation. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Priyanka Kochar. I'm a development sector professional. I spend my entire life training and capacity building Ashas, who you would be knowing by now. So my two questions to you. While you're building a parallel structure to the Ashas, which is, of course, you would be paying them, how would you ensure that your training frameworks actually embed empathy? I'm so happy you talked about that word. So, government has not been able to do that. Yes, partially, but yes, we all know Ashas are brought into the system by virtue of their own willingness to be part of the system. But hey, you are, it's like a profit. Second, I would want to ask you, when you're building like an AI interface with your patients, how do you ensure bringing in do no harm frameworks, that's what we call in the development sector. How do you ensure that the service that you're providing to patient is not causing unintended harm? Because there is no interface here. So it's, a total virtual world out there. Thank you.
You're doing a very good job. And thank you.
But one question comes in my mind, e-Sanjeevani. Why it is not successful? Because the doctor-patient ratio is not there. The doctor, they'd want to go in the rural areas or infrastructure or some other issues. Just want to know your views on that.
I can give you an absolutely clear picture on that because I was part of the team that was working on e-Sanjeevani. I was the managing director for Avaya, which gave the video technology, and I was part of the core team that developed e-Sanjeevani. So I'll tell you the exact reason, and it has nothing to do with technology or doctor deficient. There's a social reason why e-Sanjeevani did not take off in rural. By the way, e-Sanjeevani is phenomenally successful. We do over 3 lakh plus consultations, which otherwise wouldn't have happened, right? But the impact that we expected for e-Sanjeevani in rural India has not happened, and I'll tell you the reason.
Anybody else? Sir, that's it, right? Like, we can go with these. I think all yours, Priyo.
All mine, all right, thank you. So let me start with, I think, Dr. Priyanka's question, because I think it's a very important, brilliant question. 2 things that kept us awake at the night when we decided to solve for it. First, when we decided to train and create Swasthya Didis, our inspiration was the ASHA model, right? And we actually hired most of the retired ASHA Didis who were sort of come of age back into the system, because my mother told me, and she's a doctor, doctors and healthcare practitioners never retire. Give them an opportunity, they'll come back. So we took them. They became our train the trainer module. They came with us with 2 things. 1, they knew it. Second, the trust and credibility that they carried was extremely important for us to relate to the people in the market what we were doing. We were very clear, we are not competing and creating an alternate system, we are augmenting where there is a gap. If everything was possible with the intervention that was done, there was no reason for CureBay to exist. But the reality was there were 1 billion people government was still trying to solve, and there was a massive gap. So how do you become a partner in that program and cover the gaps, learning from the best practices and making them stronger using technology and bringing it back? That was the sort of program that we designed with ex-ASHA Didis. Dr. Shilpa Bhatt, a very, very proficient public healthcare practitioner who was also the CEO of Vitamin Angels, when she heard the program, she actually quit, came and joined us, and she is the lady who's behind training this entire program and driving towards the ground. So somebody just like you who came from the field. The second very, very important point, the unintended consequences of using technology in rural India. And I must tell you, the design principle in CureBay is these technologies will be used by my partners, by my clinics, but not for the end customer. End customer will use healthcare just like you and I would use when we walk into a doctor's place to take healthcare. So my Swasthya Mitras go, and I'll give you a real life example. You know that people in rural India chew betel nut. Oral cancers, early signs are seen, and the early sign of oral cancer is you can't open your mouth. While smiling also it hurts. To kill that pain, they chew even more tobacco because it acts as a numbness, right? So it allows you to be more comfortable, but that's actually aggravating the cause. How do you engage? How do you create interest? Because if you go and tell them there is oral cancer, they'll be scared. You'll create fear. So we created an AI product which actually took photographs of your teeth and told you, hey, these could be the problems. By the way, they looks like this, push to your WhatsApp, and then our Swasthya Mitra told them, why don't you go to the clinic and meet a doctor? The doctor will finally tell you what the consultation. So every AI product that we use for the initial screening engagement and close the loop by asking them, now at your doorstep there's a CureBay clinic, go and meet a doctor, and the doctor will tell you what's the medical intervention required, not technology, right? So I hope that answers the 2 questions that you brought up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will also add, because when we first made the investment, one of the biggest discussions at our investment committee was what is the care dimension, how do you ensure there is governance? Because your point on profit is important. When you enter these markets and build companies, the capital players and the shareholders, etc., all have to be aligned with building trusted brands on the ground. If you aren't committed to delivering the brand promise for a long, long time, you're actually doing more harm than good by building in these markets. And so bringing on independent directors, Bhaskar is on the board of CureBay with me. I mean, Priyo brought him on board. That was the early conversations. Also bringing a medical professional was a very early part of our conversations. I think that alignment on the cap table and shareholders is equally important. I actually think investors damage more companies than founders do. So it's very, very important to protect the cap table and build alignment so that end-to-end shareholder to customer alignment can be maintained, right? That's the only way.
Quickly address the concern on e-Sanjeevani. Like I said, e-Sanjeevani is successful in a particular way, did not make the impact in rural healthcare because teleconsultation is the start of the healthcare journey. You got to close the loop. If you consult them, you then tell them, get this test done, have these medicines, and they don't know where to go, then the process fails. There is a social angle to it. Most of these places don't have a doctor. There's a paramedic who's operating there, who runs a parallel clinic at home. This is against his interest. I won't go beyond that.
Priyo, the last question, I think there was one
Yes,
on what kind of decisioning support.
So I wanted to know how CureBay is actually charging people at the end level.
Yeah, so every service at CureBay is a chargeable service. We don't do anything for free, but we ensure that it's affordable and it's priced below the market price. More importantly, what we did, we realized that to solve for rural healthcare, the behavior is they come to you only when the condition is acute or chronic. You got to move them on a preventive journey. So we created a membership program, which for 499 rupees gives them unlimited doctor consultation, multiple other benefits that I spoke about, including some of the financial product, lending product, insurance product, all bundled into it, which eventually helps them move on a preventive journey. And that's our dream. Even urban India has not achieved a preventive journey, but we are trying to see that we will be able to move a lot of rural folks. By the way, 150,000 plus people in rural India have taken that membership.
Wow.
I think the decisioning support on AI is integrated diagnostic decisioning support was the only other.
Yeah, so government's intervention in terms of AI is, I think the biggest one is screening. I mean, I'll give you two examples. Coastal India is full of people with derma problem, right? And you don't have so many dermatologists. So there are some amazing products which Government of India has actually sort of partnered with private players to take for screening of derma problem. A similar thing is for sickle cell anemia. A third thing I can think is of hemoglobin and TB. So multiple tech products has been used in a PPP model along with government for mass public scale screening.
With that note, I'm hoping he gets 150,000 more subscribers.
Actually, yeah, 10x. So, yeah, 1.5 million at least. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
He wants a quick picture of you. And while we take a picture from rural landscapes, we're going to move to urban lives now. Our next session is on how AI can reshape well-being in cities. Steering this conversation will be our very own Shilpa Ajwani, who has a gift for making complex ideas feel both grounded and future ready. And a lot of people in this room have seen that. With her curiosity and clarity, she opens up a dialogue on how urban living can become kinder, smarter, and far more human. Also, in terms of people who don't know her, she's the founder and CEO of Uno Mantra and the former managing director of Tupperware India. She'll be moderating this session. She's a purpose-driven leader, and I'd like her to come on stage. This session will bring together one of the most quietly transformative shifts of our time, how we balance care. Imagine cities where well-being is part of the design, not an afterthought. It's a space where technology, empathy, and daily life intersect. A bit like trying to park your car in a smart city that's still learning how to be smart. So Shilpa, please make us a little smarter today.
Thank you, Lavang. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the last panel we will have before lunch. But I think as I was asked to moderate this session, I was very excited. And after listening to Jyotsna and Priyadarshi, this amazing case study from rural India, looking at when the power of the community is brought together with the power of AI, magic can happen in the hinterland of the country. I'm very excited to bring to you this panel now, because here we will be talking about urban landscapes. We know that urban India is more data rich than rural India today, right? But at the same time, the human setup here is complex. So can we really look at rebalancing care by looking at AI and how it can impact well-being for the urban woman? So this is the panel that will deliberate on that, discuss that. We've had a morning of enriching conversations, and with me here is a very distinguished panel. I'm very proud to introduce them to all of you today, because they bring with them education in this field, expertise, as well as a lot of passion. And we are going to be looking at well-being for the urban woman in 3 dimensions. One is care, right? And we all know that women have a disproportionate share of the caregiving burden as we know it, right? So we will look at it from a caregiving lens. We will also look at it from a lens of physical well-being and mental well-being, right? So I would love to now introduce the panelists for this afternoon with us. Firstly, I would like to introduce Bhavna Isar, who is the founder and CEO of a social venture, Caregiver Sathi. Caregiver Sathi enables, through tech, family caregivers to provide long-term home-based care. And Bhavna's idea is that she wants every caregiver to have peace of mind so that they can create memories for their loved ones, even as they care for them. She's very passionate as a professional, and after a rich corporate stint in HR, today she's also an independent organization consultant. She consults in the areas of change, leadership development, and organization building. She is a fellow and facilitator in process work with Sumedha's Academy. And she's also a Gestalt OD practitioner. Her story, her amazing story, was also included by the best-selling author Rashmi Bansal in her book, Touch the Sky, Stories of Women Across India who are changing their destiny. And Bhavna is certainly one of them. Also, when she's not doing all of this, she is found motorcycling. And she claims that riding a motorbike allows her to push the boundaries of her body and mind. Bhavna, could we have you up on the stage here with us? Already there? All right. So engrossed in introducing you. Big hand for Bhavna, our first panelist today. Next, I would like to introduce Partha Dey. Partha has worked at the confluence of information technology and healthcare services. He is very skilled in the application of emerging technology like AI, ML, blockchain, IoT, cloud, and digital technologies, and is also someone who's very well trained in healthcare operations. He's someone who is very passionate today to work in remote e-reporting and the use of AI to significantly increase the productivity of radiologists. This is an upcoming area, and a lot of awareness is getting created, big use cases, especially in urban as well as rural India. He's also exploring creating ERP equivalent digital platforms, which will impact business essential services. And his idea here is that he wants to influence hospital processes by making them more efficient, cost-effective, and provide better customer service. So now Partha up on the stage with us, please. Big hand to you, Partha. And our third panelist today is Dr. Dev Anurup Rar. He is the founder and CEO of Manka, founder and president also of Source of Life Technologies, SALT. SALT is a healthcare technology ecosystem headquartered in Carmel, Indiana, with a development presence in Gurgaon, India. And through SALT, he has launched several innovations. Manka is one of them, a telehealth platform for mental health consulting, Mat of Life, a fall prevention system for older adults, Paseva, operation software for home care agencies, and Easy Vitals, an in-home health monitoring technology. Dr. Bra's leadership philosophy centers on proactive and predictive care. And what he wants to do with Manka, which he launched in 2020, is to normalize mental health conversations in India. And he wants to make mental wellness integral to our everyday lives. And he wants to measure his impact by the number of lives changed and not just by the number of sessions. Could we welcome you up on stage, Dr. Dev? So a bigger hand for all the panelists, and it'll also make you a little bit more hungry as we get into a very interesting conversation. So now we're talking about the urban landscape with our panelists. And Bhavna, I would like to begin with you. From a caregiving lens, what do you think are the biggest challenges that we see in terms of well-being for the urban woman? And how do you think AI can help us to mitigate those?
Delighted to be here. I hope you can hear me well. So here's the most amazing thing, that my introduction doesn't say that I've been a caregiver for more than 30 years. That's also because not just I don't identify as a caregiver, I don't call myself a caregiver, and because the world does not see it like a badge enough or a feather in my cap enough, because it is better for me to be a corporate professional, it is better for me to be even a motorcyclist, but who's a caregiver, right? So the biggest challenge of caregivers in general, especially caregivers in urban, is that we don't even have a name. There is no term equivalent to caregiver in any of the Indian languages. So if you did a quick Google search, you will find Sevak, Sahayak, Timardar, none of which you will use for family members. And if I were to ask any of you, what is the term that you would use for a caregiver, what would you say? Who's the caregiver in your life? Predictable. 100% of the time, people will say Ma, and I'm grateful that my Ma is also here, but see the problem with this. There is no name for a caregiver. Whoever recognizes it as Ma, there is a huge gendered lens and a role lens and a stereotype. All of these are problematic for caregivers. Being a caregiver often is a very lonely, stereotyped, and invisible journey. So the biggest challenge of caregivers is that you cannot go to a place and say proudly that I'm a caregiver. Being a caregiver is something that has to be kept at home. It's a very personal, it's a very unique, isolated, individual journey. Yeah? But it is best done. The fuel for caregiving is compassion, which is emotional labor. We all know physical labor, we all know intellectual labor, but do we know how to account for emotional labor? So, another challenge is we don't have the metrics, we don't even have the language to talk about emotional labor. There is a very long list of the challenges of urban caregiving, which include the fact that families are now becoming nuclear, distributed. The number of people who need care are far more than the number of people who are giving care. So working professional adults who are in the workforce have to be caregivers. There is a stereotype that women are better caregivers. I think it is humbug and it is a trap. It should not be, but we do stereotype women to be better caregivers, and that holds women back from further education, financial independence, as well as employment opportunities. We know, Soumya spoke about financial independence and your ability to earn and save and invest, But we also know that women are not able to do this because they are the default to care when it comes to child care or elder care, right? So it's
so Bhavna, here, do you see AI really playing a role?
Yeah. So thank you for reining me in. So Shilpa is great in that. And I can go on and on, as you can see. So AI, like the previous discussion highlighted, can play a great role in enabling and in creating access. However, not in the final decision making, because care is about touch, it is about the experience, and it is about also meaning. We as human beings get meaning from our lives because we receive care and because we care. So AI can play a role for sure in enabling and in many ways, but the last mile still has to be the smile and the touch and the human experience.
So this is from a caregiving lens, which I think is so essential, and I'm so glad you started with saying that, you know, and we haven't really even thought about it, who really is the caregiver, and do we have language, right? So if we look at it from the physical well-being point of view, Partha, since you work so much in that space, what would you say are the biggest challenges for well-being for women in urban India when it comes to physical well-being, and do you see AI really playing a role here?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity. I typically speak in a healthcare conferences, not in this kind of conferences. So probably, you know, I'll try to bring a different perspective to the discussions that we are doing. What we do and from where our experience comes is we do diagnostic services at home beyond pathology. We reach patients at home and provide X-ray, ECG, and 10 other diagnostic services, typically which is known as clinic or hospital services. What knowledge we have gained through this is that we have access absolutely at the household, and we are now understanding the challenges what is being faced at home. When they are coming out and coming to the hospital and the clinic, you don't see the household, what is happening there at home. So the physical well-being when we are reaching patients' home and the kind of experiences that we are seeing over there is a complete different story than what typically we get to see when a patient is accessing healthcare in a hospital. So physical well-being and AI, if we have to see, we use an AI platform, and the similar thing is being done by several other organizations, but as all of us are discussing that AI has a limited role till the time the decision making is happening. At the end, in our case also, we use AI for the clinician to make the decisions. But the real life actual work is being done by the health workers. And over there, the empathy and passion, these two plays much bigger and larger role than what AI is doing. But how AI is helping them, that's very important because it is fast tracking the process like anything. So today, when we go home and do X-ray, within a minute we provide the image, within an hour we give the report. Now this is typically is not the case if we are not using AI in our life. And it is also helping to put a structure in the reporting process. It is also helping a doctor to create a kind of error-free report. Now here, again, when we do a ECG or the X-ray, finally the report is signed by a doctor, by a cardiologist, by a radiologist, but the way they were working earlier and now they are working with the help of AI is different. And also when we are looking at the physical well-being of the person, we have enough data available as we are reaching at home, we are collecting the data, and next time when we are reaching, definitely we are doing a very meaningful work with them, which was not the case earlier because we were not having the earlier data available at the point of care at that point of time because people don't keep their records all the times. So AI is definitely creating a very important role at the hands of the health workers. To some extent, we have provided certain services to the end consumer, the customer or who is availing services from the physical well-being perspective, but there are a lot of things needs to be done there. Currently, we use AI for mostly the health worker and the doctor's level. So if that answered the question.
Yeah, and also in the context of women, Dr. Dev, I'll come to you, that mental well-being actually became a thing to talk about, unfortunately, during the pandemic and post that, right? So you do work in this space, and mental well-being is not easy to access, especially for women. We've seen there's a big gap there. What do you feel really are the challenges that you've seen, especially for women up close and personal? And again, my question would be, is AI, again, like a co-pilot, even in mental well-being, and not really the decision maker here? How are you using AI?
Well, first of all, AI, as I heard some people say, can be scary if we, like any other technology, if we are not using it in the right way. But for healthcare, and more importantly, what we have to discuss here, mental health care, it cannot be the end. It can be a path that people can use to get to the end, but the end is still what is a human being on the other side. And we don't want to take that away, because AI can understand whatever you put in, but it cannot respond to your feelings. It does not have empathy. It does not understand the cultural nuances. It does not understand your trauma. It does not understand your body language. But you can do some research. You can even go to the extent of going some triaging with it. But the ultimate person that should be sitting next to you when it comes to mental health care should be a human being, in this case a counselor. A very nice quote by one of the counselors was that as a patient came and said that AI heard my words but did not hear my silence. And silence is what is the most important part when it comes to mental health, because we don't speak out. And it is a little bit of a thought process that we here in India may be having that problem, but it's across the world. Mental health and reaching for support for mental health is a taboo everywhere. In the West, it faces the same kind of a challenge. However, they have taken steps a little bit ahead of us, and now it is time for us to do the same here. We should be using AI as I would say, a guide, but not a counselor.
So AI as a guide, but not a counselor. I'll have a follow-up question for you here, Dr. Dev, that, this morning we've been hearing lots of interesting stories about the promise of AI, right? Equally so, we also see that there is definitely a bias when it comes to the training data. Everything from sampling of that data, collection of that data, interpretation of that data. I was reading somewhere that even in the US, it was only as late as 1983 that women were included when it came to research and collecting data on women. So we didn't even have data sets collected on women, and here there were prescriptions given, solutions given, everything tested on males, and they said on white males. So this was the skewness in terms of the data on which a lot of solutioning has been done, right? So we do see that there are these very obvious gaps. What, as per you, are some of the barriers in leveraging AI today? We are all excited about AI, but there still exist a lot of barriers. So what do you feel about that?
So the first thing is, as you stated, the very start of AI did not happen with women in mind. The research, the boardrooms, the financing, everything started with men in mind, or with diagnostics that were put into space were with the people who were making those decisions, most of whom were men. The change has to start from the very bottom and raised up from there, and it starts with inclusiveness at every step for women. That means that they should be the part, not just the end solution, but part to reach the solution. And how does that happen? By including them in your research labs, including them in the data centers, including them in the boardrooms, including them in the decision-making factors which are going to impact majority of the people abroad, because they are not only, this does not only help women, but it helps a family by itself. Because women are a very important part of the family, and as mentioned earlier, they play the role of a caregiver, a silent caregiver, or what we can say a vocal caregiver, but still a caregiver. And for us to understand mental health cannot be done without including women from the bottom all the way to the top.
Right. Yeah, Bhavna, I'll come to you now in terms of the barriers in leveraging AI for the well-being, especially for the urban woman. You are one of them, and you work with so many of them. What do you feel?
Okay. So I'm going to say that a lot of the technology that we use, whether it is Wi-Fi, whether it is computer coding, and sorry for my menopausal brain-fogged mind right now, I can't remember the names, but they have all been designed by women. Unfortunately, we don't know that women have been the foundation for the technology on which we sit. It's just that a very large number of women have been expected to be caregivers because, we produce the next generation. So what happens is that we think that women have to be trained, women have to be brought in. But in my opinion, I think we should just get out of the way of women and let them do their magic. Women don't need to be trained. Women will think for themselves. Women will find their way. And women will do incredible things in technology, provided we simply get out of their way. Remind me the question again. See, this is what happens when you have
Barriers that you see in terms of leveraging AI.
Yeah, the biggest barrier is stereotyping. So, and the biggest barrier is not knowing what your body is going through or can go through. So for example, I'm at this stage of my life, if I don't understand that I'm menopausal and I need to do some things about myself, which is different from my co-panelists, I will not be able to adequately and appropriately contribute to any setting. And that has to be brought in, and that can be brought in only if I have a voice and if I have the courage to bring that voice in. So the barriers are that women or girls are brought up to say that they are better if they are quiet. Instead, women and girls need to be brought up to say that their voice matters, their story matters, it does not matter if you are alone, and you have the courage to stand up and stand alone and speak your truth, whether or not anybody understands you, right? Today it is women, but tomorrow it could be the trans population. Day after or simultaneously, it could be any marginalized section. The point is, how do we listen? Are we listening generously and with curiosity? I think the issue with, or the barriers to AI is that we don't listen carefully or enough to the silent and see the invisible. But they are all around us. So I think the barriers to AI are our ability to listen to the silent and to see the invisible and to act for those who are marginalized but don't have a voice.
So I definitely see that, but I think one of the ways in which we feel that the most is when women, and Partha was telling me, almost scolded me, looking at me as if I was representing, 50% of the world's population. You women don't take care of yourself, in the first 5 minutes of me meeting him. So here I would like you to, Partha, now tell us that you've seen, in terms of physical well-being, how men and women take their health differently, right? As per you, why is that gap now also becoming a barrier in adoption of AI or effective adoption of AI in helping women especially to feel a sense of physical well-being also?
Okay. So I would like to answer in two parts. So let me first answer the first part when I spoke with you. As I was telling that as we reach out to home, healthcare services being availed by both the populations. So it is not that the one part of the population is availing services and other is not. But when we look at the data and when we talk to the health workers, and I do visit a lot of patients home with my team to understand what is happening on the ground. So what we found out that when we reach there, for women, female populations of our patients, typically they call us in a very difficult situations. Comparatively, when we reach out at home for the male populations, they are generally is like, a 50% better situation. So women would like to wait till the time reach at a situation when they can't do anything. Then first they will tell someone else at home, the caregiver or maybe anyone else. And then probably somebody will think with another 50%, okay, to aise hi theek ho jayenge, and then somebody will come home. So there is a bias that we are seeing. It is not that the women are not getting services. And if I look at in urban setup, situation has changed. And we do reach out to different kind of households. In urban setup also, there's a lot of people who are living as a rural setup. So we cannot think about that urban setup is only about the people who are representing in this room. There are 60%, 70% of the urban setup people also live in a complete different situation. So we reach out to their home as well. And there we can definitely see the difference. They do avail services, but they do avail probably after 6 months then when they should have availed the services. When we have to look at preventive health care aspect of it, that's very important. Over there, we also see a bias. A lot of times we do book packages for couple, so that allows both of them to avail services, but there are many times it happened that there's one person is availing, the other person is telling, chalo baad mein karte hain. So there is a biasness and that is there.
And we all know who that one person will be who will say, chalo baad mein karte hain.
Correct.
Right?
So we don't need
No
to talk
guesses.
about it. And in our team, we have around 70% of the healthcare worker who are female, who are women who are going and providing the services. So earlier, and they are more acceptable at household, because we reach at home, the girls are more welcome and when they provide the services. So we were thinking that probably is it because of a male member has come and providing service. In our case, that's not the case. Majority of the cases, a girl is reaching home to provide the services. So they should not have any innovation that, whom I am availing the services from. But with that also, we found out still that biases is there. While the AI comes over there, AI or any other technology, we found, like I found that sometime if I look at my parents, whether my father is more tech savvy than my mom, that's a debate. Depending on their interest area, they have picked up their own area. My father does not use an ATM card. He still thinks that, no, nahi chahiye. I go and get my pension and I can live my life with that. But my mom has learned how to use Facebook because she thinks that that helps us to look at the grandchildren's pictures. So there are other purposes. So when we developed certain technology product and we are trying to reach out to them and said that ek button click karke report aa jayega. And if we can do this, if we make it complex, whether it's AI or non-AI, does not matter. Then majority of the cases, if we can make them a big button, it is available, they click one button and the report is available, they are going to use it. So the challenges is we make our screens very complex. We try to provide them 20,000 services which we will never use. And the services, what they want to use, they take a huge amount of time to identify that. So if we can make it very specific to the need of the person, doesn't matter whether it's a male or female, women or gentlemen, both of them will avail. One area where we found out is the language barrier. Now, somehow, because of whatever the reasons, AI, we believe it's an English-speaking guy. That's the way it has happened.
English-speaking guy.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the way it has happened. Yeah. And it is built by a woman, for that matter. If you ask in our office, majority of our the top, you can say the managers, senior manager layers, they all are women. Other than me and Dr. Bibek, other than the two founders, everybody below us are women. And when they also develop something, they develop looking at what will work in the market. And then definitely, so that is an English-speaking guy. That's the way the AI works. Their language is a challenge. So you will find out if we can build something which speaks the language of the person, be it Hindi, and there are too many other languages than Hindi that is required to make it work. So this is one of the barriers which we found when people do financial transactions, they are fine to use anything on English. But when they are doing some transaction which is very close to their heart, when they have to share something or check something about their health, they are more comfortable speaking in the native language than speaking in English. I'm sure you will, both of you as a caregiver and a doctor, you will see when patients talks, they switch languages very soon. They may start the conversation in English, but even the guys who are better in English, they also switch languages. This is in healthcare that
language of comfort.
Language of comfort. That we have seen that is happening sometimes. So if we have to make the AI work more closer to the consumer, the patient and the other, be it women or men, we have to make them in the language they speak at home.
Right.
So that's one of the things, that's a life lesson that we have got. But one point I would like to mention that, the AI has actually helped us to reach absolutely inside the home while we are able to perform some tests which was not available. And this is not only urban, this is also at rural, what Priyo was sharing. We also work in a similar manner. If it is not there, we could not have reached out those places. They would have been left out.
Correct, correct. So promises and perils of AI, both sides are so obvious to us. But really what's coming out of this discussion is that there is a difference in training data, which makes a difference in the bias AI learns. It also comes from a point of view of design. And when I talk about design, I also mean, say, language or the ease of operating something which is made with AI in the back end. And the third is really looking at our own human biases as creators of that AI model as well, right? So I'll come to you, Bhavna, next, also with another question here. That we've spoken about, the use of AI, the barriers, challenges around leveraging AI. But what are some of the solutions here that you think would be pertinent? And who are the people we can involve here? Who should join this conversation? Who should partner so that we overcome these barriers we have or we are seeing in terms of leveraging AI? And we can deploy it so that we really reduce the well-being gap that we are seeing for women, especially in the population. Yeah.
It's such a complex and so many dimensions to that question, but I'd like to bring in two concepts. Concept number one is that of time poverty. There are all kinds of poverty, and time poverty impacts women far more than any other poverty. Of course, financial poverty as well, but because women are busy doing many things, some statistics, women and girls in India do 3.26 billion hours of unpaid care work every day. And in many cases, 10x more than men. Yeah? So unpaid care work in a capitalist consumerist world makes women less powerful. Yeah? So time poverty and the pressure to do care work, which often is unpaid care work, makes it really difficult for women to access opportunities of employment, opportunities of earning money, opportunities of coming here to influence. I had, how many of us are able to encourage many other women who are at home holding fort to be able to be here to have this conversation? So, you see the point there? Now, what can we all do? One of the core issues is balancing this unpaid care work. Every home, we all need a sense of belonging. We need a home, we need a family, we need, we need smaller children around us, we need care from older adults, etc. So we can't do away from the idea of belonging and family. And it cannot be all services-based, it cannot be transactions, it cannot be bought all the time. It has to be done out of love and sometimes duty maybe, but, the sense of care has to be not transactional and not monetary. But that means that the work that happens for unpaid care work in your home has to be balanced. So we have to rebalance the cooking and the cleaning and the caregiving that happens in every home. So it's not just good enough to say that we have these fancy devices and gadgets that can make you wash your clothes faster and make you cook better and easier. Who's pushing that button is really important. And who's making the time to think of what the menu in the house is going to be and whether the nutrition is going to be enough. That care work has to be rebalanced at a very basic unit level. And that also, along with the second idea of the kind of stories that we bring up boys and girls with. We bring up girls with stories that say that you must sacrifice, you must keep quiet, you must be invisible. Better women are those who sacrifice their careers, who don't earn enough. In all our serials, all the vamps, all the villainous women are ambitious women, right? So we have to bring up women and girls with the same sense that the moment the men have a little problem, they start screaming and saying, I need medical attention, and I need a test, and I need da-da-da. All of that has to happen irrespective of your gender, right? And women also need to be brought up with the responsibility that grown-up adults have to earn.
I agree completely. So it really begins with us at an individual level, at a household level, and only then it sort of permeates outwards into the society, seeing that change happen, right? Dr. Dev, you work in between continents, right? And you've seen this up close in many different ways. But as per you, who should be the players who need to come together? Because today we also know that there is development happening, but it seems to be that a lot of people are working in silos so that we're not seeing the impact go out fast enough where it's needed the most, right? So who should be those people who should work together, be brought together, so that we see that it's not just about the speed of AI, but it's also the precision to be able to support who deserves it the most.
So to start with the core of society, which is a family, as she mentioned, that for a mother, a wife, or a sister who's a caregiver, there has to be a son, a husband, or a brother who is understanding and empathetic towards that to make sure that they are not left behind. It starts at that level. Coming into an office, we feel before Source of Life Technologies, and I currently still do, my main business is home health care. And the majority of the caregivers I've had, and I still have, are women. And the word caregiver here again. However, from last 20 years, we see an influx of a lot of male caregivers, which includes nurses. But then, what I've noticed from the very beginning, that the caregivers, such as a nurse, is not just a caregivers to the patient, but they're also caregivers at home. They have to undergo this more pressure of providing care outside their home while performing the functions inside their home, and that does not change across continents. It's the same there and same here. So we may have a husband and a wife, which I have many of those working, who have a child. Fortunately, for the laws that have now been put in place, we have to provide ample time for the child to be raised by both a mom and a dad. But it's the mother who's taking the time off work. And then when they come back to work, they still have to be cognizant of the fact they could be called back home because of the child and not the fail. So to answer your question, from the family level to the top, men have to take their role towards women in the more open and kinder, gentler, and the way that they want the women to behave with them. It cannot be one-sided. It has to be what I call symbiotic and reciprocal. And we need to start that process in our own home first and then coming to the office. So I can say from our perspective, I would still hire a female nurse over a male nurse any day. But that is not because of any other reason, but because we see a positive result on the other end. So that should not be used as, okay, just because she's a nurse, it's a caregiver. No, it is because they have a talent which should be celebrated. At the same time, we should give them the due respect for that and not treat them that is what they are for. And as men, we need to do that at every level. So women are brought into research centers, into data centers, into decision rooms, into boardrooms, into, like, there are nurses in the hospital, but the CEO is usually a male. Yeah. That needs to change. You know, there should be the right person on the top, not just a person because they are a male or female. So females need the appropriate attention that has been lacking across the world, and men have to play a very important role in that.
Sure. So I think, with all these insights, and all of them really work in terms of seeing this develop every day, working with technology, but also seeing and highlighting the human side of the care. I think what every one of them has told us today is that there is a balance which needs to be maintained. AI as a technology is great for speed and precision when it comes to providing well-being. But what's also needed is that the empathy and the compassion, which is such an integral part of caregiving at every level, urban, rural, and a big factor in the person who's receiving care to feel a sense of well-being, that touch is going to remain very much. I would like to have the opportunity now, with our time getting almost up, to give the opportunity to two people who haven't asked a question today, for the sake of diversity and inclusion also in this room today. So two people who will be asking their first questions, and room for just two questions. So could we have the first question? The lady here, please. Yes. Introduce yourself, and to whom is the question posed?
Oh, good afternoon, sir, ma'am. I am Komal. I am a student. I am pursuing my master's. So my question, any one of you could answer my question. And then my question is, as sir mentioned, AI heard my words, not my silence. And the topic for today's conference is AI and the future of well-being. So specifically, well-being, mental health plus physical health. So would AI in future would be able to understand our emotions? In future, would our emotions be dependent on AI? So do we need someone who is very close to us, or we would be dependent upon AI for all these things? So would AI be able to replace humans or not?
Well, that's a very good question. Well, humans are supposed to be social beings. Somehow along the way, we became social media beings. And the problem with that is, and I'll explain this to you in a little bit of a very hard and tragic way. Just this week, parents of a young 23-year-old filed a lawsuit in San Francisco because the gentleman was talking to a chatbot sitting in a car with a gun next to his head, asking questions, and and the words the parents have used is, instead of giving the proper direction, it increased the solitude of that young man and goaded, again, they use this word in their transcript, goaded him to, make the action of suicide, to commit a suicide. So AI can be everything. It could even may be able to understand your emotions. It could even be able to understand eventually, as it progresses, your body language. But you need the empathetic part of another human being to truly understand you, and vice versa. That can never change, and we should not let that change. We should not allow something that already has a name artificial written in it to take over human intelligence. So I would highly recommend that we use it where it is needed up to a point and stop, and that is a decision we have to make. Thank you.
So we are running out of time, so I have been told.
One more thing, like, isn't it a contrasting statement? Like, the topic is future of well-being. So, like, future of well-being in AI. So, like, you said, like, we need humans to understand our emotions. So this statement is wrong. Like, how could the future be AI for well-being? Like, if it can't be emotional available for us, so how could the topic be suitable for today's conference?
Yeah. So the first thing is
Very
let's
quickly,
change-
we're quite out of time.
We are out of time, and I have to speak
Also
very
more
fast.
questions, but the panelists will be there. Join them over lunch and please ask them all these questions. Yes.
So let's first rename AI as augmented intelligence and not artificial intelligence. So we use it just like an augmentation to our intelligence, right? And yeah, there might be contradiction in this, right? Because we don't have a common definition of well-being. But the point is, it doesn't matter if there is a contradiction. The point is, are we coming together to discuss and to debate and to then make a decision?
And the question, the topic here is AI and the future of well-being. So there is definitely an and over there, and I would like my panelists to join me for a picture here. And just to quickly summarize what we've seen this morning, I think there is no denying that AI is here. It is here to stay and only grow into playing a bigger role in our lives. What we do need are ethical frameworks, responsible AI, right? What we do need is diverse teams, including women, playing a big role in deciding how AI models will be created. And thirdly, we definitely need technical reviews and human reviews, because we need to take away the biases that will creep up, which will keep women away again, hopefully not for 130 years, chasing for gender parity, begging for it and pleading for it, when it is naturally the order that nature decided long years ago, right? So with that, please step up, let's have a picture, and we will then split for lunch. I will hand over to my MC.
Thank you, Shilpa. While the picture is being taken, I was asked by one of my friends here, why are you here? And this is 10 years in. Genuinely, I'm here for the cake that we're going to cut now. That's the only reason that I came. So I want to invite the TalentNomics team, the council members, the advisory members, and Binu. And let's celebrate the 10-year journey and then head for lunch.
Thank you, Anish. A quick word for me, for all of us here. As I stand here to represent all of us today, my heart is really filled with gratitude, pride, and I must say hope. Gratitude for the fact that everybody who's been associated with us has actually embraced our vision. Pride for the fact that if you've heard Ipsita in the morning, we do feel proud of the fact that we made the impact that we had hoped to. And of course, hope is for the Equiverse that we all want to see, which we've been talking since morning. Just wanted to spend a minute to tell you what happened, how we reached here. 2015, when we started TalentNomics, it all happened because of our founder, that lady with the gray hair and the tiny little single little lady called Ipsita Kathuria, who we fondly call IK. It was truly her bold dream. She has this unstoppable passion to see women lead organizations, and an unstoppable passion and desire to give back. So we're really here thanks to IK. So IK, we want to really recognize you. And I do believe if today we are where we are, if I look at this conference and all the work that we've been able to do, is really thanks to everybody in the room and all the mentors, all the partners, all the people who've been part of our journey. Wanted to give a big thank you. And I would say that it has now grown into one unstoppable movement, and I just hope this movement just gains more strength as we go forward. Just wanted to do a little quick thank you to and share with you that we've actually built a community of change makers. a lot of the people who've been with us, who've been trained through our training programs, are sitting right here in the room. Some of them have become big leaders. If you see Deepa, she's now the CHRO. If you look at Kiran, you'll be listening to her soon. She's in the room. Shiny, Sanchita, from when we met them first to all of them are now managing directors, head of departments, and we feel super proud about that. I also wanted to acknowledge the 40 plus organizations that we worked with and partnered with. Really want to thank them because they opened their doors, they believed in the vision, they opened their platforms and their hearts to the idea that when women rise, everyone rises. And I'll just take a moment and tell you what we did and what did we partner with. So we have what we want to talk about, I wanted to share with you is, we're very proud of one of our programs. It's an open program which we do for senior women who are aspiring to be CXOs. We call it the Crucible. And all the women that I shared with you before have actually been part of this Crucible. So there's real proof in the pudding. The other thing we did when we found success in this open program, and we started talking to organizations, we realized that they were struggling with building a pipeline of women leaders for tomorrow. And hence we went in and we actually started doing customized program, what we call We Lead, which is in-house programs on similar lines as Crucible. And that's got big success. We've got great results. And organizations have repeatedly asked us to come in year and after year to actually run these programs. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is, if you here in this room are CHOs, CROs, and leading teams, do think about these programs. They're very, very powerful because the whole focus is about women and them, how do they unleash their potential and go to the next level. And the last but not the least one I wanted to share about is that when we were doing these programs, one of the feedbacks we got from our participants was that the most powerful part of our programs is the mentors that they get, the mentorship that they get. And we realized that there was such a shortage of good mentors on the ground, so why not come up with a program where we could do help mentors become even better mentors and be more sensitive, especially when they're dealing with women on their team. So that's the third thing that we do. So any of you, if you're interested and you think that's something that'll be useful and you'd learn from the other organizations, I'm available, and so are the rest of the team for you if you want to have more conversations. So before we move forward, and before Ipsita and people, everybody here, this journey would not have been possible without our advisory board. All of you on the stage, advisory board and advisory council members, can I have you on the stage? And where is my team? We couldn't have done it without the core team. They're incredible, tireless, passionate, and turn ideas every day. Thank you. Team TalentNomics, can we have you on the stage? We call them the heartbeat of TalentNomics. So yes, we started small, but our purpose was never small. And today, as we stand taller, stronger, and more connected than ever before, can we clap for a decade of impact and to the timeless possibilities with AI as a multiplier? So Ipsita, over to you. So Anish, Ipsita is the only one between you and the cake.
So I will be short. But I thought that before we break for lunch and cut the cake and celebrate 10 years of TalentNomics, I thought we could all stand up, because all of us have been sitting here listening to this conversation, stand up and take a small pledge towards the Equiverse that we want to build. So are you all ready? Yes. Yeah? Can we put our hands to our heart? Okay. So we pledge to build a world where every voice has power, where bias fades and fairness becomes our standard. We will code, we will lead, and act with empathy and care to strengthen the Equiverse that is just, bold, and fair. So thank you all. Can we all commit to really living this pledge? Okay, now I think since Anish is the one who's really waiting for the cake, I would invite you to join us. You are a member of our team doing this, and cut the cake that you want to eat.
No, I'm not cutting it. No, no.
Where's the team? I want the team. Yes. Ina, where are you? Yeah, we have team.
With that, lunch.
Lunch is outside. The cake will be served outside for lunch for everybody. Thank you.
मुझे नज़रअंदाज कर देते हैं। शायद ये जगह मेरे लिए है ही नहीं इशू।
मैं समझ सकती हूँ तुम्हें क्या महसूस हो रहा है।
tells me that दुनिया की आधी आबादी की पूरी क्षमता देखना अभी बाकी है।
तो मन में कड़वाहट आ ही जाती थी, इसीलिए मैंने दुनिया की सबसे मीठी शुगर केन इजाद कर दी।
Ina, are there any of them? Welcome back, everybody. I think this is by design that Anish makes me come after a break so that he can just enjoy himself outside. Okay, we're going to start, and I'm hoping everybody will just walk back in now. This is also a very, very special session, and I'm just so thrilled that the person you're going to hear speaking is somebody very close to my heart, and I've seen her over the last 8 years or so in a client-agency relationship, but she never made me ever feel like I was part of an agency. We're delighted to open our afternoon with Ms. Suparna Mitra, former CEO of the Watches and Wearables Division of Titan Company Limited, and an independent director of Swiggy. She's a transformational business leader and one of India's most recognized women in leadership. Suparna has redefined growth and innovation through her people-first approach and strategic foresight. Her journey exemplifies, and I truly mean it, reinvention, purpose, and the human side of technology. We are honored to have you here, Suparna, and we are looking forward to your perspectives. Please come and join me on stage. And I do have to tell you all a little thing about her. She was a trained electrical engineer, and I'm sure she's forgotten a lot of her engineering, but she has spent decades driving retail marketing and brand building in the lifestyle segment. Please, Suparna, please welcome. Do you want to later or you want to? You don't know. I'll stand. You'll stand.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Lavang, for those kind words. Absolutely delighted and honored to be here. Thank you, Ipsita. So as Lavang mentioned, I've worked in Titan for more than 2 decades and served as the CEO of the Watches and Wearables Division till 3 months back. And it has been, I knew Lavang as a collaborator on many campaigns, and then through Lavang, I got to know of Ipsita and the great work she's doing in TalentNomics, and I'm really delighted to be here. So when they approached me and said that the overall theme is AI, I'm like, oh, okay, because I'm no AI expert, and I suppose that may be true for many of us. And the way I thought about it is that I will kind of talk a little bit about technology and how technology has changed us, the whole human species, the world around us, companies, societies, economies, and therefore, in a way, try to figure out how AI may actually pan out. Technology, if you all remember, there was a Y2K, which was 2000, then there was a big .com boom, followed by a bust. And there is always a hype cycle, the whole IDC word, hype cycle, that when a new technology comes, there is huge amount of interest, there are billions of dollars investment, and a lot of both pushing it up, pulling it up, as well as breaking it down. There are enough naysayers who will come up with a lot of, obviously, wrong things with it too. And, if you just reflect on it in the last 10 years, not further back than that, technology which has changed our lives, and you think about a simple thing like payment, banking, internet banking, UPI. This was seeded 20 years back, but at that point when the .com boom was happening, nobody had actually really figured out how it's going to pan out. And I feel that similarly, right now, the whole AI boom, and for most people, it's about ChatGPT and a few other use cases. I really think that it is coming as the next leg of a whole series of digital technology interventions that have come up in the last few years, and primarily a lot of automation. Of course, AI goes way beyond automation, because automation is when the human being is actually coding a logic, an algorithm, and that determines the output. AI is where the machine itself starts learning and, kind of building on that. But automation, and I've worked in a very brick and mortar, though digitally enabled company, and I see that the kind of impact that has come in, AI will be the next frontier. Just to give a little perspective, when I took over as CEO in 2020, April 1st, which was bang in the middle of the first COVID lockdown, the only COVID lockdown that we had, things were looking quite grim. I think we all have collective amnesia on how difficult things were, and everybody had declared that we don't know where the world will go, we don't know what will happen to the economy. But as we often used to joke within the company, COVID did to accelerate digital adoption more than years and years of seminars, conferences, and research reports, because it was just the tipping point where you had to become digital. In the business that I was leading, which was watches and wearables, it actually hit us in multiple ways, but I'll talk about 3 important business levers that changed. One was the product itself, and we started selling a lot of smartwatches, which is a technology product. While, all along we were selling watches, which are really a lifestyle, fashion, status, self-expression, but not about technology. There is a quartz or an analog watch technology, but the moment there was wide-scale adoption of smartwatches, which was because of also a huge interest in health and fitness post-COVID, so that became a huge thing. The second lever, or the second pillar in which everything changed, was access. And if you all remember, while e-commerce has been there all along, it was only during COVID that a lot of people started, really buying things on e-commerce, because it gave that social distancing and all of the other health and immunity. It kind of allayed those fears. And for us also as a company, we had to overnight go into really building the omni-channel. Some of it was fortuitous because we had just invested in it, but it became something that people, consumers, really wanted it, as opposed to the company saying, okay, let's go do e-commerce. And the third was the whole digital marketing. For years, and I've been a marketer for 30 plus years, the whole marketing formula was you come up with a brand proposition or a customer value proposition, and you make a 30-second TV ad, and you put it on the TV channels or on some front page of a newspaper. It's not like that. Any of that has gone away, but what has happened is a huge influx of digital marketing, social media marketing, influencer marketing. So what I'm trying to say here is that actually the old never goes away. It just gets transformed, and it makes space for a whole new wave of doing things, which is led by technology. And I do believe that is going to be similar. There are experts who say that as much as 40% of current jobs will get transformed by AI, but there are people who say that it's maybe only 10 to 15% in the immediate future that we will be able to see the impact of AI. The second, the second point that I wanted to say, and it was touched upon in the earlier panels, which I heard, was about what I would call the ethics of AI. AI is it's just computer code, right? And the bigger question is, it will reflect whatever data has been fed in, which has been fed in by human beings. That's human data. And obviously, the technology itself is not stabilized. I think 2-3 days back, there was an interview of Sundar Pichai, where he himself said that AI makes a lot of mistakes. I heard this term called hallucinations. How many of you are familiar with AI hallucination? And it can often generate something which actually doesn't make sense. So, there is so much human intervention that needs to go in there. And we will actually, I think, we will have the privilege of actually witnessing what AI does, both good and bad, just as we have in previous waves of digital technology, automation, etc. But a lot of also responsibility lies with us Again, read about this. Leena Nair, who's the CEO of Chanel, happens to be my batchmate when we started our careers in Hindustan Unilever 33 years back. She actually went to, I think, Microsoft, and she said, she asked ChatGPT to show a picture, a visualization of what the Chanel leadership team looks like. ChatGPT can only tell you what it has, so it actually showed a bunch of all men, all white, all in suits. And her problem, as she mentioned, was with all three of them. Because in reality, the Chanel leadership team is quite diverse, and also they are a luxury brand, so they will not be wearing boring black and blue suits, which is what that ChatGPT visualization brought up. But this is a subject that needs a lot of work. There is a very big AI company called Anthropic, which is again, multi-billion-dollar valuations and doing a lot of work. They have actually appointed a lady called Amanda Askell, who is a PhD in philosophy, to inculcate morals and ethics in AI. This is moral science. I'm of that generation that in class, I think 4 to 6, you had moral science where you had these little stories at the end of it, do not lie, do not cheat, that kind of thing. Without that training, AI will not be, it fundamentally doesn't have any morality or humanity. How will it differentiate? How will it learn? So I think the people who are at the forefront are obviously doing some, really history-shattering kind of work. But fundamentally at the core of it is how do we as also responsible citizens kind of use AI. And if we hear of students who are not doing their homework and submitting AI generated lessons. Again, I heard recently, I think it was in Australia, a whole thing got printed in the newspaper. And you know what the last paragraph was, which was the giveaway? If you want further prompts, they printed that also, because they just took the whole thing and printed. Because if you use ChatGPT, that's what it does. At the end, it says, if you also want to know something, please let us, whatever, type in. They printed that also. So really, the point I'm trying to make here is that it is actually incumbent on people who use AI to use it in a responsible way, people who are at the forefront of technology to also inculcate that point about ethics. But this conference is not just about AI, because that's where I had kind of said, oh my God, what am I going to even talk about AI? And, but I think I was told it's not just about AI, it's also about gender. It is primarily about gender. And that is a subject I can very easily speak about from my lived experience of being a woman in Indian corporate world for 30 plus years. And here is where I think, because there is this fear that yet again women will get quote unquote left behind because there's so few women in STEM. I was just seeing some video, it said 15% of women, of people in STEM in India are women and so on and so forth. And my own experience has been that, and I have come up with this 4C formula, which will probably help somebody in the room. Even if it helps one person, I think it's of use for me to share. I think the first C is curiosity. And you don't need to be a coder, you don't need to be any of it. I think just, that's the beauty of the internet. You cannot blame the internet for anything. Sure, it'll have child pornography at one end, which is horrendous, heinous, but it also has the world's, best information at all of our fingertips. So I think the curiosity is something that goes a long way. And obviously, all of the C's that I will talk about are applicable to both men and women. I'm just talking more from for women. There is a reason. I remember in my 30s and early 40s, I was so overwhelmed being a working mom with 2 children, and I didn't have the time. Literally, I didn't have the mental bandwidth to even follow the passions and the things that I was curious about. I didn't have the time to actually go down that path, but I do realize that even if you take out some time in your work day to go through and follow down those rabbit holes of knowledge around any particular topic, especially which are about the things that are yet to come. I think that's the thing, because things that are yet to come also causes anxiety. You're not comfortable because you don't know what lies ahead. So we tend to, as human beings, we are programmed to go back into comfort. But taking out time to go into areas and learn and more about anything new that is happening, especially with regards to technology, goes a long way. I can tell you that when I was leading the watches and wearables division, I was not an expert in exactly how e-commerce, is working. I wasn't and honestly, I wasn't even an expert in digital marketing, though I've been a marketer. I kind of say that I lost my license. You know, the license, driving license you need to renew. I kind of did not renew it for digital marketing because by the time I'd already moved into general management. But the point is that there are many things that we don't know and we need to keep up and keep learning. Out of curiosity comes the second C, which is capability. And it's not that everyone will become capable of everything, but whatever it is that is your area of competence, there are new capabilities that one must master. And it is important, sometimes you learn it from, I have learned a lot from younger colleagues at work. Sometimes you go into a master class, sometimes you, like I said, just spend time on the net and just, keep learning more and more. But capability, especially in the new areas. So capability is one step beyond curiosity. You can be curious about 10 topics, but you can probably build real capability in 1, max 2, because that requires, a lot more work. But that is something that I would urge everyone. Again, more for women, because we are talking about women, because I also think about, I reflect on in my career, whether within Titan or outside, whenever I felt that, somewhere there was some, decision to be made, did the woman go out and really talk about what she has to offer? Sometimes we doubt our capability and we get stuck at that, saying, I don't know this enough, and so I will not, raise my hand. From capability actually is the next C, which is very easy to guess, confidence. I was talking to Bhavna over lunch. Where are you? Oh, there you are. And we had met earlier this year in another conference on women's leadership. Similar, how do you get women CXO pipeline? And I was actually the last speaker. It was Friday evening, but I was at like 3:30 or 4. And there were 75 women in the room, and they were all N-1 and N-2 to the CEO of their companies, I think about 30 odd companies. And they were in this journey for many weeks, and then, the conference itself was 2 days. And it was like a fireside chat, and the question that was asked, that the person, the moderator asked me, is what is the one thing that you think has helped you in your journey? And I kind of looked at it and said, sure, I can answer, but I asked the 75 people, what is the one thing that you think is coming in the way of your realizing your dreams, your achieving your dreams? And your dream is clearly, you've stated it as becoming a CXO, right? What do you think they said? Sorry? Yeah, the men, unfortunately, they're not thinking of the men. They are thinking about themselves. It is about self-doubt. It's about confidence. They mostly that I know that I'm good at my work, otherwise I won't even be here. But I'm enveloped, in some of it I felt was crippling sense of self-doubt, that if I'm pushed up to the next role, will it almost be exposed that I may not have the capability to move that? And my answer to them was that, you know, do you think men do not feel the same self-doubt? Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but they don't let it come in the way. They raise their hands. Do the men agree? Do you guys feel self-doubt? Yes? But do you soldier on and say, koi nahi dekha jayega, let's just go ahead? And it's not that women don't do it, but they also have to balance many other things. I mean, in that, there were women who came and said, but I have small children, I have this, I have mother-in-law, my husband is sitting in Delhi, I'm sitting, it is true. All of that is true. I'm not making it sound like the women are not stepping up. I'm just saying this is the reality. And I feel the next generation of women, like I started my career in early 90s, I think the women who started the career, say 20 years later, who've now worked for 15 years, somebody who started the career in 2010, 12, around that time, I think they have a more wholesome sense of they can do it. I think they also have probably role models. They've seen, you know, this is really interesting. It's a cute aside. I had recently, since I left Titan, I have young colleagues who call me home to, you know, because now there is no formality. I'm not their boss's boss's boss or whatever it is. So there was this young lady, woman who called me home, and she has 2 kids, 7 years and 10 months, a little baby. And she had come to me, I think about 2-3 years back, and she said, you know, first of all, it took her a lot to come to me and ask this, but she actually came with a very specific question. You're the only senior woman leader in Titan who has 2 children. I have 2 children. All the others have stopped at 1. Do you think, and she already had a 5-year-old, do you think this is a good idea or a very bad idea to have the second one? And this is practical advice. Like who would, like when I had my second child, who would I have asked? They were only men. What would I have asked them? They would have said, why 2, have 5? Because they were not looking at the children at all. I mean, they were, but not in the way that mothers do. So then I actually gave her my advice, saying that since you already have one and you have the system, you know, support system, whatever, it is 1.5 times the trouble, but double the fun. So she went, and so she'd called me to show off a little 10-month-old adorable baby boy. So sometimes it's all that takes. Representation matters. That you see somebody else having done something, you say, okay, then maybe even I can do it. If you see nobody, then it comes back like an, you know, an echo of silence. If you are silent, then you will only hear an echo of silence. There's no palpable proof that this can be done. So, you know, that is the whole power of confidence. And the last one is actually why I never, ever, or let me put it positively, I always accept any speaking opportunity to address the whole subject of equity and gender equity in the workplace. Because I didn't reach where I did. You know, I had a lot of people who supported me, mentors, champions who spoke in rooms where I was not there, saying that yes, she can do it, or who directly told me. I will quickly also recount a short experience in 2012. I was the marketing head of Titan, and I was called by the MD, Bhaskar Bhatt, at that time MD, and he called me and said, you know, we are creating a new role, and it's called Geo Head. It's a regional business head. It's a huge, basically, sales head across watches, jewelry, eyewear, and you have to become one of, there were 4 regions, north, south, east, west. And I remember sitting across saying, Bhaskar, why would you offer this to me? And it wasn't even coming from self-doubt. It was simply I was confounded. And he said, but I know you can do it. Why are you having a problem with it? And I did it. It was a huge, my kids were small. And it was a big decision to say, okay, I will do this. It was a 6-day-a-week role as opposed to the 5-day-a-week, which was happening in the corporate. There's a lot of things. But that one stint, which I did for 3 years, really catapulted me in my own head and in other people's heads that I could head a business. Because till then I was very much a marketing, functional. How do you catapult yourself from being a functional leader to an enterprise leader? It's not just going to happen to you. You've got to ask for it. You have to be in the right place at the right time. You have to show your competence, capability, etc. But I think the last C is commitment. And this commitment, for all women who are working and who are wanting to move through so many obstacles that are opposing your speed, it's a commitment to yourself and your career. Because the one thing that I realized is that nobody else is as interested in your career as you. And I'm not saying they're not helping you, they're not supporting. They're all supporting, they're all there. But if you don't find that vital, that this is absolutely, it's almost like I will die if you tell me to, give this up. I have to do this, it's important. So that commitment to your career. And I think for others, for people who are in mentor roles, whether they're men, women, bosses, peers, very, very important. We always forget about the peers. I have sat in many rooms where I'm the only woman, and all 7, 8, 10 people are peers, are men. And there are peers who lift you up, absolutely. They support you. They see you as an equal, they see you as, as a very, very important force in that dynamic. And it's very important to support. And also team members. I think actually in my little, story, my journey, my biggest support has come from my team members. They have just done the impossible because we kind of worked together and bonded so well, and very, very proud of the work they did because they fully, wholeheartedly supported me. So I think the 4 C's, it starts with curiosity, goes on to capability, goes on to confidence, and finally commitment. Also my commitment to this cause, like I said, always will be available to anybody who wants me to give whatever little I have experienced in my life as a lesson, as an example, as something that may be of use to somebody. So that's it from my side. I don't know how I'm doing on time. Maybe one question, I don't know. Yeah, one question, yeah. Yes, of course. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. Thanks. I really like, your 4C, element. But I think one thing that needs to be kind of also added to that is women coaching women. So maybe that's another C. Because one thing we women lack is we are, it's talking about harnessing the AI for the Equiverse. So I think definitely there is an element of coaching that needs to come. Women should coach other women. Leaders like you should make more of you. So that's what I just wanted to add to your kitty.
Totally agree. Yeah. Thank you so much for adding that.
Yeah.
Sir, ये साड़ियों से बाहर है, हम लोग काम की बात कर रहे हैं. Yeah. Yes.
Madam, I have a question. In your opinion, as a women business leader, what are the specific features of harnessing AI in terms of equitable implementation, ethical considerations, and human values and alignment?
So, sir, in the beginning, I was mentioning a little bit. Like I mentioned right in the beginning, I'm not an expert. Like everybody else, I'm seeing what's happening. And it's frankly, nobody in the universe right now knows exactly how this is going to pan out. Hopefully, it'll turn out fine. hopefully all the good stuff of AI will help in, augmenting and making things easier. And we have to be careful about the ethical dilemmas of possible negative consequences. That's great. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Suparna. I think what I took away from this is, Suparna, you mentioned a low stat on women in STEM, right? And we had already predicted that. So my next moderator is an engineer, is a woman from STEM. So talking about unbiased by design and nothing about us or without us, I'll introduce my moderator, which is Kiran. Kiran just won her company's badminton championship yesterday. And Kiran and I are both competing to win the fittest 40 over 40 award. You can tell who's going to win this. Kiran. And I think one of Kiran's moderators is joining online, so please give us a minute to just sort out technical issues. Oh, there she is. So no sorting out of technical issues either.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm audible at the back? Okay, because I want to make sure you guys can hear the questions, because this time I'm going to turn the table, guys. While we're going to grill the panelists, I'm going to ask you also some questions. So there's a very famous comedian, Jerry Seinfeld. Yes, you must have heard him. He recently said something in which a lot of people have said in a lot of memes, right? That humans are so intelligent enough to build AI, but they are dumb enough to need one, and they are stupid enough that they cannot even control it, right? This is exaggerated fun, but the pun really puts a punch here that, is it true that are we not in a position to control AI? So I'm going to have this panel, and a very experienced panel today, help us try and answer this question, and if we have to control it, how? But now your turn, guys, before I grill the panel. So how many of you, with a raise of hand, can tell me, have used ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, or any AI tool for asking, where should I go on next holiday? Yes. And something maybe even smaller. How many of you have used ChatGPT to ask, which is the next restaurant I should go to? Oh, guys, not a lot of people eat outside? Okay, good. But these are very trivial things, right? A wrong answer or a biased answer will not harm us much. But now let's get to a serious tone. What if your daughter today was searching on ChatGPT that which course as my future should I pick up? Would you feel a pinch of hurt if you knew at the back end that there might be a bias running just because the data it was trained on was for a different gender? And maybe, why even talk about gender? What if you were asking this question in Hindi, right? Most of the AI assistants and bots support multilingual languages, right? So if you're asking this question in Hindi, would you feel scared if you felt at the back end that my language might be creating a bias on the results it is giving, right? So I'm an engineer, right? So I know how these things work, and I know the importance of data that is being used for training here. So the highlight of today's topic will be around this. But the questions don't end here, right? I'm going to test you on some general knowledge as well. So Devjani Ghosh, I'm sure you all know. I know her because I first met her at a TalentNomics session, right? She's a distinguished fellow at Niti Aayog. And recently you must have seen her publishing the AI governance report of 2025, right? It is very heartening to know that even the government and a lot of organizations are coming behind in creating governance and what is required for the right responsible AI to be being at play. And this report is very nice. You guys should pick it up. And it very nicely summarizes that there are going to be 7 sutras on which the government is building AI governance. So quick poll on the audience here. Any guesses what are the 7 sutras? Most of the words, the reason why I'm asking this question is, most of the words have been said today on this stage. Any guesses? Any sutra? Yeah, that was the easiest one. Yes, but that is most important. Any other sutra? No. So that comes in equity, right? They're saying they're going to be fair. Any other sutra that you feel AI governance is going to focus on? Still coming to the same topic. Safety. Sorry? Same again, same topic. That's taken care of in fairness and equity. Trust. Yes, understandable by design, so that there is transparency. Very good, sir. Any other? We still have 3 more to go. Sorry? Exactly, very nice. Any other? 2 more to go, guys. That's comes in safety, yes, safety. Any other? That is needed in all, sir. That's needed, your participation needed in all. I'll just quickly cover, I think the last one that you guys didn't cover is innovation over restraint. So the government itself is encouraging that we should keep using AI for more and more innovation, and they are focusing that we want to stress on innovation over restraint. So very nice to know that this audience here understands what the governance consists of. I'm going to now introduce my panel here to you guys. So first of all, I have Uma, who's joining us online from Geneva. She's a senior economist at research department at ILO. Uma is a senior part of research department at International Labour Office, and she of course holds a PhD in developmental economics from the University of Hyderabad. She has been a distinguished fellow across universities, and I have a big list here. I'll just list the countries. She's a visiting fellow in Japan, in Paris, France, and of course India. And the best part is that she has conducted research in various standard forms of work, and by training has conducted research on informal economy, minimum wages, poverty, and issues focusing on gender. So a very big welcome to Uma, who's going to be joining us on Zoom from Geneva. Hi Uma, I hope we are audible. I'm going to take the blinking of the eyes as yes. Let's move on. My second panelist today is someone very warm who walked up to me, and I knew she was every word of what is being said here. With 3 decades of rich experience in the IT industry, in spanning across cloud transformation, digital innovation, and large-scale delivery leadership, Renu Menon here is former India head AWS Professional Services. She most recently led AWS, where she built and scaled organization from its early days into a high-performing consulting practice, driving customer success and digital transformations on the cloud. Before AWS, Renu has spent 2 decades with Oracle Financial Services Software, leading global delivery and digital transformation programs for top-tier financial institutions worldwide. So welcome, Renu. Please join us. And we have a third panelist, and no bias here. He's a man and he's running late. We're going to pull his leg a little bit when he joins, right? But we're going to give him a little benefit because he's a man. So hi Renu and hi Uma. So we are building the systems on top of AI, which we say is a mirror of the ideal world. Not really an ideal world, but mirror of the world that has been, because it uses historical data for training. And today we're going to talk about how can we compel companies and organizations to seize the digital pencil and change or redesign the future here. So my first question actually will be over to Uma, and I hope the question, you're audible, right? Okay, great. So my first question here for Uma is that, just a second. I need to go digital. So numbers in finance, Uma, are not very encouraging. They say that, and I read the paper for this number specifically, that women loan applications are 15% less likely to be approved. You know, this is not very encouraging. And the current reality of AI is that, of course, it is automating historical inequality, right? So are we saying that, you know, we will be at a disadvantage because something was there in the past? So what crucial role can now governance mechanisms play here in finance and labor market, especially because that's your forte, to make sure that this impartiality does not continue? And how strong are these organizations in terms of compelling the models to actually reduce this baseline bias?
Yeah, thank you so much, Kiran, for this particular question. And you're very right indeed in saying that, you know, the reality is that AI is built on old, unequal foundations, and they are automating historical inequality. And I think Suparna sort of also tried saying that in her speech just now. Now, it's no surprise, right, as to why this is so, because of the mechanisms in which they operate. Because AI models do not think, they're not humans. They do not think in a human sense. And what they basically do is they are predicting. They're predictive engines, which are based on historical patterns. And I think if I understand it right, this is what many of them talk about as a legacy bias as a result, as such. Now, what has been happening within the whole governance mechanism is that you have a simple way in which you have a model where you govern it by saying that, okay, let's remove the gender checkbox from a loan application, and that's blind enough. But what it does not do is, it does not solve your proxy problem, as the AI will find other proxies or data points that correlate with the gender per se. So now, if AI starts denying loans to women today, there are going to be fewer women who are going to build these credit histories. And tomorrow's data is going to be even fewer successful female borrowers. So you're going to make the next version of the AI even more biased. So I think what we need to do is, we need to move our governance mechanism from a kind of a risk management as such, saying, did you follow the procedure, check the box, to very active governance mechanism where you're basically asking the question, is the outcome fair? And unless and until you do that, you're not going to bring about a change in the system. And the way the current state is that if a company documents that they tested the model, and if the model says it's 90% accurate overall, but it is 95% accurate for men and 60% accurate for women, you still go by. And I think that has to stop. And I think what we need to think about is looking at specific industries, specific sectors, think about what does a standard look like? And think about governance bodies which comprises of internal compliance teams as well as external regulators. And you need to sort of think about enforcing a kind of an impact testing, which is quite disparate. And this would mean that when you deploy a model, it needs to ensure that the error rate is roughly equal, irrespective of the demographic groups that you're talking about, including gender. And if the model rejects qualified women at a higher rate than qualified men, it cannot be launched. And I think that's period. That would then force firms to fix the bias and not just say, okay, we pay a fine later. But I think you need to now think about how do you fix that problem. Now, let me just take quickly the example of the loan per se and go about doing it. If your current state is that your AI model is built upon some 10,000 historical data over the last 20 years for men and 1,000 for women, now the conclusion is very clear, right? AI will very clearly come out and say that we see that men are more successful in repaying loans compared to women, and the problem is basically elsewhere. And I think the governance solution would then be, how do you actually go about balancing the data? And the regulator might want to basically push and say that, you need to either weigh this 1,000 women for more loans more heavily, or collect more data so that you have equal representation of a 50-50%. Now, I think the point that one needs to make is that not just to say that 50% of the data should be women. So we are not just talking about fairness, but we are also talking about a mathematical accuracy. Because if you're going to train a system on a world that is 80% men, then you have built a system that is delusional about the real world, which is only 50% women. So the governance mechanism that we need is to step into force companies to correct this delusion, that it affects not only the loans or job applications, but whatever kind of an AI or algorithm that you're bringing about. So I think the intervention there becomes fundamentally important.
Thanks, Uma. So, Renu, Uma mentioned a particular sector of finance sector related risk coming in. You being in the corporate world for such a long time, and not just personally in your company, you were in a space in a state of power where you were helping a lot of other companies roll out solutions faster on the cloud, right? So at the core risk of this, race of the companies deploying AI solutions for core functions like customer service or hiring, and maybe you can confirm whether it's with rigorous testing or not. As a corporate tech leader, what would you call out was the biggest risk that you could see which could lead to this bias? And what kind of mandatory internal processes do you think these companies have to put in place before deploying such a solution? Or if you have any example, that would be great. Maybe even on the negative side, where you saw something deployed and it failed.
It's a great question, Kiran. I hope I'm audible. Okay. So good question there, because with the urgency now, it's AI everywhere and everybody wants to be ahead of the race, and the tools and the technology available to deploy solutions is so prevalent, right, with the large language models trained. It's just a matter of picking those tools and building a solution and deploying it. And very, very common use cases are the customer service, like you say, credit decisioning, things which were very manual intensive and has now turned to AI for a solution, right? And one of the biggest, while there has been recognition over time about building responsible AI solutions, safety has been called out much more. I think that's been a lot of attention around safety. I would probably say the bias maybe requires a little more attention, and primarily because the same reason, which I think in all sessions we heard this, the data set, right? We've got trained data. These LLMs have been trained on data that is inherently skewed, right? Which is very Western, very English dominated. It is not nuanced for the local context. And primarily, of course, the gender representation is insufficient. So what actually comes out requires a lot more attention in terms of, and I like Uma's point, because it's really about, is the outcome right? Testing the outcomes versus it's not code testing anymore. So that's a fundamental difference in the current situation, right? So in a traditional, when you're building software and you're deploying it, you go through the process of testing for functional accuracy. This is the way it was behaving before automation, and this is the way, is it behaving the same way post-automation? And that's insufficient in this case, because your benchmark itself is skewed. So, creating those new benchmarks. Also about bringing in new practices, right? So security has been a practice, and it's a mandatory step in their testing, right? AI testing has to be thought of in that way. One, it has to be a mandatory testing, but how you test it is very, very going to be very different, because those outcomes are not there as a reference point. So there are tools. There are most of the tech providers are providing tools, taking this into cognizance so that it is. It's not just about the speed of deployment and hurriedly putting a solution out there, because the tools are now catering to that. But on top of that, how can you actually give tools which test basics of, is there bias, is there hallucination? Along with that, is there bias? Can you break down, there's for clarity, for looking at the explainability, the data lineage. So a number of tools that are there to help put in this process. I think the next step is to actually start mandating and making it a part of the process, making more people aware. Just last week I saw this, like we have typically guidelines in technology for, what good architecture looks like. And that keeps changing, that keeps evolving according to the scale of systems that are required in the current day, right? When now that is e-commerce, your scale and reach and latency is like much higher, so it's so much more in attention. So there are frameworks which help you architect. Similarly, there should be frameworks to help you architect or design, taking into consideration a lot more softer factors, which is around bias detection, fairness. Now, bias is one part where you can actually look at the data set. How about fairness, right? There should be ways to measure now that could be more human-centric detection of fairness or assessing fairness in the output. How do you bring in those processes? And as in the consulting services industry, I think processes is something that everybody loves to implement. But
no, only you guys love to implement that.
So there's always this attention to process where you can prevent these kind of things. So I think that's where it has to go finally, and recognition of these are the parameters. And the first step, I think in one of the earlier sessions, I love that point and I wrote it down. It's about first recognizing that these are the dangers of operationalizing this kind of data at scale, or these kind of training models at scale. Recognizing, and also secondly, recognizing where things can go wrong. And the more that we create awareness around these guardrails and these frameworks and these practices can be brought in as a preventive upfront to design the systems correctly, to audit the systems correctly, and not as an afterthought, but bringing it upfront in the way you roll out a solution.
Thanks, Renu. I'm going to quickly take a small interjection here because our third panelist is here. Welcome Arjun on the stage. We've been waiting for you, so I'm not going to delay any further. So guys, Arjun Venkataraman here is Senior Officer, Artificial Intelligence at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. He's taking care of the Digital Health Innovations and Artificial Intelligence Cluster, which is a core part of the Gates Foundation's operations in India and in the India Country Office, ICO. Arjun's work, and I cannot hold myself any longer, I have to say these words, right? So you guys have heard Akal Badiya Bhains, right? What if we change it to say Akal Badiya Bias, right? So this is a paper that has been published by Arjun. We'll really love to know about this. Arjun's work at the foundation is focused on shaping and scaling the use of AI for social good, with a keen focus on enabling inclusion and expanding adoption in public sector, service delivery, equitable digital transformation, and his work is grounded in over 15 years of experience in public interest technology and the digital inclusion area. Arjun holds a bachelor degree in computer science, so STEM, and a master's degree in business law as well. So welcome Arjun to the panel. So we're not going to let you rest, and we're going to straight away shoot the question here, right? So on your forte or area of your expertise, which is linguistic and technical divide, Arjun, your work in Hindi language technology highlights how AI often defaults, and we were actually earlier having this example shared that what if I was talking to ChatGPT because it supports multiple languages, asking a question in Hindi, right? Will the results be biased? So how does this linguistic and cultural exclusion act as a barrier that limits specifically women's digital voice? And what is the technical challenge in sourcing, cleaning, and labeling balanced, high-quality, non-English data as well? And if there is something you're doing at the Gates Foundation to bridge this gap?
Thank you, and sorry for being late. I didn't know there was an online option. I had just jumped on time. Also, a couple of corrections. Akal Badiya Bias is definitely not a paper I have authored. It's been done by teams at Karya and Microsoft Research. So those are the folks who did the work. Gates Foundation just funded it. And to your point on where linguistic divides and cultural divides hit women
worse than they do other folks. Statistically, we find that English language and skills on a phone, typically there's a strong correlation with if you're a man, you're educated, you're earning, you're out of the house more often. Those factors simply mean that there's a lot more exposure, and typically the skill gap tends to be such that these divides will impact women much worse than they impact other folks. Phones are very often shared. Women's phones, if you ask them, do you have a phone or do you own a phone? That the answer to that question is quite substantially different. Have may be true, or perceptionally women may respond that, yes, I have a phone, of course I have a phone. Who owns the phone, who controls the phone, who has access to the payments on it, those things might vary. Very often the woman's phone in the household is a shared phone. The rest of them are sort of individually owned. I think these are the things that contribute to all of this. Linguistically, this experiment, what we really wanted to test out is that we were of the opinion that women from low resource communities, low income communities can significantly contribute to ground truthing, improving AI and things of that sort. We just wanted to find out an empirical tested use case. And there we said, can we do this for gender bias annotations in text corpora? And this was in translation text. And this was before GPT had dropped. So there wasn't a lot of LLM conversation at that time, but there was neural machine translation, which was things like what AI for Bharat and Bhashini now do. Google Translate's been doing it for a while. So the question was, in these kind of text corpora, is there bias inherent? Doctor aata hai, nurse aati hai, Ram padhta hai, Gita kaam karti hai. This kind of stuff is kind of common. We've seen it even in textbooks, but you definitely see it in Google. If you want to try it out for yourself on Google Translate now, you can try out Ram jata hai will be the translation for Ram goes. But if you put two A's, it becomes Ram jate hain. And then if you put Sita, it still comes to jati hai. So it's the anuswar is missing. These are subtle biases, but they show up, they make a difference. The idea was, can we get women to, based on their own lived experience, annotate some of this in the languages that they speak? And so we did it in 6 Indian languages. 20,000 women participated in this. They got paid for it through Karya. And now that paper has been sort of well quoted, it won an award, so it's established that this can be done. There is a training overhead requirement that comes in, which then ups your cost of annotation. So one, sourcing people who will want to do this work, then getting them trained up, and then retaining them for the next job, which will be subtly different, is hard, because the same kind of task or micro task doesn't necessarily always scale. The question was, if Gates Foundation today wanted to do this, we did this for 20,000 women. Tomorrow, who else is going to pay for this? And so now we've been working with the Nudge Foundation for the last 8-10 months on better understanding the overall data annotation landscape and seeing where are the pathways for women to find work in there. And then Nudge just launched a report on this at their Charcha event last week. So so good to look that up and see what's happening there.
Thanks, Arjun. These words are so subtle that maybe we never even noticed. Doctor aata hai, nurse aati hai. Yes, we definitely need a lot of good, unbiased data to make sure that even the poor AI can make the right decisions, right? I'm going to go over to Uma again in Geneva and ask you a question related to that. Although we will focus on maybe the sector of finance, right? So Uma, why does it matter that who is collecting and processing the data? Is there a governance needed there, especially for data from women, right, and in informal economy, right? What structural changes do we need to make sure that there is sufficient, and this is what Arjun was also mentioning, who's going to pay for it, that there is necessary economic incentive for companies to invest in diverse data, right? So why does it matter, and how can we create those incentives?
Thank you so much for that very important and very good question. And I also would like to respond to the intervention that Arjun made on annotation and the link you've made on the economic incentive, but I'll do that in a bit. Very clearly, when you do think about, and I thought about this entire design, unbiased by design, nothing about us without us kind of panel, I think what we are talking about here is something like data sovereignty, right? Because when data is collected by external entities, such as, you're talking about the big tech or NGOs or governments, there's absolutely no participatory agency of the subject. And what often happens is you're extracting a lot of this data and taking value from a community, but you're not returning actually any benefit to them. Like, you can think about a lot of data that is taken up or annotation done by Indians on driverless cars, And this is probably for BMW in a particular country, in a particular place. So there's so much of value that is generated from it, but the returns to that never ever comes back, either in that economy where the work's been done or the data subject itself. So it really matters who collects the data, because the collector then determines also what is worth measuring. Now, you talked about the women in the informal economy. Let me take this example per se. Now, if you really look at informal work and women's work within it, it's quite fragmented. Now, they get into this labor market largely because of poverty, also to maintain their livelihoods. So they can do multiple tasks and they can do multitasking, but also pave between doing economic tasks to doing household unpaid tasks. So you're talking about selling goods, caring for work, doing domestic labor, doing home-based manufacturing work. Now, if there was a male-dominated tech firm which is actually designing the whole data collection tool, what is it going to do? The model that it has is a typical 9-to-5 model. And it'll basically pick that up and say, oh, there are huge productivity gaps, and there is a bias here basically saying that, oh, women are not really motivated to work as much as men are, and so on and so forth. And actually that creates a major bias in the way the data is collected into the system. Now, apparently there's a Boston Consulting Group study that has been done which says that, if this is the way AI is going to be trained, or the data that is going to be collected without understanding what is behind the data, then there is a huge potential to lose, because there's a huge economic opportunity of providing these workers either certain types of jobs or certain types of credit that they can actually look at. So this is just to say that there's clearly a need to bring about a structural change and move from thinking about data extraction to data dignity, wherein a person's data generates value. So it trains a profitable AI, then the person who's involved is entitled to have a share of that value. In the case of informal economy workers, you can think about a data cooperative, where instead of the data going directly to the company, you're talking about, how can you pool this data into a trust? And then that trust negotiates, basically saying that if you want this AI to be trained, then there has to be some economic return to this particular group of people. And I think this is where one needs to think about how, whether it's NGOs or civil society organizations who can actually help many of these workers becoming data stewards and go about doing it. There's just two more points I do want to make. And when you especially get into this gender debate sometimes, you get into the whole question around, okay, we need gender disaggregated data. I want to just emphasize on this point and take this a bit more forward. Let's not just do checkboxes of gender disaggregated data, but think about context-specific and awareness about the metadata here. And I think what I'm trying to say here is that if women work fewer hours in an economic activity, one needs to understand why. Is it because of household responsibilities, unpaid care burdens, and what is actually omitted, so that it doesn't come out saying that, women are less committed workers compared to men? I think this is something quite important. The other thing that I want to emphasize, and I think I'm very glad that Arjun brought this point on data annotation, is that, when you get on this debate of data, it's just assumed that the data is there, okay? And you think about Okay, what is that data that is being collected? But what is missed completely is that that data that is collected is actually needs to be cleaned and curated before it is fed into the AI model. And this is where, you're talking about the career workers, which is the data laborers. They play a very important role in curating and annotating these massive data sets that train AI algorithms, and there are huge decent work deficits, both in terms of decent working conditions, whether you're talking about working long hours, not having adequate wages, working under intense pressure because you have a client who says, by the end of today, I want all of this to be done. I don't care how it's done. So, that also creates a whole lot of problems. And I think what we need to think about is, okay, all of this work needs to be done, but how can we respect that data laborer, not only from the idea of thinking about social justice, but also thinking about, the quality and reliability of the AI system that you're going to build based on that data. So I think there are lots of different issues that are there when you're thinking about an AI system, and this is something we at the ILO are working, and I'm happy to talk more about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Suma. Two critical offshoots from her answer, and I'm going to direct one to each of you. So starting with you, Renu, and I think someone here, when I was asking about the top main sutras of AI governance, said, can you explain why something is happening, right? So explainability right now in AI systems, in very simplistic terms, people say it's a black box. So if, let's say, assume, and we and all of us are technical people, while we might differ on saying it's a black box, but still, let's assume for 1 second that it's a black box. But I, as a person or an organization, if I'm deploying an AI solution, I have an accountability right. So as a corporate leader, what do you think is a mandatory internal governance or audit structure that we need to enforce, so that this algorithmic fairness is not opaque? You should be at least be able to measure and state if there is a bias. So what kind of governance and audit structure can we put to companies who are using AI?
Great question, Kiran, and definitely a very, very important one, because right now, I'm not even sure if it's prevalent to have an ethics board or a governance board to audit these systems. It's part of like I said, there are frameworks coming out, there is guidelines coming out, but how many are actually mandating the setup of an ethical governance board, right? And for sure, like we said, I think the previous, in response to your previous question as well, there are many checkpoints where this governance should come in, and these, the data needs to be checked, the output needs to be checked, and it also matters a lot as to who is checking it, right? So it's not just a system test that you're doing. So who is checking it, and from what lens? So explainability, for instance, the source. The first point that we've all agreed is the source of the what the AI is producing. One of the biggest contributors to that is the data. The second is the algorithm, and the third is how it's being interpreted, right? So the first two, the data and the algorithm, how it's being checked against what parameters. I think at least there should be very strong guidelines in terms of those parameters that needs to be, and not, like I agree with Uma, it cannot just be a checkbox. Eventually I feel it will become a checkbox, because that's when you say mandatory, it has to be done. It might just become a checkbox, but it is a lot more ambiguous than just a checkbox of saying, okay, do you have a data sheet? Do you have traceability for your data, right? Those are the minimums which are there. But if you have traceability for the data, have you looked at it for breadth? Have you looked at it for coverage? Have you looked at it for, is there, diversity in the data? And all of that needs to be put in as a mandate. Secondly, when you're looking at output, the algorithmic as well, right? What kind of conclusions is it coming up with? Is it just, a repeat of the normal? This is the way things happen, and hence the algorithm also brings out the same norm? Or are we looking at much more nuances, or the outliers, or outside of the norm really, where you're checking to see how does it treat situations like this? And just as an example, right, there was an AI system that was set up to screen resumes in the hiring process, right? This large corporate few years back, before the Gen AI and LLMs got into the Hall of Fame, but it took almost a year or two to figure out that there were a lot of female resumes that were not making it through. And going back and to the point of traceability, it was detected, and going back and looking at why this happened, uncovered the fact that the past data has always been a lot more dominance of male data, right? There are a lot more, if you're trying to change the system to have a little more gender parity in your hiring process, this didn't really help, and that had to be brought down, right? There was recognition, but it took a while. So, these kind of issues have to be unearthed, and those have to be looked at in the governance itself. And third point, the ethical governance board, who constitutes it, in what lens are they going to be looking at it? I think there has to be more attention to that. So it has to be diverse. It has to be independent of the product being developed, because again, there's this whole intention of getting the product out fast or getting it to, or there could be just unintended bias, right? Unintended view of looking at what the product should serve, but having a governance board which is more conscious of, what all diverse outcomes needs to come out of this, and what, or, if there's no fairness to it, testing it for fairness. If that ethical board is not separate, then it's not going to be effective. So as a mandate, setting up that ethical board, setting up these checkpoints processes during the pre-deployment of the solution. And it doesn't end there, because this is evolving. So you have to continuously monitor to see, like in this hiring process or in the credit decisioning system, that the issue was detected later, and it could be, dwelled into, investigated, and then find out the cause. So it's a continuous process also that has to be set up to fix unintended consequences, to fix harm, to bring it back, and make that intent to make it better and better. Right.
Thanks, Renu. And this might be my last question for this panel, Arjun, looking at the time. And this is offshooting from, again, what Uma said, right? The community giving data and what incentive is here. So how do we operationalize this? How can models involving community data rights or collective ownership be established to ensure that the data contributed by women, or maybe any other sector like marginalized populations, that it will be used ethically to train AI, and that these communities will retain, you can say, an agency over the resulting technological benefits also? Otherwise, what will be the, how will the cycle or the flywheel keep moving?
Yeah, I wish I had better answers for this. I don't think there are very good systems for this at the moment. Cooperatives have been talked about for some time, but the technical implementation of this remains unclear. Should people get micro royalties every time their data is used? And in this case, what constitutes use? Meaning, if I contributed one line to a large language model, should I get paid the proportional equivalent every time that model is used for an inference? Sure, the theoretical base for this could potentially be established. I don't think it's been done yet. I think the bigger question, and to your point, where is it being tried in India? I don't know, the Nandarbar district, I think Karya is now trying something with tribal languages with the district administration there, where there is some intent to have the data be under the custodianship of the community. But I don't have very clear details on how the legal structure of that will be implemented. I think the notion of a data commons or a data cooperative is very appealing, but the question is, in the face of very asymmetrical abilities to execute, how does this play out in practice? I think India has a little bit of an advantage there, in the sense that we have the DPI ecosystem, we have Aadhaar, we have UPI. Some of these things are much cheaper for us to do. KYCs cost 1/10 of what they do rest of the world. So I feel like those are things that might help bring a little bit of rationality to how data is treated. Again, we are in very early days. The DPDP rules just got notified. How those play out and what is the role of account aggregators, consent managers, some of those things will really determine the future of this. But yes, it's definitely a desirable goal to have. I I wish I had a better and more deterministic answer at this time.
Thanks, Arjun, for being upfront about the challenge also behind it, right? Just to summarize on this point, right, and that brings me back to the topic of the panel before I summarize, right? Unbiased by design. So we are putting an accountability on the system that to be able to serve unbiased solutions using AI, we have to do this by design, right? And the design, like Renu also mentioned, has 3 critical pieces here. The data, which we need to add, the algorithms that are going to be used, their effectiveness, and lastly, the people who need to be accountable for the fairness of the solutions being produced. I really liked that line that Uma mentioned, that even if a model, and models have precision and recall, right? So it's never 100%, it is always some percent. But can we at least aim to say that if there is an error in giving some data, it should be equal for man and women? Can we come to that conclusion, and through this audit process and through the collective work being done by foundations, try and achieve that? And then only we can say, right, nothing about us is without us. So thank you so much to the panel here, Renu, Arjun and Uma joining us from Geneva. Thank you so much, guys. Back to you, Lavang.
We'll just take a quick picture. You can talk to her during the tea break, actually. Can you go to Uma? Yeah, Uma's already gone, I think. Uma, are you there? I think she's gone. Okay. Uma, we're missing you in the picture, and there's a gentleman who has a question for you. Okay.
Sure.
We'll take the picture and then. Yeah, go ahead. Please ask.
I cannot hear him.
She can't
Somebody
hear
will
you.
have
1
to give
second.
him.
Hello, Uma Madam, I am Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. My question, how is the unbiased by design financial governance strategy in India different than global in terms of value-added opportunities and implement challenges?
Thanks for your question, but I don't think I would be able to answer this because I haven't really been looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's a little bit of a perfect time to breathe, reflect, and connect. We're going to take a quick tea break, but please come back within 20 minutes. And before you all go away, there's some very interesting merchandise out there. Hope you've seen some of this. Also, there's a little card on your table with a scan code. We would love to get feedback before you leave. I'm telling you this because I know there's one more panel and then suddenly all of you will want to go away. And look at this. My favorite tea is equity. So please do go outside. This is all designed in-house by our own designers. Would urge you all to go check out. And there's a Seva stall outside as well. Yeah? So let's reflect, reconnect, have some conversations over chai and coffee, and talk about equity and come back into the room again.
AI needs to be gender inclusive. What forms of artificial intelligence do you know? Alexa, Siri, Cortana? They all have female names, but have mostly been developed by men. AI reflects real-life gender inequalities. In 2018, 85% of people working in machine learning and artificial intelligence were men. Interactive voice assistants are usually female by default, reinforcing the stereotypes of women being humble and helpful assistants. We should address AI inequalities and stereotypes and turn it into an opportunity to be more inclusive and respectful of diversity. A diverse society is a strong and rich society. The same goes for AI. Its development should respect the right to equality and dignity of all people. To know more about UNESCO's work on AI, check out our website.
Boys don't play with dolls. Girls don't like us. Yeah, लड़कियों जैसा रो रहा है.
Yes, I'm a girl. And yes, I am a boy. और हाँ, कभी कभी आप सबके लिए ये मानना काफी डिफिकल्ट होता है कि मुझे भी रोना आता है। के कार्स मुझे भी अच्छी लग सकती है और पिंक हम दोनों का फेवरेट कलर हो सकता है। Chill ma, it's just a color. And you know, we can both love sports. चाहे जितनी भी बार गिरे। घर का काम मैं भी सीख सकता हूँ। सिर्फ मैं नहीं। कभी ये भी मानना बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है कि हम दोनों सेम ड्रीम देख सकते हैं। हवा में ऊंचा उड़ने का ड्रीम या जमीन पर ठुमकने का ड्रीम, सुपर हीरो बनने का ड्रीम, स्टाइल से जीने का ड्रीम। ड्रीम तो ड्रीम होता है ना। हम एक दूसरे से जीत सकते हैं, हम एक दूसरे से हार सकते हैं। But Ma, Pa, we are not here to win or lose. We are here to live as an equal generation. So when you are making the rules, please same rules बनाना हम दोनों के लिए। And raise us not the way you were raised, but the way we were born. Equal. North Star.
ওরে বাবা, তুই তো বড় হয়ে অ্যাস্ট্রোনট হবি।
সত্যি?
হ্যাঁ।
আমি কি হব?
তুই হবি স্টার, বড় ফিল্ম স্টার।
आपके भाई या पापा कोई है?
बताओ क्या हुआ? वो भी आके मुझे ही बताएंगे।
राजू, दिस इज फैंटास्टिक वर्क। प्रिंसिपल मैडम को अच्छे से प्रेजेंट भी करना पड़ेगा। क्या बोलोगे?
This windmill is actually a model of a wind turbine, and it's powered by a motor of this old toy car. And you know, we made this to emphasize that we must switch now to wind energy. How was the class today? It was so hot.
ഓടിയോ കറിയോ?
പിന്നെ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം പഠിക്കുന്നതാണ്।
ये देखो क्या हाल बना है। वाओ मिया, ये सब तुमने बनाया है? सबकी बेटियां प्रिंसेसेस और फेरीज बन के आएंगी और उनके बीच में मेरी बेटी डस्टबिन कैप पहन के रोबोट बन के खड़ी रहेगी। कैसे लगेगा वो?
पापा मैं करूं? मुझे पता है मैं कुछ फोन पर।
गोरेशन चेयर करो, तुम्हारे कपड़े गंदे हो जाएंगे। अंदर आ।
इतने सॉल्यूशंस देती हूँ, फिर भी मुझे नज़रअंदाज कर देते हैं। शायद ये जगह मेरे लिए है ही नहीं इशू।
मैं समझ सकती हूँ तुम्हें क्या महसूस हो रहा है। इन रास्तों से मैं भी कई बार गुजरी हूँ।
कोणती स्त्री एवढा भार का उचलेल?
ज्ञानाचा भार अज्ञानाच्या भारापेक्षा खूप हलका असतो. कहा लड़की हो सिलाई सीख लो, तो मैंने जख्मों की सिलाई सीख ली. कहा अपनों का ध्यान रखो, तो मैंने सबका ध्यान रखना सीख लिया.
ये रिसर्च लेबोरेटरी है, कोई औरत दिख रही है यहाँ पे? What does that tell you?
Tells me that दुनिया की आधी आबादी की पूरी क्षमता देखना अभी बाकी है. कभी कभी तो मन में कड़वाहट आ ही जाती थी. इसीलिए मैंने दुनिया की सबसे मीठी शुगर केन इजाद कर दी.
मैडम, आपके बुक की बाइंडिंग हो गई है.
थैंक यू.
अच्छा, थीसिस लिखने में आपके पति तो आपकी मदद करते होंगे ना?
बिल्कुल. जब रात भर मैं अपना थीसिस लिखती थी ना, तो बच्चों को खाना वही खिलाती थी. क्षितिज सिमट रहा था. मैंने आसमान को छुआ और उसे बड़ा कर दिया तुम्हारे लिए. अब ये आसमान जितना सबका है, उतना ही तुम्हारा है. तुम्हारी हर उड़ान में, तुम्हारी हर राह पर अब तुम अकेली नहीं हो. मैं कई संघर्षों की ताकत हूं, कई सफलताओं की मिसाल हूं. कितने अरमान, कितने अनुभव मुझ में आ समाये हैं. मैं आयुष हूं और अब मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूं.
AI needs to be gender inclusive. What forms of artificial intelligence do you know? Alexa, Siri, Cortana? They all have female names, but have mostly been developed by men. AI reflects real-life gender inequalities. In 2018, 85% of people working in machine learning and artificial intelligence were men. Interactive voice assistants are usually female by default, reinforcing the stereotypes of women being humble and helpful assistants. We should address AI inequalities and stereotypes and turn it into an opportunity to be more inclusive and respectful of diversity. A diverse society is a strong and rich society. The same goes for AI. Its development should respect the right to equality and dignity of all people. To know more about UNESCO's work on AI, check out our website.
Boys don't play with dolls.
Yes, I'm a girl. And yes, I am a boy. और हाँ, कभी-कभी आप सबके लिए ये मानना काफी डिफिकल्ट होता है कि मुझे भी रोना आता है। के कार्स मुझे भी अच्छी लग सकती है। और पिंक हम दोनों का फेवरेट कलर हो सकता है। Chill ma, it's just a color. And you know, we can both love sports. चाहे जितनी भी बार गिरे। घर का काम मैं भी सीख सकता हूँ। सिर्फ मैं नहीं। कभी ये भी मानना बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है कि हम दोनों सेम ड्रीम देख सकते हैं। हवा में ऊंचा उड़ने का ड्रीम या जमीन पर ठुमकने का ड्रीम, सुपर हीरो बनने का ड्रीम, स्टाइल से जीने का ड्रीम। ड्रीम तो ड्रीम होता है ना। हम एक दूसरे से जीत सकते हैं, हम एक दूसरे से हार सकते हैं। But Ma, Pa, we are not here to win or lose. We are here to live as an equal generation. So when you are making the rules, please same rules बनाना हम दोनों के लिए। And raise us not the way you were raised, but the way we were born. Equal.
आपके भाई या पापा कोई है?
बताओ क्या हुआ? वो भी आके मुझे ही बताएंगे।
राजू, दिस इज फैंटास्टिक वर्क। प्रिंसिपल मैडम को अच्छे से प्रेजेंट भी करना पड़ेगा। क्या बोलोगे?
This windmill is actually a model of a wind turbine, and it's powered by a motor of this old toy car. And you know, we made this to emphasize that we must switch now to wind energy. How was the class today for you? It was so hot.
ഓടിയോ കറിയോ?
പിന്നെ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം പഠിക്കുന്നതാണ്।
ये देखो क्या हाल बना दिया।
वाओ मिया, ये सब तुमने बनाया है?
सबकी बेटियां प्रिंसेसेस और फेरीज बन के आएंगी और उनके बीच में मेरी बेटी डस्टबिन कैप पहन के रोबोट बन के खड़ी रहेगी। कैसे लगेगा वो?
पापा मैं करूं? मुझे पता है मैं कुछ फोन पर।
गोरेशन चेयर करो, तुम्हारे कपड़े गंदे हो जाएंगे। अंदर आ।
मैं इतने सॉल्यूशंस देती हूँ, फिर भी मुझे नज़रअंदाज कर देते हैं। शायद ये जगह मेरे लिए है ही नहीं इशू।
मैं समझ सकती हूँ तुम्हें क्या महसूस हो रहा है। इन रास्तों से मैं भी कई बार गुजरी।
कोणती स्त्री एवढा भार का उचलेल?
ज्ञानाचा भार अज्ञानाच्या भारापेक्षा खूप हलका असतो. कहा लड़की हो सिलाई सीख लो, तो मैंने जख्मों की सिलाई सीख ली. कहा अपनों का ध्यान रखो, तो मैंने सबका ध्यान रखना सीख लिया.
ये रिसर्च लेबोरेटरी है, कोई औरत दिख रही है यहाँ पे? What does that tell you?
Tells me that दुनिया की आधी आबादी की पूरी क्षमता देखना अभी बाकी है. कभी कभी तो मन में कड़वाहट आ ही जाती थी. इसीलिए मैंने दुनिया की सबसे मीठी शुगर केन इजाद कर दी.
मैडम आपके बुक की बाइंडिंग हो गई है.
थैंक यू.
अच्छा थीसिस लिखने में आपके पति तो आपकी मदद करते होंगे ना?
बिल्कुल. जब रात भर मैं अपना थीसिस लिखती थी ना, तो बच्चों को खाना वही खिलाती थी. क्षितिज सिमट रहा था. मैंने आसमान को छुआ और उसे बड़ा कर दिया तुम्हारे लिए. अभी आसमान जितना सबका है, उतना ही तुम्हारा है.
Can we request all of you to please be seated? Guys, will you go and tell people to come back inside? This time. May I request if we can get everybody back inside the room, please? We have a very interesting panel being moderated by our own official joke person. So the panelists should not worry. It will be an entertaining session for us. Okay, thank you everybody. Can we request everybody who's outside to please come back in? We have explored work, wealth and well-being. Now we ask who ensures digital race stays fair. Our next session, Governance in a Race, Building Guardrails for Equity, takes us to the heart of the matter as technology accelerates, who ensures that the race will stay fair. Co-hosting today was my partner Anish Patnaik, who's going to moderate this session, and I'm sure you all saw what he did for us and kept us entertained. He definitely has an alternate career as a stand-up comedian. But having said that, on a serious, very, very serious note, Anish is the Chief of Partnerships at Epic World. A lawyer turned business leader, Anish brings a rare blend of legal depth, strategic insight, and entrepreneurial energy. As a founding team member at Epic, he works at the intersection of innovation, governance, and equitable growth. And I was hoping he will come in on his bike on the stage. Where is he? That's your bike? Okay. That's one of his passions. His journey from the courts of law to the front lines of emerging business ecosystems reflects a deep commitment to creating structures that balance ambition with accountability. Welcome, Anish. And this time, he's not going to be co-emceeing, but actually moderating the panel. Over to you.
Thank you, thank you. So it turns out I studied law now almost 19 years ago, and that makes me qualified to moderate this panel. The joke in my office is AI stands for Anish Intelligence, which means that I have no understanding of AI, and I am one of the last adopters of any AI-led initiatives. Somebody here today was talking about rolling out AI with a red carpet and a Ferrari. I think somebody made that comment, and I was looking at myself and feeling quite ashamed. But anyway, thankfully I have much smarter people talking with me. Let me call Ratnesh. Ratnesh is an executive director with UNGCNI. His bio is up on the website. I'm not going to read his bio. I'm going to keep to what I've been doing all day. Ratnesh started his career with self-help groups, and he's most proud of that. But he also loves travel. But most importantly, he loves meeting people. So for everybody who wants to ask a lot of questions after this panel, please catch Ratnesh. Right? Next, let me call Venkat. He's the former head of IBM Quantum India. As much as Venkat has been at the forefront of AI, he's learning more about AI from his twin 13-year-old girls than he's learned with his career. So thank you, Venkat. And Sunaina, who's a senior fellow at ORF. Sunaina is a former journalist who actually has tried to take my job because she likes asking questions rather than giving answers. But sorry, Sunaina, I got here first. Okay, I am supposed to set context. I have all these notes about the rapid proliferation of AI and the profit motives of organization. But what I'm actually going to jump to is, I actually opened ChatGPT today for the first time. And thank you. And then the question I asked is AI biased against women? And that was the question. And I'll read out the exact prompt. AI can be biased against women, but not because the AI wants to be biased. Bias appears when the data or the system used to train AI contain inequalities or stereotypes. So I'm going to set this as the context and say, how does governance prevent something like that from happening? That is what I want to discuss. And hopefully by the end of the session, we can arrive at some frameworks and some sort of governance and protocols that we can discuss in this room and then take it back to our organizations and see how it can sort of then become more equitable as we build a more equiverse, right? Venkat, I'll start with you. Since you've been working at the forefront of AI, do you have any additional information apart from what I just said on how the data biases us and biases AI?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
So, see, AI is the engine that we have today which learns from data. Okay, so there's data, AI learns from it, like you just pointed out. So, today, you know, a lot of us say AI is biased, but so are we. It's not that AI is biased by itself, okay? So there was this example, you all know beauty pageants, okay? So beauty pageant, there were human judges and then there was a AI judge. And then the AI judge was picking certain kinds of winners, okay? It had its own bias. So people then went back to say, okay, how come the AI has a bias here? And they saw that the person who built that AI had certain biases which were conveyed into the AI judge that was there at the pageant, okay? So the point here is, as you rightly pointed out, that it's not that AI by itself is trying to be biased or anything like that. It's just that the data that we present to it has biases. As society, we have biases. We have gender biases. We have several kinds of biases. And they just get, you know, amplified when AI is doing it. You know, so I'll give you an example, you know. So you all know umpires, you know, DRS, cricket, the LBW review and all of that. For a long time, people said, we will not accept DRS because it's not 100% accurate. But the human umpire is known to be only about 70 to 80% accurate, okay? It is known that umpires are biased. But when it comes to AI, we want AI to be non-biased, but we are okay with the human umpire to be biased, okay? So those are our own inherent biases against AI also, which shows up in this. But I think that was my long answer. Thank you.
No, thanks, Venkat. Venkat, I remember when we were sort of, we had that one call where we were talking about stuff. You mentioned that AI sort of, you know, naturally layers on pronouns that are sort of a little bit more biased, a little bit more deeper into that, and maybe a little bit more on how we can get companies to look at some of those biases and audit the outcome side maybe?
Yeah. So there was this study done, okay? Study was, they studied about 60 years of literature, you know, all the books we study in English literature, for example. And then they said, okay, doctor, is it male or female? And it turned out doctor was always male. Then you picked, you know, a person who does housework. Housework, always female. So in these books, you know, the very good, whatever, classics, the men are always portrayed as having certain powerful positions or powerful jobs, and the women are always portrayed as having the service kind of jobs, okay? And this is not AI making up anything. This is 100 years of literature, all the books. And so now you ask ChatGPT or any such thing to give you a doctor, what's the gender? The pronoun it will typically add is a he to a doctor, okay? You don't have to give the name or anything. It'll add a he pronoun. And as you started, you know, it's not that AI is saying I have to be biased. No, it's us humans who are biased, and we have given that data because AI is a learning engine, remember. It learns. That's all it does. You give it data, it learns. And based on that learning, that's how it throws these things out.
Sir, let me take this opportunity to jump to you. AI is going to be a natural economic engine, but it also risks leaving women behind. You've done a lot of research on gender parity and technology. Can you tell us where public policy can intervene? And then I'll of course jump into where does corporate governance sort of step in to account for what he was talking about, and how can we maybe discuss interventions at a corporate level, but first at a public policy level.
Thank you, Anish. Thank you also for the sterling introductions. I'm really glad you did not read out our bios. I also want to say it's a refreshing change for me that I'm in a panel discussing gender equality, which has more men. I sit in a lot of panels, organize such panels, and we sometimes struggle to find men. Maybe it is also because we're discussing technology. So, before I come to your question, Anish, I do want to delve a bit more into what Venkat has sort of set the context with and tease that out a bit, which is to look at, the global political economy that surrounds gender and technology, which is led by big states and big tech, which of course has been a boys' club. There is nothing new in that. So we've had these entrenched sort of global patriarchal institutions, which of course reflect in the digital world, and then AI comes along, and of course it ends up amplifying a lot of those biases with the sort of data sets that it is collecting, which of course Venkat would know much better about. He's already outlined. I think there are two interesting things here. Before we go into the role of public policy, which is also looking at women. So first is that, every sort of study and survey year after year for the last few years shows that women are more skeptical about the risks of AI than men are. And that is not surprising, given the sort of economic security aspects involved, given the personal security aspects involved in AI. That women are, just sort of hedge their bets, skeptical, raise questions. And also in terms of the leading voices, and I actually read this in a Guardian article, and then also this is something that UNESCO talks about, that some of the leading voices that we have when it comes to AI and ethics have actually been women. It is women who have had the most sensitive questions to ask about safe AI, ethics of AI, so that, if the big sort of task before the world as AI accelerates is to build a safer AI for all, then the perspective of women is absolutely critical, and it has to be included. Now, when it comes to public policy, there is, I would say that we're at the onset of it. For a long time, obviously there wasn't enough regulation. We have been sort of responding to this as it develops. But we do have sort of emerging cases of countries taking up legislation, which there are guidelines that exist. I think the UNESCO, and I will let him handle that. But what we had in 2022 from UNESCO still remains like a sort of guiding path to what can happen, and then we weren't seeing the adoption, at least by countries, till about 2023 when the UK hosted the AI Safety Summit, talked about ethics and risks, but again did not bring up the question of addressing gender biases. So I would say that it still remains a blind spot. And of course, there is the EU and some other smaller countries that have adopted, and we can perhaps delve into that later. But as far as India is concerned, I think there are only gaps.
Okay. I'll give you a follow-on, Surena. Skilling and jobs, and we've always talked about, less representation of women in jobs, especially in senior leadership. Do you see AI, number one, sort of affecting more women? And do you think there needs to be a push to say that, hey, we must have positive regulation to say, no, if you are deciding on, or if there is going to be a loss of jobs, there must be a mitigating factor against women to say, hey, you have to fire lesser or...
Absolutely. So both globally and in India, we know that the fallout is, of course, higher for women. because of the nature of jobs which are likely to be affected, so the redundancies that are expected from AI. That's the first part. The second is, of course, the fact that, again, when we go back to the data sets that we are collecting and the biases that they can introduce, so that when it comes to women's economic security, AI can be both something that actually enables it, but also can be something, unless, unless we put the guardrails, it can also be something that becomes a stumbling block. For example, if we have data sets which are not diverse, then access to credit and women's entrepreneurship, which in India, with the government actually pushing through so many women entrepreneurship programs, given the sort of divides that we see in India in workforce participation of women, becomes something that really needs to be looked at. And as far, again, for skilling, I would look at India's AI mission, right, which has now become, like, again, the guiding document for governments, for industry, private sector, everyone. While it uses the language of inclusion, pushes the idea of AI for all, including also in skilling missions, Skill India, all of that. But again, there are no quotas, there are no measurable outcomes, there is no frameworks to really sort of ensure that the follow-through happens. However, at the state level, there are certain states, not surprisingly, the southern states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, Orissa, which are at least promoting AI skills for women. They are also doing it through by integrating self-help groups into that. So we're starting to see some of those, at least the beginning of it, but I think it just needs to be enforced much more.
Understood. You said measurable outcomes. Ratnesh, that brings me to you. The United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals have been a North Star for measurement. Lots of companies follow it, lots of countries follow it. Of course, it demands gender equality. But has there been now new thinking on the SDGs given the advent of AI? Is it evolving, changing? Is there conversation internally?
Thank you. So, thank you so much for this wonderful setting and this panel also. I mean, it's really important that we talk about governance in a very, very composite and a wholesome manner. So I see all the different sectors represented here, and you mentioned UNESCO. Then post that, we also had the Summit of the Future in September 2023, which was repeated on 24, and Secretary General put special emphasis on the role of technology, and a subset of that is the AI-related thing, that we should not use it. And there are huge advances, and we have experts who are supporting the UN in developing those guardrails. So we should not let it perpetuate, I mean, the way you began. So this is our moment in the sun that we can contribute. I mean, not only as UN, but as people, as wherever we are. And a brief 2 lines about what we are. So we are the UN agency which works exclusively with the private sector. Normally people know about UNICEF, WHO, World Bank, all these Bretton Woods institutions. We came in later. So when Kofi Annan was the Secretary General of the UN, he had conceived that without private sector participation, any of the goals will be so much less achievable. So we were created to give membership of the UN to the private sector. And if you are not, please consider joining us and making it possible, because private sector is at the cutting edge of reform, adoption of anything new. And we are working with IITs and IIMs to work at both technology level as well as management level to introduce certain changes which guard us against repeating the biases. So IIT Kharagpur, we have a MOU with them where we are looking at, and you are very rightly, you pointed out that redundancies, the job losses will come to the roles which traditionally are seen as women where women are found in majority. But then we have flipped the whole thing that at the base level, so you have the ASHA workers, you have the Panchayati Raj representatives, most states have reservations of 33 to 50%. So we are trying to, as UN, work with them, deploy AI, and try to enable them, not, we are not leading them, enable them, provide them that training and sensitization so that they can use it using, and I saw some beautiful documentaries or whatever, small films were being run while there was the tea break. So women enabled, women taking charge of AI, our job is just to provide that interface in their own language, in their own idiom. So that is what we are trying with these IITs who, and it requires a lot of investment, both resources and time, but we are making definite progress and state governments are with us in it. So it's a tripartite kind of arrangement. So these are the micro level changes which we are trying to develop, evolve, and at the global level, as I told you earlier, that UN Secretary General is personally invested in this whole movement. And at the national level, the UNRC office is coordinating the responses of all the UN agencies on responsible use of AI, and gender is one of the cross-cutting areas because it impacts a whole lot of, I mean, you must have discussed it since morning. I came in late, but definitely, I mean, women leaders, women practitioners of any profession, they don't need any special favors. They just need the correct information, the correct enabling framework, and an equal kind of equiverse, as you rightly summed up. So I think the UN is very much determined and taking effective steps to support this positive movement.
I appreciate that, Ratish. Let me ask you one question in two parts. Any countries that's come naturally to the top of mind to say, no, these guys are doing more for women in AI or women and AI? And anybody in the private sector, if you don't want to name them, that's fine, but any examples in the private sector that is doing more than everyone else? Outliers.
Thank you. So Finland, as we all know, it's the most equal. And then the whole Scandinavian countries, I mean, even the UN Global Compact's offices in those countries have leaders in leading positions as women. Predominantly the staff are women, and their outreach, etc., is also facilitating greater entry of women in businesses, right from the startup ecosystem to fighting the biases at corporate level. So we are really encouraged and motivated looking at their examples. But this is not to say that in India we are not, we are any behind. There are corporates and there are corporates, but some of the corporates are really taking it. In that context, I would mention that UN Secretary General had announced in September 23, the UN General Assembly Week, an initiative for all, the UN Global Compact, that with private sector, you will have to work on 5 thematic areas, and gender was one of them, in which we had set 2 targets. So it was voluntary, as all UN initiatives are voluntary. So the businesses could sign up on gender equality, 2 goals. One, equal pay for work of equal value. And second, 50-50 proportion of men and women and other gender, where at all management levels. So not a pyramid, but a kind of a cylindrical. So these 2, many corporates signed up, but then we didn't leave it at that. We said, okay, so every year you have to report on progress. And I'm encouraged to tell you that we are getting a lot of wonderful initiatives, which they are tinkering their processes, right from the entry to the promotions to, right to all the benefits that are statutory. So how effectively they are enabling, creating an enabling framework. And AI, although not at the top of the recall, but definitely must be integrated to be able to better monitor. I mean, there are members who have factories in 18 locations with thousands of employees, 20 locations. So AI definitely needs to be in line or be stand up to it so that they are able to report. Even the BRSR reporting requires gender-related data. So definitely AI is supporting this whole revolution. But right now, top of the hat, I won't be able to give you any concrete example. But definitely we are encouraged by the responses we have got from the leading corporates in this Forward Faster initiative, the gender part of it.
Thanks. Of course, of course.
Okay, very quickly. Because you mentioned the example of countries, I think what we're seeing in the world are two opposing models for national frameworks which look at gender biases in AI. So on the one hand is the US, and here I'm talking about the government and not really corporates and industry, because that has its own sort of approaches. But Donald Trump issued a statement this year which talked about woke AI. And of course, the whole question was that if we follow the principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, then we will stifle innovation. And on the other hand, there are countries which actually have put human rights and ethics at the center of their AI policies, which also means addressing gender equity head on. So Ratnesh mentioned Finland. There are countries like Canada. European Union AI Act again has some strict provisions now which ensure that biases do not creep in to data sets. There is monitoring, there is all the processes in place. And I think this is important to know that for India, which again is looking at leveraging AI on a pro-innovation basis, there are these models as it goes about its legislation. And I don't think one has to come at the cost of the other. That it is, I think it's a false binary to say that you promote innovation and then you cannot have human rights and ethics. You can actually have both. And that is what India needs to keep in mind.
Thanks, Surena. I do want to come back to what you said in your previous answer about credit and the need for women and supporting women. And that will bring me to a question to you, Venkat. We spoke about in the previous session about AI black box and how does data get written and what are the biases. We've just talked about it. But the specific question that I wanted to ask is on digital safety features. And how do you make sure that the decisions that AI takes, loan rejection and so on and so forth, which is stuff that is getting automated, is not gender biased?
Yeah, so there are three approaches to fix this. Okay, so one is a technology approach. Okay, where you say that the data is biased, fine, but I'm going to build models which are not going to amplify those biases. Okay, so that's one method, which is the technology method, where you are saying that I'm going to change the technology, change the underlying framework of AI itself to say that I will look at data in a separate, different kind of a way. And I will not let these biases creep in. Okay, so that's the first one, where you are putting a technology solution. The second is a policy solution, where people say that, okay, you got to fix this in this way. Okay, and ma'am, I think this, many studies have actually shown that innovation gets improved when you have diversity. Okay, and you can actually see examples, like you go to a college in some state, okay, and if you have only men and only people from that state, you can for sure say that that college is the worst in the country. Okay, but you go to some of the good colleges, you will find good, equality of women, men. You will find people from different states and maybe even countries. And even the NIRF ranking, it is showing, there is evidence to show that innovation actually gets a boost when you have diversity. Okay, and that's one reason why policy is actually trying to favor these things. Okay, and so that's the second solution. The third is as users. The users also have a very big role. In ChatGPT, you might have seen that, or those things, right? I don't know how many people use them, but that's one way in which you can change the AI. You know, you can give your inputs and say that, no, this AI is not good. I mean, today, yes, it's just thumbs up or thumbs down, but eventually, I think more and more of this, I mean, we do this for porno and all those things online, right? So, but I think the point is that we need to take all these three have to work together, because if you could do as much policy as you like, but then if the technology isn't keeping pace with it, because even to implement the technology, you actually need innovation, okay? It's not just going to happen by itself, because AI just learns from data. That's all it does. So you have to now build better technology, which goes beyond what today's AI does. So I think these are the three basic ones.
Appreciate the candidness, Venkat. Ratnesh, I'll ask you a hard one. You said a lot of what the public sector and the country sign up to is voluntary, right? But how do you make government and the private sector that do sign up, and if, let's say, the, sorry, I'm going to hold the mic here. If you say that the measurable outcomes are changed because of the advent of AI, how do you make countries accountable? How do you make the private sector that do sign up accountable?
Thank you. Actually, UN is not a super cop who is above all these countries.
We all think so.
No, it's not. So as the name suggests, all of us are the UN, so United Nations. So all nations, 193, 194. And out of that, we self-select leaders on a rotating basis. And we all know, I mean, for the last 3-4 years, the two wars have been going on and on and on. We have not able to hold any accountability. So to that extent, it is a forum which is voluntary, and it will remain so, unfortunately. So the short answer is no. But the beauty of UN systems is that whatever announcement or whatever resolve that any country or a corporate makes, it remains there in public domain for eternity. So if you are a responsible company or a responsible nation, if you are rogue, then, I mean, greenwashing and all kinds of grey-washing, everything is happening. But if you are a responsible company, and Venkat's point blends into it, as customers or as citizens or as voters, we have to make our governments accountable. As consumers, we have to make our corporates accountable. And it's a whole movement in the EU especially, it's a whole movement towards, which is being resisted by EU member nations also. But that movement, I think it is inexorable. So more awareness, more such convenings, that we will put a thumb down to anything which we think is wrong. And one important point, I mean, on a lighter note, but at least the AI ChatGPT answers and all that have that last line in a small print that it may be wrong. So at least that we have been able to achieve. Otherwise, to a vulnerable or a naive kind of a reader, he will think AI has given
gospel
truth. So I think we are going there. But what I would suggest to the august audience, I think it's a very capable and very thought leaders, practitioners are assembled here. I think instead of waiting for the UN or the sutras, which previous session, I think at our own level, we should vote from our feet. We should exit the ones which we feel are biased, and we should adopt the ones which are more inclusive, which will then create a movement bottoms up. That is, I'm a firm believer in that. But yes, as UN, I'm not shirking from my responsibility. We do have regional convenings every quarter, at least across the country, where we highlight the ones where we are convinced that this is the correct use of technology or correct use of policies and procedures. We try to highlight the good so that others can see and at least believe that it's not impossible. We'll have to make small changes and gradually will. Because see, cynicism, negativity will not help. We will have to highlight the good of companies or nations who are doing good, just like you, Sunaina, you also mentioned examples of frameworks, the correct legislations, how it shapes. Similarly, we have to do more such convenings where we are able to highlight that it is not impossible or it's not rocket science. You just have to have the right framework and niyat bhi dheere dheere badal jayegi. Thank you.
Thanks, Ratnesh. I don't know if the TalentNomics team took note, but next year's conference is what Ratnesh has already called out. Right? You know, as a lawyer, and I was one of the few in my batch that chose to join litigation, so I was a practicing court-going lawyer. And a lot of times, when you're a young student studying law, you would imagine the judge's job is to only mediate on disputes and decide on what is right or wrong. But as you started practicing, especially in the Supreme Court, you realize that a lot of times the courts are doing the job of what is lacking that the lawmakers miss, right? So a lot of the judgments are outside of the law, especially coming out of the Supreme Court, for good, bad or ugly now, right? But a lot of times there are very good laws being created by judges. I also then realized the importance of think tanks, and that's the segue that I was getting to, Sunaina. As someone who's been in a think tank, you've been a journalist, you've been in the Center of Gender Parity, a lot of studies, I want you to tell us, how does a think tank think about policy frameworks, setting up this narrative, putting a guardrail in place? How do you tackle this? What is the approach, and what does a good outcome look like?
So it would be actually much of what we are doing here in this conversation that we're having. Our job would be to advocate, to analyze also. First analyze, I would say, because you know, during this conversation we were constantly talking about all the biases that creep in. I was thinking of around 2017 when, you know, it was still the early days of AI, and there was all this research around the gendered voice assistants like Siri and Alexa, which came as female voice assistants, and obviously created by male researchers. And you know, at that time it was just, well, for a lot of journalists and also think tankers, this was an issue that was raised. That why is it that Siri and Alexa, you know, are so stereotypical, and also that there are no male voice assistants first. Second, that when they are asked flirty questions and they respond, or ask like innuendo-based questions, and they respond in a sort of way which is really not what you're looking for in your voice assistants. And now there was impact of asking those questions. So that now, this is almost a decade ago now, that at least some of those biases have been removed. So I think our job is to ask questions, to analyze, to advocate, to reach out to the public as far as possible through conversations like this, by writing, by talking. And an additional part of the think tank where I am is constantly also look at it from the global framework. And I think in AI, you cannot also look at it nationally. You have to constantly look at it from the global cooperation aspect, also look at how India wants to position itself. So if India, which, you know, I mean, considering all the conversations on the AI race are about India and China, about the US and China, India has positioned itself differently as an ethical, development-oriented AI power, which is also for innovation. I think that then those are questions that we have to look at while referring to other countries.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm mindful of the time, and I do want to leave some time for questions. Let me ask each of you. Ratnesh, I'll start with you. If I had to ask you for a couple of non-negotiable actions, what would you say as United Nations?
Well, I can talk about my agency, which is UN Global Compact.
United Nations.
So, because there are other agencies. So, one non-negotiable is that internally, I will not allow any biases or any stereotypes to creep in the way we work, process information, the way we retain and encourage talent. So no biases. So that is the goal number one. We have to be mindful of ourselves, governance within. Second is that within corporates, we will try to be guarding against any greenwashing in a very broad term, that we will not go with business as usual if we see that there are violations in terms of misuse of technology. So these are the two immediate steps which I will do for the next 12 months. Yeah.
Thanks, Ratnesh. Venkat, over to you. And as somebody in tech, what are your two non-negotiables over the next 12 months that you'd like to sort of put in place?
Yeah, so most of the AI that you see today is not Indian. None of it is, okay. So the non-negotiable here is that we as a country need to stand up and create our own AI. All these discussions are thrust on us. We are not, this is not our AI, okay. To the young people here, go and build our AI, okay. That's what you have to do. And once you start doing that, I believe a lot of these discussions and narratives are going to be very different. It will be very different from what we are all discussing at this point of time. Also, I think we need to fix some of these things quickly, because right now it's only text. But very soon AI is also going to be humanoid forms. You know, so for example, people are already talking about AI attachment, even in this just text form, but very soon when you see it in a physical form, there is going to be much bigger questions. So we better get our minds sorted out. I don't know how we'll do it, but I think we'll do it by creating our own Indian AI.
Appreciate it. Serena?
Yeah.
As a policymaker
Yes.
first, and I have two parts.
Okay. So I would say that we need to have a national framework to address gender biases. Countries that have adopted it have shown the way that it is possible to at least make preliminary steps towards it, so that, you know, we know that the AI that is created is male. And actually, to counter what he just said, that of course Indian AI is important, but even that is likely to be male AI. So how do Indian internet is predominantly male. So ensure that that national framework has gender equity at its heart. I think, and you know, what that means is, of course, ensuring that the data is diversified, that there is auditing, that there are skilling strategies, that there are, you know, AI, women-led AI startups are supported. So you put funding, you put programs that are inclusive to ensure that happens. And the last thing here is, and again as a policy person, but also as a think tank, we are working very closely on the India AI Summit, which the Government of India is hosting next February. And I think, you know, that is something that is a very important opportunity for India to showcase its own space in this whole AI race that is on, as a voice of the Global South, as a country that stands for inclusiveness. So I think that is an opportunity that we should use to ensure that we bring in a sort of gender-sensitive AI.
No, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I do have a few minutes for questions. Of course.
Hello everyone. Myself Atharvanan, and I'm a media and journalism student from DSE, Delhi School of Communication. So ma'am, as you mentioned USA and UN, so my question is, in what ways can international human rights standards and principle can be leveraged and to guide the work of national governments to provide a set of performance metrics for accountability?
I think, yeah, this is better for Ratnesh.
So, as he told, we could take it bilaterally, but I'll just one line process I'll explain. So, we pass resolutions at our General Assembly level, and then each nation gets some time to ratify it. Once you have ratified, just like Sustainable Development Goals, it was introduced in September 2015. So all the important ones will happen in September, that you can be assured, because that is where the UN General Assembly meets, all the heads of states, etc. go. So once that is there, then countries get time to ratify it. Once you ratify, then it's the country's responsibility to adopt this. So a parallel for UN Global Compact, the businesses, is what UN Secretary General gives as special direction or initiative every year. And that then we as arms of that UN Global Compact do it across countries. So I lead the team here in India. Similarly, each country has a separate outfit to ensure that these are drilled down to awareness, and my presence here is one of the strings in that. So what we try to do is increase awareness. I mean, before adopting the Sustainable Development Goals, we had the Millennial Development Goals, maybe you may recall. So between Millennial Development Goals, what we achieved, what happened, all that analysis was presented to a cross section. So we kept meeting more and more stakeholders for almost 3 years. I was also responsible. So it's a very, very wider consultative process, both in terms of adoption, so how we create that whole property, and then how it gets disseminated across countries. Again, I will emphasize it's voluntary, it's based on national priorities. So we talk about nationally determined contributions. We are all worried about climate, but that will be a separate discussion. So even in gender, we have specialized agency called UN Women, which takes care of the entire range of activities on these issues. But gender being such a critical and cross-cutting issues, all agencies have a gender component in that. So I think I have spoken enough.
Fair.
Thank you.
Do you want to also add something, Sunaina? Yeah, fair enough. Are there, sorry, I'll come to you. I promise I'll give you the last question of the day.
Thank you. And thank you for everything you shared. So yesterday, we searched on both Chat and Gemini. We said, generate an image of a nurse, a professor, a doctor. Chat actually said, so for the nurse, it said, okay, what gender do you want? What do you want them to be wearing? What do you want them to be doing? Gemini generated a woman, a white woman for a nurse, a white male in a coat for a professor. So, you know, the stereotyped images you expect it to generate. My question is, rather than waiting until we have better data to produce unbiased results, can we also, in the interim, train LLM models to question themselves to become less biased? Is that a potential avenue?
I'd say this is...
That's a good thought, okay. Now, so gender is a easier thing to answer, but you try typing the question, give me the top 10 leaders of the democratic world, okay. You will find 3 Trumps, 2 some German chancellor, something. You will not find Modi in there, okay. The leader of the largest whatever, right? So now how do you fix this? The LLM is not going, so you could fix gender. I get it. I totally get that, because we know gender is a problem. Once you know the problem, you know how to fix it, okay, in the LLM. So LLM is large language model. The large language model basically learns from the data. So what she's talking about is, can I intervene to change that model so that I add more intelligence, human intelligence into it? But the problem is, you can think of certain biases, but the Modi kind of bias, if it is not there in the data, there is no way you can say that please add India's leader in there. Okay, you can't do those kind of things. So yes, there are certain things you can fix, but you can't fix everything by going to the model level.
No, I'm looking at my screen, but I did promise one. Yes, please.
Sir, my question in two parts. First, how we will monitor and measure the performance and equity over time to maintain balance between innovation and risk mitigation. The second part, how are the final decisions taken when guardrails for equity fails in the concerned business?
On measurement, I'm going to sort of say, Ratnesh has already said, there is impact measurement already in place. It's published. Countries have to publish it. Companies have to publish it. So that's how you continuously measure. On the second question, I mean, it's one of those things which is bottom-up fixable, I think stuff that we've talked about, but if any of you want to sort of jump in, Venkat, if you want to have a closing, would you repeat the second part of your question?
Second part, how are the final decisions taken when guardrails for equity fails in the concerned business?
Okay, to just simplify in my mind what you just asked, you're saying that there are guardrails, but the AI has crossed the guardrail and it has done something wrong here. Okay. So, of course, today, what are the methods? You know, methods are, for example, you take them to court, saying, I mean, there was this.
That was going to be my answer.
Yeah, exactly.
The lawyer has to speak.
Yeah. So today, the responsibility for the errors, we don't know who to give that responsibility to. Is it the person who built that AI? Is it the government of whatever India? Is it or is it the user also? Or is it the user? We don't know. Okay, we have no clue how to answer your question. Sorry. Yeah.
I think that's
with
a
that,
good wrap up.
Yes.
Because we don't have some answers, and we have some answers.
We have some. But thank you very much. I would thank Ratnesh, Venkat, and Surena. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anish. And thank you, Sita and team, for this very well put together conference.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Anish, for closing on time.
Yes.
Thank you, Ratnesh ji. Thank you, Venkat. Thank you, Sunena. I know it's been a long day, but, and we'll take a quick picture of the panel. So it's been a long day and all good things have to come to an end. And as we conclude today's journey, it's time to turn reflection into resolve. Please welcome Ms. Neeta Butra, Chairperson Neeta Butra Jewelry and Lux Radiant LLP. She is the eternal optimist from the Pink City, an entrepreneur, leader, and mentor who wears many hats with effortless grace. As a trustee and board member of TalentNomics and chairperson of Neeta Butra Jewelry, she champions craftsmanship and women's leadership with equal passion. The only national president of Fiki Flow from Rajasthan and the force behind its Jaipur, Indore and Pune chapters, she's also steered GITO, Ladies Wing, as national vice chairperson. Today, she serves as an independent director at HLL Life Care Limited, bringing her trademark clarity, warmth, and trailblazing spirit to every table she steps into. Ma'am, we'd love to have you on the stage. And I must tell you, she blends leadership, craftsmanship, and unwavering grace into everything that she builds. Ma'am, it's a privilege to have you here. Please welcome.
मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती है, मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता जनाब, हौसलों से उड़ान होती है। तो इप्सिता आपके सपनों में जान थी, हौसलों में जान थी, तभी आज हम TalentNomics का a decade celebration के लिए we all are here And what a resounding success this conference, the Decade Conference, has been today. I think all who are present, absent ki to baat nahi kar rahe, all who are present will agree to it. And the entire TalentNomics team with Ipsita deserves a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Lavang, for that lovely and warm introduction. I think just the warmth which flows from Ipsita goes everywhere, yeah? Well, my heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone from TalentNomics who have contributed to making this event a huge success. Nelson Mandela rightly said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." And today it is done. Thanks to each one of you, we've made it happen together. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed guests of honor, Mr. C.P. Gurnani, Manoj Jichug, Suparna Mitra, for being with us and gracing this occasion in spite of their busy schedules. To our incredible speakers, moderators, MCs, you really set the bar high. Superb takeaways today. I think we all agree to that? Superb takeaways and food for thought and loads for each one of us to do. Our sponsors, Apraava Energy, Epic World, HDFC Ergo, Tata Projects, HPCL, and Manka. This event would not have been possible without your support. You are the wind behind our wings, and we look forward to more such wings for our 11th conference. To our knowledge and outreach partners, thank you so much. Oriflame, our gifting partner, your generosity is much appreciated. For the advisory board and council members, I say this: श्रम के पौधे पर सफलता के फूल खिलते हैं. I repeat it. हिंदी सबको clearly कम आती. श्रम के पौधे पर सफलता के फूल खिलते हैं. On the shrub of hard work blooms the flowers of success, and that is what has happened today at TalentNomics. Volunteers, your enthusiasm and support is much, much appreciated. You've been the backbone of this event. Again, a big round of applause for all the volunteers. And to our entire team, your tireless efforts have really paid off. As I conclude, and we conclude this beautiful conference and session today, I just have one closing remark to make, which follows in each and every area of our work, our home, everywhere we can follow it. When the passion of a few becomes the mission of many, when the passion of a few becomes the mission of many, challenges become opportunities, and opportunities become a vibrant reality like they have turned today. अवसरों को सुअवसर बदलने की सारी एनर्जी, latent force, हम सबके अंदर विद्यमान है. We all carry within us the wonders we seek. So definitely we all can do it. we can be the change we wish to see, right? And the gracious presence of each and everyone who has been the part of this 10th celebration, the Decade Conference of TalentNomics, validates our vision of Equiverse. और अंत में, भूल हुई है भूल से उस भूल को भुला देना. भूल हुई है भूल से उस भूल को भुला देना भूल को, हम सबको ना भुला देना. धन्यवाद. Thank you so much.